at least a vehicle where we can make some progress.
Are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitating enough? If we are, in what ways? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which include all parts of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground?
At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's a thumb up.
As Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation, YouLead Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Kwa pamoja Afrika, mulishani wote. Country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to empower. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I say loud, in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and
So you
women.
lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. Hello, Kunjani. Sorry, Chibakai. Kiana. Bravo. Amahoro. Mamo.
Ringu, 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 ringu. Good job.
There's actually a study about how people who stay in these more natural places are healthier long term.
It's not just
about climate. It's also about leadership. It's also about business. And so a fellow who comes for this fellowship becomes an individual who is all round, not just one who is limited in the limited scope of just business or just politics or just climate or just environment. So that nature that is holistic, I think, is one that is very important for any leader.
Things you have control over. There are things you do not have control over.
The ASC Youth Fellowship is impactful. It has equipped me with skills regarding negotiation, the importance of having youth involved in these negotiations.
I have skills in video editing and graphic design, so I'm going to use those skills to create advocacy for climate justice.
Would describe the ASC Youth Fellowship as life-changing.
It's transformative. It's a networking opportunity.
I learned about the climate justice and gender. These two, actually, it is what I wanted to learn most from this. So you realize that most of the marginalized group in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge.
I want to expand my network on the regional community, because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika.
Shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As a see light in a brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm sure you've had breakfast. Come on. Good morning. I would kindly like to request everyone to move to the seats that are closer to the front so that we don't look scattered. It's good for the images when you're all together. So anybody who's sitting back there who's not part of the crew, please move to the seats that are in front. I asked nicely. Very good. You see, that now looks nice. Looks better for the pictures. Great. Before we settle down for the session, I would like all of us to just stand up so that we can do the YouLead song. You know, we don't start this meeting without a dance. Huh? Everybody. Everyone, and I need 2 volunteers to come and lead the dance. Espoir, you've been volunteered. Espoir and Helen, please make your way here. Espoir and Helen, make your way here. Espoir and Helen, make your way here. And Regan, wherever you are, also make your way to the front. There's something I need from you. Are you going to dance with the flag in your hands? Are you saying you're not a good dancer? Didn't we have 2 cocktails here? We all saw him, right? We know you're a good dancer. So are you ready? Should I tell the DJ to start? Do something. Do something.
Africa, Africa, From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to the power. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead. with the lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are.
You see,
Let's
he can
join
dance.
together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry. Never leave me alone. Has a see light in a brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and
So you
women.
lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. With the lead, with the lead. Let your dream be a reality. With the lead, with the lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika
This
wote
is too nice. We have to do it again. DJ, you're letting us down.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Kwa favor, Africa. Mwishani wote.
From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing true power. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry. Never leave me alone. Has a see light in a brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and
So you
women.
lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana. Vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati. Twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Thank you. Thank you. Well done, Espoir. Now the whole world knows you're a good dancer. The only problem with allowing a Congolese man to lead a dance is that their idea is not to sweat. So they will not jump, they will not do all those rough things. They'll just be showing off how nicely they can move. Good morning once again. and welcome to the YouLead Day of Peace and Security. Day 3 of the summit is normally dedicated to having conversations around peace and security. The focus of our conversation is normally on the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 2250 and the additional protocols around which youth work on peace and security is organized. You will hear from people today who are going to share with you what the East Africa Youth Peace Network, that is an affiliate of YouLead, is doing. And then you will also have an opportunity to hear from our climate component, and they will be talking about basically the areas that we focus on, which is prevention of conflict arising from the climate crisis. After that, you are going to be treated to the Lead Her Forum. And in between the Lead Her Forum, you're going to also have a debate. And this debate will be answering the question, what are we losing by not having women in research? Today is an interesting day. You do not want to miss a single session. I kid you not, the people who are going to get on this platform will excite you about what we need to do in Africa to silence the guns. They will excite you about what we need to do in Africa to address the climate crisis. But most importantly, they're going to energize you because they will show you that they have not given up and you should not give up. Before we start the business of the day, I'm going to invite our Executive Director, Dr. Anna Haule, to open for us and allow us or sanction every conversation we are going to have in this space. Welcome, Dr. Anna.
Good morning once again. Yes, how are you today? So today we have, as Stella just said, the day about peace and security. Yeah? We're going to be talking about peace. We're going to be talking about climate, from what I've seen. And we're also going to be talking about gender. Now, I wanted just to share with you a thought for today. Yesterday we talked about leadership. Do you remember? Be the leader that you want to be. And how should we be that kind of leader? With courage and kindness. Okay? With courage and kindness. And to explain this a little bit better, I would like to share with you something from my own life. When I was the firstborn daughter, yes? When my brother was born, 4 years after me, I was told, you're not allowed to play with cars anymore because now the boy has arrived. Because I used to love playing with toy cars, yeah? And I was like, I kept my cars, I hid them carefully, made sure that I still play. I was determined, you know, I had my courage of my convictions. When it came to going to secondary school, I was told, you will not be allowed to study science subjects. You know, it's not a girl's job to do science. And I was really loving mathematics, physics, chemistry, although at that time I was still calling it science. And I just said, okay. Very quietly I researched, and I was 11 years old, and I remember doing that research. I researched all the girls' schools in my area. I didn't go to a girls' school because of any other reason that I wanted to do science, and I wasn't going to be told by others that girls don't do science. So I researched the schools. I went with my parents to visit those schools, and then I wrote them down on my application form. All girls' schools, and they kept saying to me, why do you want to go to a girls' school? And I was just quiet with my conviction that nobody should stop me from doing science, even though I'm a girl. And that has been our story for many of us women. We have courage, and we do it with kindness. We don't need to start a war sometimes, yeah? Whatever we're doing in our lives, as leaders, we have to be sure of what we want to do with courage and kindness. I've never had a fight with anybody, but I've always stated my position clearly, with conviction, and explaining very well why I believe ABC. And so even today, we still have the same issues. Many women are told you can't study certain subjects. Isn't that so? Yeah? You can't do this or you can't. Let us have courage as leaders. but do so with kindness. Because when we don't do it with kindness, when we don't do it with peace, you know, other issues come in. One of the foundations of peace and security is courage to say what we believe is true, yes, but also that courage to say what we say is done with kindness. That's my belief, at least, and I wanted to share with you. Okay? So we have to be leaders who know what they want, who know who they are. Yeah? We don't need titles, but also when we do know what we want, when we know who we are, we say what we have to say with courage and with kindness. Yeah, that's the way forward. And you've seen these days the way we talk to each other. Very respectful, but we have courage of convictions. So that's what I wish for you today, that we experience a day of courage and kindness in all the different topics that we're going through. And I wish you a good day. Okay? Have a good day. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna, for that opening. We are encouraged to be peaceful people. We are encouraged to engage with each other peacefully. And we are also encouraged to aspire for whatever we aspire for without limiting any person who's around us. Thank you so much, Dr. Anna. I am not going to take too much time. I'll quickly introduce the next panel, but before I introduce them, I need to mention some very, very important things. Number one, you have noticed from day one of this summit that YouLead functions around affiliates who run programs and work on the commitments that we have made. On day one, you met the Under 40 Young Political Leaders Forum, and you got to hear from them on what they're doing. You got to get feedback about the progress that they're making in promoting youth participation in leadership. Yesterday, you got to hear from the Under 40 Young Business Leaders, and you got to hear what they're doing. You got to hear the plans that they have, and of course, the challenges that they are facing. Today, you're going to be hearing from the East Africa Youth Peace Network. When YouLead started, it started as a platform for young people's participation in politics, and that was all it was about. When South Sudan joined that year, as we were having conversations, young people told us that you cannot ask us to engage in politics when we do not have food, we do not have livelihoods, and you're telling us to come and start discussing politics. So you have to have a conversation on business, and that is how we set up the business forum. When South Sudan joined the ESC, we brought them on board, and the first conversation they had with us is that you want us to talk about politics and business, but for us, we first of all need to discuss the possibility of having peace in our nation before we even have a conversation about politics and business. And that is how we set up the East Africa Youth Peace Network. It's a network of young people around the ESC who are working on peace and security, but specifically those who are driving the agenda of the UN Security Council Resolution 2250. Their mission is to ensure that they're documenting what young people are doing on peace and security, especially because the UN rapporteur documented that there is so much that young people are doing to address conflict, to prevent conflict, but the only thing that is attributed to them is actually participating in activating and fighting in wars. And so he said that there's need to actually take time to document what young people are doing, and we are supporting that process by at least making sure that in the ESC, we consolidate the voices around the ideas that young people are engaging in to promote peace and security. I have able people who are going to share with you how that is happening, and I'm going to invite them here because they'll be able to give you a little bit more detail. In the setting up of the East Africa Youth Peace Network, we had an election, we elected members, and I'll have someone who's going to share that with you. This gentleman has been with the East Africa Youth Peace Network from the very onset. You will hear from him what this network is about, what the mission is, and of course at some point he's going to talk about the role of education in promoting peace and security. And so help me welcome Robert Muhangi, who calls young people younger people. You're not clapping for Robert Muhangi from Uganda? welcome Robert Muhangi. Robert Muhangi is the one who's going to be telling you about everything about the East Africa Youth Peace Network. He sits in the steering committee of the East Africa Youth Peace Network together with a few other young people from the region. We have two more who are present here. One of them is from South Sudan. He happens to also be the executive director and founder of ADRNet, and has been a very close ally of YouLead from the very, very onset. I think I met him at YouLead in 2019, if I'm not wrong. And he has consistently participated in the YouLead forums every single year, to the point of sponsoring young people from his country to come and participate. We are so proud to associate with Stephen Wani. Please help me welcome Wani. Even this year, he sponsored 5 of the participants here. And there was a year he came with an entire bus of young people. We are truly proud to associate with Wani. And then we have another gentleman who joined as soon as we got an announcement that the ESC is going to be including the Democratic Republic of Congo. We reached out to this gentleman. He was already doing a lot of work on peace and security. This particular one, we are not the ones adding value to his work. He's the one adding value to our work. And we are so proud to have him here. He came in, has always sponsored himself to come for the summit, and has been quite a valuable addition to the East Africa Youth Peace Network. Help me welcome the dawn of peace and security from Goma, His Excellency Stephen Malaki. Are you really going to cheer him like that? Wait until you hear what he is doing. Stephen Malaki and Stephen Wani, I don't know whether it's the Stevens, were also responsible for organizing the YouLead pre-summit event in DRC. That was also the platform where they were able to discuss how far we have gone on peace and security in the region, and of course they are going to give you a report of what they have shared. Why they organized that forum is because there was a need to have a pre-summit event, but also Wani and Stephen were to attend the SDG, actually attended the SDG course, and as a part of their action plan, they implemented the plan of having that meeting in Goma. They were able to execute it so well. You will hear from them what came out of it. So if you're part of the SDG class, you may want to clap for them on that, and you'll hear what they did. The next person that I'm going to be inviting on the podium is Mr. Kak Rot Wako. I don't know why his name is giving me all this trouble, but I've managed to pronounce it right. Kak Rot Wako is the coordinator of peace building at Nile Youth Development Actions. This gentleman is powerful. You will discover he's a member of the African Union Wise Youth Network, and he's also a member of the EAC Youth Peace and Security Platform. And he's also going to be speaking to us about the AU, and of course the focus of the AU on peace and security in the region. The final person I'm going to be inviting on this platform is a friend of mine, a friend of YouLead, and the kind of friends that YouLead loves making. People who leave the summit, go back home, and when they come back, they announce to you that the YouLead is alive and breathing in their area. From Gulu University, please help me welcome Dr. Agatha Alidri, who attended the YouLead Summit last year in Nairobi, and by the time she went back to Gulu, she had set up the YouLead chapter in Gulu. You will be very pleased to hear what they are doing in Gulu as far as peace and security is concerned. And you'll also be very interested in hearing what she has to say about the young people who were displaced from their countries by war and have to live in Gulu without identity and without nationality as a result of conflict and the violence that Dr. Anna has asked us to try and avoid. I think my panel is complete, and just like that, I've been left without a seat. Frigan, if you're kind enough, please sort me out. I'm going to first of all invite Robert Muhangi, who's going to share with us what the East Africa Youth Peace Network does, what their mission is, the action plans that they have set up, and of course to share some of the challenges that they've already witnessed in the region, and then we're going to proceed from there. He will also speak about education and how it would add value to the peace and security conversations. Welcome, Robert Muhangi, and speak to the younger people.
Thank you so much, Stella. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, younger people. At least there I can hear you. Robert Muhangi are my names. I'm the Executive Director of Red Earth Education. It is an international NGO based in Uganda, but we are working in Kenya, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Uganda. And at the same time, I'm also a lecturer at Uganda Christian University and a Ugandan representative to East African Youth Peace Network. The Youth Peace Network was formed basically as a result of the UN Security Council resolution. Stella has talked about it, 2250. So when it was adopted on 9th December 2015, it was very important that regional countries and national countries adopt it and also start implementing it. So at regional level, at East African level, we had to form East African Youth Peace Network, and then also encourage members to be part of it. So it looks at the youth participation in peace and security. Then it is also empowered by UN Security Council 2419 that encourages member states to always consult younger people, involve younger people on the matters to do with peace and security. And there we are making some milestone. But also at continental level, continental framework, AU, also encourages younger people's involvement, especially around partnerships and collaborations. So when we formed this, we had to have member representations. I represent Uganda, Stephen Wani represents South Sudan. We have Stephen from DRC Congo. We have a representative from Tanzania. I don't think he's with us here. He has been on and off, and I think this is what I will be speaking to. And then we have a representative from Burundi, Robert Gisa. Robert Gisa is from Rwanda, and then we have Burundi. Yeah, he has also been on and off, and those are some of the things we want to iron out. So then Somalia will be talking to that also, so that all member countries are represented on this. So what do we do as a network? We try to encourage younger people to participate in these processes of peace and security matters. So one of our objectives is to promote youth participation in peace and security. We do that by ensuring that we train younger people on those protocols. But also after that, the other one is to encourage younger people participation in electoral processes. Every year, each member country, when it is participating in election, we ensure that we have campaigns involving younger people to ensure that there is peace in election processes, in electoral processes. You can remember the last election in Kenya, which was in 2022. We had a 2022, right? If my data is right. We had a campaign to have 3 million younger people advocating for peaceful election. And we had a lot of hashtags. Even in Uganda, the last election, we had a number of younger people participating in election observation. And DRC, we've also had a number of milestones headed by Stephen. So what do we do in that? We ensure that one, younger people, first of all, from the member country, East African, and also Africa, we put out a call for younger people to apply to go and participate in these electoral processes. Then when you apply, once you are successful, the other thing is to train you on election observation, and then also work with the East African community to secure accreditation for you to qualify to move over to another country to observe on behalf of the East African community. We work very closely with East African community, and also, so we do that, but also compile that. And then we also pledge to conduct exchange visits to share best practices of different countries, so that others can be encouraged that this can work out. Most importantly, we want younger people to use approaches that are non-violent. So if it worked well in Kenya, how can that be shared to younger people in Uganda? This is through sharing and reflection platforms this network organizes. And then from there you share, and then there's one or two things that are learned. So that is something we are committed to. And then also younger people participation in preventing conflict resolution and conflict transformation. How do we do that as a network? We make sure that, first of all, we target younger people that have interest in around peace and security work. Then we map those ones out. But also we map organizations in different countries that are working around peace and security. Because we want numbers, we want maths involved in this, so that to cause the change we want. So you must be a change agent first. So when we get this organization, that's how some of our organization came on board. That's how the organization of Stephen also came on board, and Wani. So then after that, we say, okay, in South Sudan, we have the ADNET of Wani, which is doing critical work around peace and security in South Sudan. But Wani's organization has a number of small organizations, CBOs, that are attached to it, that are rooted down in the grassroots. So if Wani is on board and he does that at grassroots level, then that's how the 2250 United Nations Security Council will be domesticated, will be localized up to grassroots level. Because in such forums at international level, the grassroots youth may not understand it. But if one takes it over, shares it with the CBOs at the grassroots level, they will be implementing some of these activities, but directly feeding into realization of the 2250. So that's how we do it. Then after identifying this organization, we also identify, for example, in Uganda, what are those conflict zones, critical areas of conflict within the country. Because we may not be everywhere, but we can target those areas that have more of the conflicts, and then target individuals there that can be empowered and trained to do that. So we do all that, and then together we start documentation. Stella talked about it. We encourage documentation of these practices, and these documentations are the one we publish, but also are the one that informs the sharing and the reflection platforms that I'm talking about. Now, going forward, I think that is enough around the network. In terms of education and promotion of peace network, in the interest of time, let me just hint about it. You know, we can do whatever we do, but education is the foundation, okay? Sometimes we fail to realize the good results we're advocating for because of the approaches we use, okay? Sometimes you might go with confrontational approach rather than going with approaches that people can listen to you. But people will only understand that a peaceful approaches can work after they have been undertaken through education, being educated on a better way of negotiating on the platform. So critical thinking, education will create critical thinking among younger people. And the moment they get these critical skills, then they will inculcate values, knowledge, skills, and attitude change among these younger people. The moment these younger people get this value, then they will realize that whatever they are advocating for, the value it will bring on board. And then you will find that the government, sometimes the governments are not so responsive to what we are advocating for. So once they get these skills, they will be able to know the negotiation skills they can use, different approaches they can use, advocate to the government and still get what they want. And besides that, we talked about AU framework that encourages partnerships and collaborations. So then the government will be able to call them on board. Then the other thing is about decision making, involvement of younger people in decision making. That is very key because the education will lead you to that. The moment that is done, that is both to younger people, but also to the stakeholders involved. That is the government and the other stakeholders involved. They also need to understand why it is actually they need to be educated. They need to be educated why it is important to have younger people involved or participate in peace and security matters. The moment they are able to be educated and understand that, because, I mean, what we are doing as younger people, we are backed by the frameworks, 22, 50, 1325, and then we have the AU framework. We are backed by that, and they will be able to understand. And the moment they get that, then it will be okay for us to move forward. And I think for now, allow me hand over to Stella. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Robert. I think the only thing that he did not tell you is that when we are doing election observation, the National Youth Council of the country that is having elections does not participate in observation. They participate in promoting peace in the country, and we normally design a campaign for promoting peace during the election. So it's only youth from the other countries that then participate in the observation of the election. And he did mention that the accreditation comes from the EAC, because you can't just walk into a country and say you've gone to observe elections. EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform is a critical player in this election observation, and so we normally tap into some of their resources to be able to also conduct this observation. For those of you who are not clear about those last numbers he mentioned, 2250 is UN Security Council Resolution 2250 on youth, peace and security, and 1325 is UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. Make a point of reading them. If you are younger people, can I hear you say aye? With that, I'm going to invite Wani to talk about some of the work that they have been doing with ADRANET on youth, peace and security. They convene forums. They have been doing a lot of education on peace and security. I'm not the one who is best placed to talk about this, so Wani, I'm going to invite you to take the floor and just share with us what you do.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a pleasure to speak to you, and it's a pleasure to speak on this podium for the 7 years that I've been with YouLead. And that is something that gives me energy every day to have a reason to work for the young people. To be honest with you, I'm no longer a youth, but I'm passionate about youth. And that's something that pushes me every time to be here, either by flight. But it is my first time to come by flight for YouLead. I always come by bus. From
All
South
the way
Sudan,
from South Sudan
up to here, that is 72 hours. Thank you so much. Without wasting time, I just wanted us to take a brief background in terms of why peace and security is important within ourselves, even right from the family setup. Because the moment we understand the role of peace in our community setups, it gives us an understanding why we need peace at any stage of our life. The ecosystem is very important. Even the environment itself needs peace. Even the animal that we watch every day need peace. The grass that we walk through on also need peace. By the way, they cry. Every time you step on them, they cry. And that's something that we need to see, that we protect the ecosystem. I just wanted to take a brief background in terms of what the network does since its establishment. One, every year we have a summit agenda that we always do to digest our work plan, our progress as network, and how we can expand our network to work with other partners when it comes to the issue of peace and security. I will not only talk about ADRANET, but I will also love to work with other networks that share common values when it comes to peace and security. You will look at East Africa community. If you look at the protocols, Article 124, it gives the basis why peace and security is very critical even in the integration process. It takes us to the continental aspect. The UN Security Council Resolution 2250, 1325, Women in Peace and Security. It gives a dimension to see that it's critical to have this dividend of society, the population, both women and youth, to be part and parcel in this making process when it comes to peace building, peace mediation, peace negotiation. The second activities that we look at, also we train we had series of training for the fellows on peace and security. I think I saw some online, but it would be very important if we can have the fellows, the ESC fellows, who had been here for 21 days. Can I see your hands? Thank you so much. And those are the activities that we always do to build the capacity of the youth. They said education change humanity in terms of your thinking, in terms of your attitude, in terms of your culture, how you approach things. And that's why we put education at the center of peace building. The other activities that we look at within the region, we have been working tirelessly in terms of working towards the aspiration of this YouLead Summit. And then working as partners, SDG 17 is very critical when we work together to achieve a common goal, which common goal is peace and security in the continent. We have been working in different series activities, even in the country back in time, with other partners like UN Women, UNDP, in terms of establishing a strategic national adaptation plan, and through the peace building fund, there are a lot of consultations going on so that we have a plan that will cherish or that can enhance youth participation in peace and security. At the continental level, also through partnership, we are so proud to having been invited to Denmark to participate in the global scenes in terms through the SDG partnership, to see that how globally we contribute to the aspect of peace and security. And I'm very grateful if I have Rina. Where's Rina? Wow. Thank you for the partnership, and that is the synergies that we really need to build as MCDC director. We are very proud for the synergies that we are developing to see that we achieve the vision and the mission of the global initiative of maintaining international peace and security. It takes our obligations and duty as an institution to see that we give opportunity for the youth to share, to give opinion, to develop policies that inform what we need as a region. In terms of the East African communities, Robert has mentioned a lot in terms of our work. We invite everyone with a passion. Don't join network because your friend is joining. Join network where you have passion, where you'll dedicate yourself. And that is the aspiration that we need. At times I found youth, we wanted to be masters of all. We cannot be masters of all. You need to have only one destination that will achieve the dream that you have. You can't be a master of all. Have you seen two goalkeepers in the same goal post? You only have one goalkeeper. After that, maybe a substitute, the goalkeeper will be replaced. So it's at this time that I'm inviting you. I wanted to be next year, I wanted to hear from new youth to come on this podium to speak about their success. That will be my pride. The second thing in terms of the East African peace and security, you look at the IGAD, you look at the EAC, there are protocols that have been established. We need to consolidate work with this framework within the EAC to realize the peace and security that we need in the continent. It's our obligation to maintain a sustainable peace, which is very inclusive. A peace that is more human, because peace has become more human, more of human security, issue of unemployment, issue of poverty, issue of health security, issue of climate crisis. This has become issues that induce conflict in our society. So as working together as partners to realize peace and security, and we are so grateful for our donor, Christian Aid, who sponsored the 5 delegates for them to attend this summit. And we are so grateful to work with partners that have vision for the young people. And we are grateful. The last thing is in terms of our regional experience. Thank you. I know Estella is always, I respect her so much. I will summarize. In terms of the East African region, we are so grateful that we're able to conduct the regional dialogue on peace and security. Is Stephen Malaki? to the bottom of my heart, I want to say you're a great partner in the making. We're able to convey in DRC Goma. We have made communique. I think that is something that we need to do as an outcome of this summit, to submit to the EAC as our stand to see peace and security stands at the region. And we will be always work together with the youth in enhancing peace and security. But I wanted to take this scenario. We need to change our approach on how we do our advocacy. At times, we incite conflict instead of creating peace. Our approach determines our achievement, our consumption, or our success, because advocacy, lobbying, and networking is the best thing that we need to use. And that is one of the tools when it comes to conflict resolution. It's a non-violent way of sharing your problem. And then the last one is also the institutions, the stakeholders need to listen. Youth are not only attendants, they are partners to decision-making process. The youth need to be partners in decision-making process. And we should move away from the stereotypes of attaching youth to be violent makers. They are peacemaking people. So to all this, I wanted to say, I'm welcoming all of you to join the network. In any network within the YouLead Summit, take part, contribute. We have a role to play. The future that we see today, the future we need tomorrow is the future we create today. And that's what I have for you. May God bless you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Wani. I'm quickly going to invite Stephen Malaki to come and share with us what transpired in Goma in the pre-summit meeting, and possibly to share with this audience what is in the communique, because before this audience owns that communique, they need to know what you resolved. Am I lying? Am I lying? Before you put your signature on it, you need to know what they concluded in that meeting, right? Stephen Malaki, please share with the audience what came out of that meeting. Prepare your earphones, because Malaki is going to be speaking in the language of love.
Yes, that is. Merci beaucoup, Stella. Thank you so much, Stella. Before me to start, avant que je ne commence, je dois demander à tous ceux qui ont les drapeaux de me les apporter ici. Tout celui qui a amené un drapeau pour son pays, il peut me l'apporter. Les drapeaux, s'il vous plaît. Je ne suis pas en train de perdre le temps. Je voulais, avant que je ne puisse commencer mon speech, de demander que vous puissiez m'accorder juste 1 minute où on doit tous se mettre debout, parce que je sais que nous avons différentes croyances, mais nous tous, nous croyons en une seule personne qui s'appelle Dieu. C'est seulement les appellations qui se différencient selon les croyances. Les uns l'appellent Jésus, les autres l'appellent Allah, les autres l'appellent je ne sais pas comment, mais il est la même personne. La question que nous voulons aborder de la paix et de la sécurité, c'est une question qui est très cruciale et qui demande notre attention. Parce que si nous voulons parler de tout ce que nous pouvons dire, si nous voulons entreprendre, si nous voulons accéder à l'éducation, si nous voulons accéder à la santé, nous devons commencer par avoir la paix. Et tous ces drapeaux que je tiens ici représentent les autres pays membres du continent africain et du pays. Nous allons observer 1 minute de silence pour apporter ces pays de la région entre les mains du Seigneur Jésus-Christ ou de Dieu ou Allah. Avant que je ne commence mon speech, 1 minute de silence. La position que vous voulez, si vous voulez vous agenouiller, si vous voulez, je ne sais pas, Restez debout, ça vaut la peine. Merci. Vous pouvez vous asseoir.
Alors, je ne vais pas trop tarder. Je veux juste partager ce que les jeunes de la région de l'EAC ont fait la semaine dernière avant de venir ici à Arusha. Nous nous sommes rencontrés à Goma du 22 au 24 octobre 2024. C'est-à-dire, les jeunes de la région sont venus à République démocratique du Congo à partir du 21, qui était un lundi, et ils ont quitté la terre de la République démocratique du Congo le vendredi, qui était un 25 octobre 2024. Stella a déjà dit, tous les collègues, ils ont déjà parlé de ce que nous faisons dans le cadre de la paix et de la sécurité. Et si j'ai commencé à les détailler maintenant là, on n'aura pas assez de temps pour les faire. C'est l'occasion de vous lire les communiqués qui a été élaboré par les jeunes de la région dans le cadre de la participation des jeunes dans les questions de paix et de sécurité. Parce que vous savez que cette question a été longtemps maintenue par les adultes qui font la politique et on n'avait pas des instruments qui accordaient l'attention à la jeunesse pour participer dans les questions de paix et de sécurité. Et à partir de la résolution 2250 du Conseil de sécurité, qui est un instrument international dont tous les pays membres des Nations Unies sont obligés de mettre en œuvre dans leur pays, depuis qu'il a été adopté en 2015, c'était le 9 décembre 2015 que la résolution a été adoptée dans le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies pour faire participer les jeunes. Vous savez que nous sommes toujours en retard par rapport à nos mamans, qui sont les femmes, par rapport à la résolution 1325, qui a déjà produit même des impacts au niveau international. On est arrivé même à créer l'ONU Femmes, qui est là à cause de la résolution 1325. Mais vous êtes ici témoin avec moi que l'ONU Jeune n'existe pas. Au moins que vous me disiez le contraire. Est-ce que dans votre pays, il y a l'ONU Jeune? Ça n'existe pas jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Donc nous avons encore un grand travail à faire en tant que jeunes pour que cette résolution 2250, qui est une opportunité pour nous, que nous puissions pousser les portes jusqu'à ce qu'on crée aussi l'ONU Jeune, qui sera une institution gérée par les jeunes, guidée par les jeunes, et qui sera là pour engager les jeunes compétents de booster l'agenda. Parce que pour la résolution 1325 qui a créé l'ONU Femmes, je crois que la majorité des gens qui sont dedans, ce sont les femmes. Et les mamans ont toujours eu le bon cœur de porter les enfants sur les dos. Nous vous demandons de nous porter, nous qui sommes des jeunes, nous sommes vos enfants. Vous savez comment nos papas nous traitent, et avec vous et avec nous dans nos maisons. Mais au moins, nous avons toujours eu les secours et les supports de nos mamans. Et nous pensons que nous y arriverons. Alors, pour lire les communiqués, malheureusement, je n'ai pas apporté les communiqués en français. Je croyais que j'ai mis la version française dans mon sac. Malheureusement, ce matin, je viens de trouver que c'est la version anglaise que j'ai. Donc, je suis obligé de lire mon anglais. Vous allez les supporter, comme je suis en train de supporter aussi votre français. Il y a ceux qui sont en train de parler le français que je supporte aussi. Donc, vous allez aussi supporter mon anglais. Alors, vous pouvez enlever vos masques. Vous allez écouter tel que je vais les dire, sauf seulement ceux qui parlent français, qui vont peut-être rester avec les casques pour écouter ce que je vais lire. The Goma Youth and Civil Society Communique on Peace and Security in the ESC and the Great Lakes regions. Preamble. Whereas the youth and civil society organization from the East Africa community have convened in Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo from 22nd to 24th October 2024 to address the multifaceted challenges and explore opportunities pertinent to peace and security in the ESC and the Great Lakes region. Acknowledgement. The indispensable mandate of young leaders, civil society representatives, peace and security experts, and international partners in fostering dialogue and collaboration for sustainable peace. Further, renew our clarion calls for practical and urgent inclusion of youth, women, and people with disabilities in already initiative peace process such as Nairobi, Luanda, and the Tumaini initiatives. Recognizing the historical and ongoing conflicts in the East African region, particularly in the eastern of Democratic Republic of Congo, and the profound impact these conflicts have on local communities, especially youth, women, and persons living with disabilities. Realizing the imperative of analyzing the root cause of conflict, revisiting past peace agreement, and discussing the effective participation of civil society in peace processes from 1990 to 2024, cognizant of the necessary to develop sustainable solutions for stabilization of the region and establish a coalition of East African civil society organizations dedicated to peace and security, noting the miserable plight and untold hardship by the internally displaced persons in east of Democratic Republic of Congo, we stand in solidarity with the IDP while conveying our heartfelt condolences to families of deceased victims of this senseless conflict. Now, therefore, present the following outcomes and recommendations. The communique. Article 1. Youth as equal partners in peace building. To reaffirm youth as equal partners in peace building, ensuring that they are represented in decision-making process and equipped with opportunities that address conflict and insecurity. Government and region blocks to urgently fix youth employment and the creation of protective environment for youth, women, persons with disabilities, and children. Article 2, strengthening the role of women in peace and security. To mainstream women's participation in peace process through equal representation in conflict resolution, post-conflict recovery, and governance. The empowerment of women through gender-sensitive policies and socio-economic programs is vital for long-term stability. Article 3, inclusion of persons living with disabilities in peace process. To appreciate the person with disability are the immediate victims of conflict and must constantly be engaged in all peace-building mechanisms. Government must create accessible platforms for persons with disability to actively partake in conflict settlement. Article 4, equitable resources distribution and economic justice. To address the economic drivers of conflict, particularly the equal distribution of natural resources in the DRC, government and private sector actors must collaborate to guarantee that wealth derived from natural resources benefits all citizens of DRC. Article 5, regional cooperation for peace and integration. To champion regional cooperation by promoting the East Africa community as a platform for peace and economic integration. The elimination of barriers such as visa fees for travel within the EAC is a critical to deepening regional cohesion and economic collaboration. Article 6, addressing climate change and environment impact. To recognize climate change as a significant driver of conflict and insecurity, government must prioritize climate-sensitive policies and disasters preparedness, especially in vulnerable areas such as Goma, while also promoting sustainable environment stewardship. Article 7, Agenda 2063, and the role of the African diaspora. To affirm the role of the African diaspora as key player in peace building through policy advocacy, investment and development projects, and support for regional peace initiative mechanism must be created to actively involve the diaspora and effort to build peace and security across the continent. Article 8, education and capacity building for peace. To invest in education and capacity building for young people, women, and persons with disabilities, equipment them with the tools, knowledge, and skills needed to contribute effectively to peace building and conflict resolution. Article 9, youth participation in peace and security governance. To encourage the active participation of youth in governance at local, national, and regional levels, youth must be given a platform to contribute to designing and implementing peace and security policies that address the root cause of conflict and monitoring and evaluation at the Luanda and Nairobi process. Article 10, community engagement for sustainable peace. To emphasize the importance of community engagement in peace-building effort, local communities must be actively involved in designing and implementing peace initiatives to ensure culturally relevant and sustainable solutions. Government and civil society organizations should facilitate community dialogues, participatory decision-making process, and grassroots peace education programs. At the spirit of collaboration and demonstration, we, the youth, women, persons with disabilities, and civil society organizations are committed to championing the principle mentioned in this communique. We call on government, the private sector, regional organizations, civil societies, and all members of the international community to take immediate action to implement these resolutions. Together we can create a sustainable, peaceful, and prosperous future for all citizens of the East Africa and Great Lakes region. The East Africa Community Youth and Civil Organization Peace and Security Actors. For media, more information kindly reach, we should share it even there at. Je vous remercie beaucoup pour votre attention et je laisse à Stella de continuer avec le programme. Mais je souhaite que ce drapeau reste ici parce que nous sommes en train de parler de nos pays dans la région.
Thank you very much. If you ask him to speak in Swahili, he will still speak in Swahili. This is the real East African. Asante sana, Malaki. We are truly proud to associate with you. We are proud to associate with the programs that you run. And most importantly, we are proud to associate with your money bags. In the Peace and Security Network, we call him Mr. Moneybags. This guy, even if he doesn't have the money, he knows where to find it. Please don't harass him during the break. He has made us express solidarity, take a minute of silence for IDPs. But many of us may not understand what he means by internally displaced people, and sometimes people who are sent out of their nations and they have to go and live outside of their nations because of conflict. And so in order for us to be able to internalize what this really means, I'm going to quickly invite Dr. Agatha Alidri, who will first of all share with you what Gulu chapter is about, but most importantly, she's going to speak to you about the real impact of displacement of people and what they experience on a daily basis. Dr. Agatha, take it away.
Thank you very much, Stella. Stella is my good friend. We share a lot in common. I am Dr. Agatha Lidri, a lecturer in Gulu University and the matron for Gulu University YouLead chapter. I would like to begin by saying that I'm a member of the unaccredited member of the African Union FemWise and also member of Africa Women Mediation Network Uganda. I'll begin from the YouLead perspective. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Stella so much for having invited me to attend the YouLead Summit 2023, the Nairobi Summit. I participated in the debate. I learned a lot of lessons, and I realized that a lot was happening outside Gulu and Uganda. And yet, Gulu and northern Uganda has a unique landscape, political, social, economic landscape having emerged from a 20 years long war. Now, when I came for the Nairobi summit last year, I went back, reported to the youth who were my students what was happening within the East African region. We went ahead and formed what we called YouLead Gulu University chapter. We have an executive committee formed. They hold meetings. We already have a constitution for the YouLead chapter in Gulu. And we do offer to them trainings, leadership trainings, how to conduct yourself as a leader, how to communicate as a leader, how to play a role as a leader. And apart from that, we have been sending them to participate in civil activities. For instance, they participated in the budget conversation at the local government level, pushing for the priorities at the local government level. Because when you don't speak, no one will speak for you at the local government levels. The budget will favor the older ones. It will not be in your favor. So the Gulu University chapter members participated in the budget conversation at Gulu, within Gulu city. And apart from that, when the Northern Parliament was being established, our speaker, the YouLead speaker, we sent them, and the YouLead speaker made it as the speaker of the regional parliament, because that's the only way you, the youth, can take leadership in the society. So we sent them into that, and Honorable Loki Willie, who is a lawyer by training, is now the speaker for the Northern Uganda Parliament, a member of YouLead. And we encourage you to be practical. You who have come here, go back and do the same back home. With that, you realize that it brings us to another aspect. Within this YouLead Gulu University chapter, we have a special group of youth born in war. He has just mentioned something about conflict. Conflict affects the youth and women more than any other category of the population. Dear youth, you have to be pillar of peace. You have to be the flag bearers of peace, ambassadors of peace. Society uses you, your energy, to ignite conflict, which conflict affects you more than the older men. It affects youth and women plus children. So within this 20 years of conflict in northern Uganda, there emerged a group of youth who were born in captivity, who were born during war. Young girls were abducted. They became wives to the rebels. While in captivity, they got these children. But as the war ended, these mothers came back with their sons and daughters. And today, we are having a conversation on intergenerational justice. These youth are youth of their age. They should have come. We should have brought them. But we had a technical hitch where we could not mobilize our resources on time. I always encourage them to speak for themselves and tell their story. But because I am a mother, I'll speak the story of my child. better than a man, better than a father. What are they going through? First and foremost, there is identity and nationality crisis. On arriving home, you realize that their own paternal relatives rejected them. Their maternal relatives rejected them. And they have nowhere to go. As we speak now, about 2,000 of them are on the streets of Gulu, and they are called Agu, given the image that they are more of criminals. Society looks at them as an abomination. Youth, this scenario can easily happen to you when you don't make peace your priority. This category of youth born in captivity cannot get national identity cards because of the nature of our policy back in Uganda. They would like to know your father's name, your mother's name, your father's clan, your mother's clan, and yet you are born in captivity. You are born in another country. You are abducted and taken to Central Africa. You are born in Central African Republic. You are born in South Sudan, where the rebels have been moving with your mother, and you are only returning home. Can you imagine yourself being in that situation? Have you ever thought of that? Are we living in the 21st century Africa? Is it the kind of Africa the youth want? Youth without identity and nationality. Apart from that, the youth born in captivity, the persons born in captivity who are now of their age, are excluded from government programs. We have what is known as the parish development model. The parish local governance will tell them, you don't belong to us. Who is your father? Who is your father? And this is a lesson to us youth, where we have made mistakes of having children or kids with ladies out there. Don't allow this to happen to them, because they'll end up being like children born in captivity, children born in war. Who is your father? The local council chairpersons cannot register this youth to benefit from the parish development module, a government-funded module. Apart from that, we have the Myoga, we have the youth fund. They cannot benefit because of lack of national identity. Similarly, such youth cannot access resources. They cannot own resources. They cannot own land because their maternal uncles will tell them, look for your father's land. You know our African society, look for your father's land. This is not your father's land. And as a result, they are landless. For an African to be landless, life becomes hopeless. Land is an identity. It is where you start from. And that is what the youth are going through. And already, as I've said, this category of youth have now gone to live in the street. The street of Gulu has become their home. And it has made the scholars to begin defining a home. Because when the real traditional home fails to be a home, you have to get yourself another home. And the youth have found themselves on the streets of Gulu city. My son from the DRC will understand that. My son from South Sudan will understand that. But for you who haven't experienced that, let's not go into conflict. Let's not be used as a tool for conflict. We have street children, about 2,000, homeless, and now they have become an icon of crime. Politicians use them to counteract their opponents. Business communities use them to destroy their opponents in business. You see how the youth are being used as a result of the outcomes of peace, of conflict. The social cost of being born in captivity, being born in war, bears a huge toll on these youth. For the young girls, beautiful girls, their suitor will first ask, "Who is your father? I want to come home and introduce myself. Where do I go? I would like to pay the dowry. Who is to receive it?" And you know, in our Acholi culture, dowry is supposed to be received by the paternal relatives. And because you are staying with your mother's relative, and in some cases you have been thrown out of your mother's home, your father's home, and now you are living in the town. The man tells you, "I cannot marry you from the town. I have to go and marry you in the village." And yet you don't have a village, a place you call village. So there's a social cost of being born in captivity, of being born in war, because of identity. And right now, the youth born in captivity are going through trauma, through stigma, because of all the social, economic, political situations around them. The landscape is not favorable for them. And therefore, we call upon you, the youth. I call upon the youth from Uganda to stand up and fight for the rights of the youth born in captivity or during war. It becomes the responsibility and burden of all of us. It doesn't matter where you come from. I want to say that today at YouLead, as we live, we should come up with a statement about this kind of children. Because we can't say whether tomorrow we won't have war, because we have greedy leaders who use the guns to rise to power. And they use you, the youth, to make the noise and chant. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that let's all join hands and uphold the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2250. What are the pillars? Pillar number 1, participation. Participate. After sitting here and listening to us, don't go home and sit. You have not come for tours and travels. You have come to take responsibility.
Preach it.
2, protection. We have to be protected. It's a right. It's not a privilege. Some governments think they are there to, they are offering you a privilege. It's a right. It's a right. And you have to demand it. We need a safe environment. Prevention of conflict. Rise up, stand tall, prevent conflict. Let's use sustainable solutions. The YouLead team in Gulu University have begun moving to the government offices, demanding for children born in captivity, youth born in captivity, to be given national identity cards. And now in Gulu, the RDC has begun discussions with NIRA, the organ that gives out the IDs. The first lot are getting their IDs. The youth have to speak for themselves. And we need partnership. You cannot do it alone. Let's enter partnership both locally, nationally, internationally. And we need to disengage from conflict. Activism is not bad. Thumbs up to the Gen Zs from Kenya. What you did was not a crime. It was your constitutional right. And you saw the change you brought. I'm not being political. I'm not being political. Activism. Do activism in a sustainable manner. And lastly, reintegration. We need the youth to be reintegrated. Youth living in exile to be brought home and be reintegrated. The youth born in captivity, born in war, should be reintegrated into the society. Our youth have not yet been reintegrated into society. We are in conversation with the traditional chiefs. And what are we doing as a Danida-funded project? We are now bringing such youth into research. We have a team who are carrying out research among children born in captivity. And they are publishing. That is the mentorship we are giving them. And that's why it's important for us to have partnerships. As we leave this place, let's advocate for more youth in research so that your voices are heard. You research on your issues. Because if you leave it to the older men, if you leave it to others, they'll research focusing on their interests, and they'll research using the methodology. Stella, once more, I'd like to thank you very much for having given me this time to share the experiences of youth born in captivity. It would have been best if they were here to speak for themselves, and you'll have seen, felt it, that it's more serious than what I am putting forward. Thank you very much. You lead, I lead, we lead together.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agatha, for very passionately speaking for this group of young people. We regret not having them here. It is not for lack of capacity. And the reason why we did not get them here has not even materialized. And so surely we truly should have had them here. But I'm glad you've been able to speak ably for them. And as you were speaking, Kirk kept on telling me that you have touched his heart in everything that you're saying. I'm also grateful that you managed to mention the pillars of the UN Security Council Resolution 2250, because I was trying to avoid being the moderator who also starts doing a speech about the pillars. So thank you very much for that. Dr. Agatha has spoken about a lot of the things that are happening to young people who find themselves in conflict. That story is from Gulu, but that story could very easily be the story repeated in South Sudan. It could very easily be the story repeated in parts of Somalia that have experienced war. It could very easily be the story of parts of Ethiopia that are experiencing war in this continent. I have not even touched most of Central Africa that has all kinds of conflicts, and West Africa. And our people, children born on this soil, are having to get on rafts and boats to travel to Europe so that they can run away from poverty, run away from exclusion, run away from the lack of integration that they experience in our continent. Dr. Agatha is saying that there's a social price to these conflicts, and especially for young people. But most importantly, there's an economic price because you continue in a vicious cycle of poverty. And there's definitely a political price if you don't have a national ID. You have left your country, you're in a place where nobody recognizes you, you have to take everything, including your spine, to convince them that you're worthy to lead in the community that you live in. It is a huge disenfranchisement, and of course we must ask ourselves questions. Are there policies, are there programs, are there visions that have been set by the continent to address peace and security? I don't want to even preempt this conversation. I'm going to invite Cohort to take the podium and briefly share with us what are these plans by the AU on peace and security. What is this story about silencing the guns? Why are the guns not quiet in Goma, where Steve is coming from? Why are the guns not quiet in the different countries that I've just mentioned having conflict? Over to you.
I'm always having a problem with the mic. So they make it short. So I'm very pleased to be given this opportunity to speak on behalf of AU Peace and Security Agenda on silencing the guns. But before I go ahead, I would like to recognize Dr. Anna. This is my first time to attend YouLead. I used to hear about it. When the invitation came, Stella contacted me. You know, my team are trying to contact you, but you are not picking up the call. For me, it's normal. I don't pick up unknown calls. Yeah. So she calls, I didn't pick up. Then she texts. This is where I come to know that I have an invitation. Really, Madam or Dr. Agatha has really touched my heart. She talked as a mother. She talks as a person who experienced all the uncertainties. And she talks as a person who advocates for the rights of the young people. This is very important. So in the African ways, you know, we could always say that I support you with the 5 goats. Okay. So it's actually very important that she had mentioned the 5 pillars of the youth, peace, and security. I believe a handful of young people do not have the clue about these 5 pillars. But we are yet saying that we are the leaders of tomorrow without knowing our roles and responsibilities that we need to take. So the leadership starts today. We have no time to wait anyone. Time is now for us to act. Because I'm conditioned to talk on this agenda on peace and security, I'm also glad she's a PEMWISE. We share the same thing. Huh? We work under Peace and Security Council under the panel of WISE in the AU. So I'm part of the WISE Youth Network of the African Union. She's a PEMWISE. We work actually on advocacy, capacity building, and deployment. So we support the mediation, preventive diplomacy. This is our work that we are doing. So when we talk of preventive diplomacy, it's all about the peace building. We are talking about here. Without further ado, African Union agenda on peace and security, it is drawn from the continental framework on youth, peace, and security. This framework, we have developed the African Youth Charter. Within the African Youth Charter, we have a number of articles that are wrote. In case you have time, you need to read that. This is very important for you because you need to know the regional frameworks, continental frameworks, and also with the countries that are developing their national action plans, whether it could be in the national levels or local level. So you actually need to know that. This is a very important, because you shouldn't just come here and participate, then go back, sit down. You need to disturb your own government with what you want, because the government is not going to give you, okay, now this is your right, so take it. Nobody can give you that. But once you know all these pillars, from the national action plans, regional framework, continental framework, up to the global framework, then you should be able to sort out and emphasize on what you are going to work on. So, in the level of the African Union, the continental framework is developed under 2 articles. Article 11, youth participation. Article 17, peace and security. So when we talk on these 2, it is said that young people play great roles in prevention of the conflicts, management, and resolution. So, according to the pillars that talk about the preventions, if we take the decisive role, because we the young people, we are the one inciting every conflict, whether it could be in the social media, whether it could be in the gathering like this, we incite each other. In every conflict that's happening, there are early warning systems. We are always sure there is uncertainty that's coming. But at the end of the day, you find the young people, are very happy about, let it happen, then we sort out. What are we sorting out when the conflict happens? While the displacement is taking place, you have heard from Dr. Agatha about captivity, people born in the captivity. This is a result of the conflict. It's very important to prevent the conflict. This is our role as a young people. So coming to the silencing of gun, this is a thematic aspect of the AU in 2016. In Lusaka, Zambia, the African Union Peace and Security Council have convened a retreat that calling all the member states of the Peace and Security Council. Then you have the Economic, Social, and Cultural Councils were present. Then you have also the African Union Commissions. You have regional economic communities and regional mechanisms were present. And then you have also the civil society organization and Committee of Intelligence and Security Service for the Africa. All these organs, we call them sisters organ of the African Union. They were present to present about the new treaty because AU had been existing as an organization of African unity before. But with time, we say that we need to change certain agendas and we need to revitalize them so that we include new ways in which we can sort out this issue of peace in the African continent, because we are facing all this poverty line, we are facing all this underdevelopment because of the conflicts. So, where exactly young people are included in silencing the gun? So, the first one is a two. Okay, thank you. The categories are two, which allow you to participate in this silencing the gun agenda or in advocacy. One thing is through the African Youth Ambassador for Peace. I believe we have the 5 regions. Who is aware about that? Africa is a 5 region. So we have the Eastern Africa, we have the Central Africa, represented by ECAS, you have the Northern Africa, you have the Southern Africa, and you have, and Western Africa. Oh, I need to forget Nigeria, because when you talk of West Africa, you talk of Nigeria very well. So those are the 5 countries. And they have made sure that to be represented by their own ambassadors. Those ambassadors, their role is to advocate for the participation of the young people in the region. Right now, the ambassador for peace for Eastern Africa is by name Nakashiba Nakavira from Uganda. You need to know her very well. Because an advocacy or works that relate to peace building, youth issues, you need to contact her and give you an overview about her work. So this is the first category. The second category is the wise use where I am in. Wise use, we work on two major issues. It's a mediation, preventive diplomacy. We mediate the conflicts. Right now, all of you are aware about conflict in Sudan. Very intense. People are displaced. People are dying in numbers. Rape is unspeakable. So our intervention is to engage the civil society wide, because these two belligerent or these two conflict parties, they don't represent the voice of civil population in the grassroots level. So our intervention is to engage civil society, take them the perspective about how they want peace in Sudan to be maintained or in a very sustainable way. This is our interventions as a white youth. After we engage with the civil society, we make sure that we engage the government, the level of president, ministers, or any delegate that the government delegates, because we need to echo the voice of the grassroots level so that the gun must stop. Now, you have the extremist organization that are very active in Somalia and part of Horn of Africa. It is a young people that are driving that. We are capable to engage them. At the first, because we have different stereotypes, there was time I used to think that Al-Shabaab are not people like us. Whether you like it or not, I used to think like that. Because you should not come out of nowhere, just bomb a number of people without reason. But we come to know that these people are really people like us. They are young people like us. They have dreams. They even have their own family. They have wives. They are mothers. Whether you like it or not, that is why you need to connect gender and prevention of violent extremism, because it is not only men. They use women nowadays to bomb people. They come in the form of women because you could not consider women can do danger. They are doing that. That is why in the level of IGAD, they have All right, so to continue, Dr. Agatha also has talked about the partnership. It is very important that all of us play a role in making sure that peace is sustained. Whether you are in the civil society space, youth-led organizations, or an association related to youth. It is a reason we come up with the collaboration between the state and non-state actors. All of us are responsible for sustaining peace in our communities. So without going further, the silencing of the gun is to address these numbers of challenges. One is a political aspect. All the problem happens. You have now post-conflict, post-election conflict in Mozambique. I believe many of you have heard about what's happening in Maputo. And also you need to understand about the economical aspect. All the conflict is stemmed from the economy. Many young people, they find themselves, they are not well off in terms of finance. So the only easy way, because the extremists, they have money. So they attract you with some money, you join them, and you do whatever you like to do. So this is because of economical aspect. Another is a social aspect. We have a stereotype about our communities. Issues of tribalism, nepotism, is a social aspect that need to be addressed, and it always causes the conflict. You have it in South Sudan, my country. It's a social aspect, tribalism. You have the environmental aspect. When we talk about the environmental aspect, we have less production due to environmental degradation, climate impacts, you can name them. All this for the shortages of food. When there is shortage of food, everyone's, like to grab from everyone. So it caused the conflict and also intensified it. The last one is illegal. So we have a weak legal system. Those weak legal systems need to be strengthened so that they carry in the justice needed, and they carry in the aspect needed by everyone to be served with the justice in Africa. So without going further, I would be happy to hear about your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kak. Thank you so much for that presentation on silencing the guns. I'm going to open the floor so that we can give our feedback to this presentation. When power was off, I was saying, let us not spend this time trying to find out how we can join the network, how we can participate, etc. Let us focus on giving feedback that will feed into the communique, and then we shall use it as the tool that we are going to bring into the post-summit agenda. Let me see hands up quickly of people who want to speak. Because you came late, I'm going to limit your time of speaking to 30 seconds, concise. 1, 2, 3, please mark your number, 4, 5, going once, going twice, gone. Make your way to the front. Number 1, please come and pick the microphone. Number 1. And everyone needs to come to the front because now this is taking the time for speech, and we need to close this session. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, please walk to the front. Concise, And if you could say who you're asking the question to, or say the specific feedback you're giving, that would be appreciated.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Cecilia Lubango. I am a member of the EU Youth Founding Board. I represent youth who are in the creative industry, especially in these decision-making spaces. So I wanted to add this point. I think personally that if we use art as a tool for artivism or activism, it's going to be easy to convey information and deliver important messages that we want to take to the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping concise. Number 2. Where is number 2? Please come and stand there so that it doesn't take too long to get you on the microphone.
Thank you so much. I'm Hilda Gaspar, an EAC Youth Fellow. My question is, I didn't hear if you have any strategy to help or to counterattack the issue of digital platform and how they accelerate these conflicts. Because like in Tanzania, it's not easy to mobilize people physically. But if you do online, it's very effective and the information will get everywhere. So what are we doing, or what is the mechanism and strategy? But also, how can you integrate the part of behavioral change to youth to help them to even get themselves better before they go to those groups? Because now there's the issue of drug abuse, the issue of mental health, and you find most of the people that engage in conflict due to those reasons.
Thank you. Number 3, Tobias.
My name is Tobias from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Having been in Gaza, and recently I was in Goma. I was part of the drafters of that declaration. My recommendation is we come from different countries, some that were not part of the Goma Regional Peace Convention. I request that I'm going to give my feedback as well, but also those coming from different countries in the continent. We have our challenges, we have our issues, we have our policy frameworks. How can we be able to expand that communique to speak to the African Union and the entire world? My recommendation also is to the panelists that we relook into how we address the issues of peace. When you look at that peace communique that we drafted in 3 languages, Kiswahili, English, and French. We have Portuguese as well from other parts of the continent, and also those who can't be able to see, Braille, people living with disabilities, and also other religions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Thank you. I think the presentation was top-notch. I think I wanted to talk about the Solution 2250. Specifically, if we can look into ways of coming up with strategies within the region to spearhead the National Action Plan, the Youth, Peace and Security National Action Plan. Because I think as a continent, we are doing, in my own assessment, we are doing badly. Less than maybe 3 countries or thereabout that have actualized that. Yet it's almost a decade since the same was passed. So that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Government of Kenya, number 5.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Deborah Mrema, and my remark, I'd like to preface my remark with this statement that African people as a collective, we are very powerful. And in thinking of these problems towards peace and security, my concern for the panelists is how are we using African literature, African history as interventions in inspiring our youth, as interventions in remembering lessons of the past, because we as Africans, so we are different now, we have different countries, but we have empires that have been in peaceful states, and how do these boards that represent the youth's initiatives or the youth's hopes and dreams, how do we use literature to inspire these crises of identity, crises of insecurity, and feeling loss of belonging? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, number 6.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Malekela, member of the EU Youth Sounding Board and coordinator of the Youth for Peace Agenda Network in Tanzania. Very happy to hear about your submission and have 2 things to share. In Tanzania, in the past 1 month, we hosted a national forum on youth peace and security agenda to discuss about participation of young people in peace and security agenda. We got some recommendations, and one of it was Tanzania to initiate a national action plan on youth peace and security, and we are working with the government to make sure that the process starts immediately. And we'll be happy to share with you that recommendation so that you can have it in your working. But the most important thing that I want to share is, if there is any process that we want to do about youth peace and security, we highly recommend to invest energy into the national capacities. If there is EAC Youth Network of Peace and Security, make sure the states, the countries have those networks. Because where we fail to have the EAC Youth Council, because some of the member states, they don't have national youth councils. That means we need to invest our efforts in the national capacities of championing these efforts. Otherwise, we are very happy to hear about that. And Tanzania, through our Youth for Peace Agenda Network and other civil societies, will be happy to keep working with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have added one while you are going on because it's a lady and I cannot say no, also representing people with disability. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to add more points on the participation of persons with disabilities on how to maintain and protect peace and security during elections. One point is about how to promote inclusive political participation, whereby persons with disabilities should be nominated as candidates in their political parties. Therefore, political parties should give opportunities for persons with disabilities to participate as candidates, not as voters only, but also as observers of elections. And the second point is that we need to promote disability inclusive election policies. That is, will enable persons with disability to vote independently and confidential. For example, the use of assistive technologies during election is very important to maintain peace and security, and also accessible polling station. This will attract more persons with disabilities to vote and participate in election. When environments are inclusive and friendly to everyone, to every youth, and we celebrate the diversity of our population, means that every youth will participate in peaceful and a peaceful election. Therefore, if someone is left behind, that means there will be conflict of interest and unpeaceful election. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are leaving no one behind. She is proposing promotion of inclusive participation in political parties, Malaki. She's also talking about disability inclusive election policies and accessible polling stations. I think we can all agree that those are proposals that we can add. Of course, building national capacity, part of the mission, and I think Wani had mentioned it, is that we work with organizations that have networks in the countries to ensure that YPS is driven and the national action plans are actually driven by youth leadership. Thank you for proposing that you're going to support the process. I'm sure Mohangi, Wani, and Malaki will reach out to you after this. I just wanted to execute those quickly, and of course to execute the recommendation by Tobias. Unfortunately, this communique was just for the East Africa community, so it will be beyond our bandwidth to expand it to the rest of the continent. We will submit it to the East Africa Community Secretariat and the program of the East Africa Community on Peace and Security. However, there are opportunities to learn from this network and drive the same agenda in other regions. I will quickly invite Robert Muhangi. Keep it very short, just like the people asking the questions have been, and answer the question of how art can be used to promote peace and security. 30 seconds. Starting now.
Okay, we can just escalate on that because we've tried it before in Kenya, in Uganda, and also here in Tanzania. And on how to use digital online, we've been training younger people on how to use digital. We did this in the...
Please focus on the question I asked you to focus on, art, use of art.
Okay. The use of art. Let me use an example of what I do in Uganda. We have what we call forum theater performances. The younger people come up with poem, plays, and then the community are able to pick from the play and ask questions, and they are responded to, and then they are able to answer. But we have also targeted younger people who have come up with songs and music, and we have supported them around peace and changing community.
What was the name of the song that you did for Kenya for peace in elections?
It was Amani.
Thank you. Music can also be used to promote peace. I'm quickly going to invite Dr. Agatha to speak about behavior change and how it can impact peace and security, and of course speak on the question of literature, African literature, and inspiring youth for peace and security.
Hello. Thank you so much. Behavior change. You realize that as youth, we need to adopt positive behavior. Positive behavior will enable us create positive environment, an environment that will nurture peace. And our minds will have a mind that is set towards harnessing peace. What was the second question?
The second question was the use of African literature in inspiring youth for peace and security.
Africa has enormous literature. enormous history which we can learn from. African literature can inform us on how the African society and the African built peace. We can use African theories, Ubuntu. You who come from South Africa, Ubuntu is a powerful tool for peace and unity, nation building. That's what I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please take time to explore that topic and find out ways in which African literature, African theories are used in your country to promote peace and security. And of course, the ways that it has been used to resolve conflicts, even in countries like Rwanda. I am going to invite Wani to speak about strategies to spearhead national action plans. And of course also address the question from Tanzania about the fact that they are in the process of national action plan development and how to invest energy in local capacity because it's been done in other parts of the region.
Thank you. I think every member states are members to the UN Security Council that affirm that they have ratified these resolutions. And the affirmation comes with obligations to develop strategic framework to scale these interventions to domesticate it to the national level. I think in the region it is DRC that have developed an app. Kenya is also still coming up. Uganda is coming up. Tanzania is coming up. Nigeria is second to DRC and Finland. So what is very important in terms of this strategy is a national-driven strategy. For us to learn, for example, from DRC, from Nigeria, the lesson learned in terms of what it does in terms of the pillars that we have. Is it in terms of participation, in terms of decision-making process? Is it in terms of disengagement or demobilization? Is it partnership? Is it protection? That look within the framework. If it is women, peace and security, it also falls within the 5 pillars. So what is very important in terms of a strategy is for us to develop a mechanism within the EAC to tap on the effort of these member states when it comes to YPS agenda. That will be a better opportunity to harvest our effort towards YPS in the East African region. Such that even if we're reporting at the global level, we have no opportunity because we have a dashboard that have contributed in terms of all member states contributing to this. The second one is also to develop a national mechanism within the national states or countries, member states, to capitalize on the effort in terms of developing the framework and the strategy that will inform all approach of programming when it comes to YPS agenda. I think that's something that we need to look at in terms of strategy. And don't forget the dividend that we have in terms of experience sharing from DRC, from Tanzania, from Kenya. That will tap on opportunity that we have as a strength as youth for this nation in terms of informing our national adaptation plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, quite comprehensive. I just need to correct something. Dr. Kak was reminding me here while you're speaking that North Korea has not affirmed the YPS. Finally, I'm going to invite, not finally, before the final, I'm going to invite Kak to respond to the question of digital platforms accelerating conflict. What actions can young people take to manage the proliferation of conflict through digital platforms and how it transitions into online conflict, transitions into physical conflict?
Thank you very much. All right, it's on. I believe a lot of conflicts happens currently through media. It is started first in the media as incitement. It could start from 2 people. Then it intensified. So in order to leverage this digital engagement is that there has to be a regulations that guide the use of the social media. Because it's the one of Sudan. For example, I can take Sudan as a reference. It started in 2019. We have a lot of early warnings in the digital media, telling us that there has a possibility or probability of the conflict to erupt in Sudan. And of course, it happens in 2023. And that is started in 2019. So we need to be very careful on how we use the platform as a young people. We talk of preventions. We need to be prevented from the conflict. We talk of protection. We need to be protected. But we are responsible for our own wars. Can you see that? So it is very important that we need to utilize the use of social media by just searching for the opportunities and also preaching peace. I always like one of the Burundian guys called Alfred Ngoga. This guy is a political affairs advisor in the African Union. In everything that he's advocating, he's telling us that there is no any conflict between Rwanda and Burundi. There is no any conflict between DRC and Rwanda. He's telling us that we are brothers. You find Tutsi in Burundi, you find Tutsi in Rwanda. You find Hutus in Hutus in Rwanda, you find Hutus also in Burundi. So this is speculation of the conflict in the social media need to be neutralized by preaching peace in our social platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Malaki, if you could just tell the audience the way forward on the recommendations they've made. Are they going to make their way into the communique? What should they expect after this?
Avant de répondre à la question directement, j'aimerais peut-être commencer par compléter mon collègue Wani, là où il a fini par l'élaboration des stratégies. Pour ceux qui sont en train d'élaborer les stratégies dans leur pays pour la mise en œuvre de l'agenda, n'oubliez pas une chose, l'implication du gouvernement lors de l'élaboration de vos plans d'action nationale, c'est très important. Parce que nous avons une expérience malheureuse au Nigeria, qui était le premier pays africain d'élaborer son plan d'action national, mais qui n'a pas impliqué le gouvernement, et ces plans n'ont jamais été acceptés par le gouvernement jusqu'à aujourd'hui. En RDC, nous avons une bonne expérience parce que nous avons commencé par responsabiliser l'État comme partie prenante dans la mise en œuvre de la résolution, et c'est comme ça qu'ensemble, nous avons élaboré ces plans qui a été financé par les gouvernements. Donc, quand vous allez élaborer vos plans dans vos pays, impliquer les gouvernements, donner-leur les leads, parce que ce sont eux qui nous représentent au niveau des Nations Unies. Alors, pour les recommandations dans ce qui concerne les plans d'action, je crois que l'équipe est en train de travailler sur les prochaines étapes. Nous ne sommes pas seulement censés nous limiter sur les papiers, ce qu'on a écrit et qu'on mette ça dans l'armoire. Nous sommes censés maintenant aller rencontrer les parties prenantes. Nous savons, ils sont bien identifiés, les parties qui sont en conflit, les gens qui sont en conflit, ils sont bien identifiés. Nous devons les rencontrer instance par instance, en commençant par nos pays, c'est-à-dire rencontrer le président de la République démocratique du Congo, lui remettre ces communiqués, rencontrer le président du Rwanda, rencontrer donc les pays de la sous-région, les présidents de l'Ouganda, les présidents de la Tanzanie. On va tous les remettre d'abord ces communiqués. Puis maintenant, on va aller dans les institutions régionales et continentales ainsi qu'internationales, notamment l'EAC qui est là. On doit leur remettre ces communiqués et leur dire que ce sont les recommandations des jeunes. L'Union africaine, même chose. Pourquoi pas les Nations Unies? Parce que ce sont des institutions qui sont là, qui favorisent les mécanismes de paix dans notre sous-région. Donc les prochaines étapes sont en train d'être élaborées par un comité mixte qui regroupe tous les jeunes de la région et ils sont en train de travailler pour valider ensemble avec les partenaires parce que tout aussi dépend avec des moyens disponibles qui sont mis à la disposition de la jeunesse. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Malaki. And with that, we close this panel. Remember that if you want to participate, the pillars are very clear. You can either promote participation in peace and security, you can promote protection and advocate for protection, and you'll be reminded it's a right. Prevention as the focus of the YouLead agenda on peace and security is a big agenda, and we're inviting all of you to come on board. Partnership, kindly collaborate. You've heard on the recommendations of working together in the countries to develop national action plans and collaborating with government and other actors to include young people in peace and security, and then of course disengagement and reintegration, especially in the countries represented here that have active conflicts. We have committed ourselves as YouLead to prevention, of conflict, because the priority is to make sure that the conflict does not happen in the first place. I'm hoping you can commit yourself to the same. And with a show of hands, I want to see everyone who supports the communique to be sent to the ESC after this. Clearly, nicely, with a show of hands. I'm hoping that Walusimbi, you have one of your cameras taking evidence of this so that it shall not be said that we didn't have this. We shall coordinate a process, possibly, of even collecting signatures, because it would be nice to just add this to the voices that are going to go out of this place. We are out of time, not out of content. We're going to stop here to pave way for the next conversations. Thank you so much for being a very attentive audience and also for being a very engaging audience. You have heard what our story is. Don't stop the conversations while you're having tea. Continue the conversations, because peace and security is our business. Asante sana. Help me, please clap for my panel as well for a very good job, very well done. Let's stand here. And then let's stand here for a photo. Hey, people love your flags. Kenya, do you see how people love their flags? Fellow Kenyans, do you see how people love their flags? See our lives. Thank you, Jamal. Please enjoy your tea. Let's take it quickly and be back here. Let's be back here at noon.
Young men and women, with the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I say loud, in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Freedom and
humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise to your way, come our flags of freedom to now rise to your way, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to your way, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings that queen vijana pose the key. Opponents wanna feel real twin jalopy. Listen not, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money here, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to your wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise to your wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to your wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and I Ching. Peace to the world.
Would describe the EAC Youth Fellowship as life-changing.
Transformative is a networking opportunity.
We learned about the climate justice and gender. These two actually, it is what I wanted to learn most from this. So you realize that most of the marginalized group in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge.
I want to expand my network on the regional community because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis.
The morning of the third day of the YouLead Summit was dedicated to the Arusha Peace Forum, and the theme of 2022 was From Policies to Actions, Climate Change Nexus. The forum featured the voices and expertise of prominent youth leaders in the fields of peace and security from across Africa, as well as civil society representatives such as Oxfam Horn, East and Central Africa.
In a reflection of South Sudan context, where we talk about peace and security, it's a post-conflict agenda that we are looking at on how best we can rebuild back the country from the status of conflict to the state of recovery and post-conflict development, which it takes the aspect of youth participating, when to take the aspect of women representation in the political space. And most of you might have heard about the peace agreement that was signed in Addis in 2018 to cope the aspect of the conflicts in the country. So the youth have taken an upper hand in terms of saying that
We would describe the EAC
Kopango Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Vijana pose the key. Opponents wanna feel real between jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom.
Peace to the world. Kopango Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom.
between vijana pose the key. Upon is what I feel will between jalopy. Listen not, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom.
MC Benny and I Jane. Peace to the world. Kopango Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom. One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings that win vijana pose the key. Upon is what I feel will between jalopy. Listen not, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and I Jane. Peace to the world.
You're evergreen. the color of life. It's all around me, and you've opened my eyes. So now I can see how you provide through all of the seasons of my life. Even when it begins to grow cold, the bears start hibernating. The winter is here, but I know you're not fading away. No, 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 no. 'Cause underneath the snow, you're evergreen. You're evergreen. Evergreen. Spring follows the cold. A new life is starting to grow. It's a beautiful scene when the fresh wind starts to blow. And I know that there's nowhere you wouldn't go. Even when it begins to grow cold, the bears start hibernating. The winter is here, but I know you're not fading away. No, 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 no. 'Cause underneath the snow, you're evergreen. You're evergreen. Evergreen. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, ba-ba-da-da-dwee-bye. Evergreen.
Let's come back into the room, please. Tea break is over. Tea break is over. Guys, tea break is over. Let's come back inside the room. Tea break is over. Let's come back inside the room, please. Guys, tea break is over, please. Let's come back inside the room. Asunta and crew back inside the room, please. No. Now. Angela and crew back inside the room. Angela and crew back inside the room. Linda and crew back inside the room. Sabu and crew back inside the room. Sabu, Alvin back inside the room. Sabu and crew back inside the room. And crew, Alvin and crew back inside the room. Malaki back inside the room. Malaki and Mutagoma back inside the room. DJ, if you could switch off the music, please, so that I embarrass these people back into the room. Malaki and Mutagoma back inside the room. Junior, please release my participants back inside the room. Your Excellency Kak back inside the room. Unit. Kevin, Kamu, Nyonkuru, and the crew, all of those people back inside the room. Kak, back inside the room. This is a kind request to the volunteers out there to mobilize everyone to come back inside the room. The volunteers under the banner, I don't want to see anyone there. Send them back inside the room. Kemi, if you could please nudge the people in that banner for me so that they send everyone back inside the room. Because of time, I need to call this meeting to order. We started late, and so we are quite behind the program. I'm hoping that we can execute the next panels in 45 minutes each. They promise to be very, very interesting panels, and they're not going to be moderated by me. So I'm going to first invite the first panel that is going to take the floor to discuss how, as a YouLead network, we are addressing the climate crisis by addressing ways and strategies in which we can prevent conflict arising from the climate crisis. To aid in this conversation, I have Eunice Oyule, who's going to set the agenda for this conversation. Eunice Oyule is also going to moderate the conversation after she sets the agenda. Eunice happens to be the climate component lead for YouLead. And so when you see her on this floor, you know, please take your seat. You know that this conversation is going to be fire. Apart from Eunice, I'm also going to invite Adel Azzouni. I'm pronouncing it right, yes? Adel Azzouni is from Tunisia. He's a geologist and has quite some experience as a climate activist. He's going to be joining us to give the North Africa experience. Adel Azzouni, take the podium, please. But guys, why don't you encourage them with a clap now? Why are you like this? Sorry guys, it's not always that Stella remembers everything off her head. I'm also going to invite Mr. Maxwell Beganim, an educator and climate advocate. Maxwell Beganim, please take the podium. Is Maxwell here? Right here from MSTCDC, working for the MOVE program, the Social Movements Learning Specialist, Ms. Monica Kamandau. Please take the floor. She's also my fellow Kenyan, Small Pepe. And finally, I am also going to invite another Small Pepe, Ms. Sandisiwe Awekazi Siatemba, who is a young negotiator and is going to be speaking to us about negotiation today. I don't know how this conversation will go. I'm just going to hand over the microphone and watch them do their thing.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you so much. How are you guys doing? How was your breakfast? Hey, do I have young people in the room? How was your break? How was your break? So I want you to turn to your neighbor and tell them, this issue is becoming personal. Just tell your neighbor that. This issue is becoming personal. Say it with all the conviction in your heart. This issue is becoming personal. Yes, yes, it's becoming personal. And that's why I'm here. And I want to give you a context of what is happening at the global level and also at the local level so that you get to understand what we mean when we say this issue is personal, okay? And so we all know that climate crisis has brought about a lot of vulnerabilities for the people of the African descent. We have all seen ourselves experience extreme weather patterns, be it drought and heavy rainfalls. And so this means that there's a lot of scarcity of resources. And some of the resources I'm talking about this morning is plants and animals, okay? And so recently in the global north, there was a campaign against the production of milk and meat. How many of us love meat? Are you seeing why this issue is becoming personal? How many of us love milk? I know Stella loves milk with all her life. And so this is the reason why this issue is becoming personal. In the global north, this campaign is against the production of milk and meat. And the reason is because cows, it is claimed that cows emit methane, a gas, a greenhouse gas emission that is also very harmful to the ecosystem. But the claim is that for us to be able to reduce some of these emissions, we need to reduce the level of methane being released into the atmosphere. Now that means it is coming to the cows that your parents have at home. That means for those of us who enjoy the exchange of cows for girls to join other families, it is an issue. And that means your tea is being interfered with. That means your meat is being interfered with. But a very critical thing we need to understand is that recently we had demonstrations from the Maasai community here in Tanzania. The reason why they were demonstrating is because they were facing evictions for issues around conservation. But the undertone of these issues around conservation is for trophy hunting. Now, if you see such global selfish interests, you will realize that your food systems must be protected at all costs. Okay? And now, the reason why we have this session is to have a very critical conversation. And as young people, we cannot continue sitting on the sidelines to say, this is not my issue. All right? And so most of our communities rely on livestock farming for them to be able to have a livelihood. And so you can see how conflict can arise from that if it is not taken care of. Now, it is not just the indigenous communities that will go into conflict. Imagine if today, within that value chain, they come at you as a business person and tell you, you're not able to produce milk, you're not able to produce meat again. What happens to you? If we all today wake up and say, we are going to protect our own livelihoods, that is a good recipe for conflict. And so we can no longer sit on the sidelines. And so what should we do as young people? And that's why this conversation is very important for us. In this conversation, we want to find out what are the alternate solutions that we have as people of the African descent, all right? The other thing we want to find out, how do we protect our ecosystems? How do we prevent conflict that arises from climate crisis? And also, how do we come together to offer thought leadership on some of these strategies that Africa needs to put in place for us to be able to protect our food systems? And so, number one, we need to collaborate. And that's why I love this summit, because it brings together different perspectives and different young people from different regions. But not just that, it also brings together development partners, donors, and even civil society organizations. This means that these different perspectives must be put into consideration. When it comes to advocacy, we cannot sit down and say, we shall not advocate for the rights or the crimes being committed against our ecosystems. The other thing we need to look into is raising awareness. We have whistleblowers who raise awareness on our social media platforms, on our media platforms. These are people we must protect at all costs. The other group we must protect are our indigenous people. Those people must be protected at all costs. They understand what it means to have the sovereignty of food, to have the sovereignty of ecosystems, and therefore there's something we can learn from them. The other thing is that young people, we must take up science and research. We must have evidence-based data to show what works for us as Africans. We cannot continue sitting down and saying, oh, I can't take science. We must take up science, because this is the weapon that is being used against us. When we don't have data, we can't evidently prove our case. And therefore, we must be able to say, as young people, when we project 10 years to come, this is what we are foreseeing for our food systems. This is what we are foreseeing for our ecosystems. And that we can only do when we have evidence of what we are talking about. And lastly, imagine 5 years from now, some of us will have exited the youth age. Some of us will be now coming to the end of the youth age, because this age is transitional. You won't be a youth forever. You won't be a young person forever. But what do you want to leave for your generation? So we must start thinking about how do we protect our food, because he who controls your food does what? Controls you. He who controls your food controls you. And so in my panel today, I am so excited to have people who are credible in the space, who have thoughts that can help us to chart a way forward. And so at this point, I'd just like Adele to tell us a bit about what you do and how you contribute to the climate justice work.
It's working. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you to exchange about climate crisis and climate solution in Africa. Thank you, YouLead 2024, for the invitation. I say always that I think the city of tomorrow should tell to the future generation great story. Don't let them dab it. So today I'm as a simple Tunisian, Mediterranean, African citizen. My goal is to make climate and environmental issue as a national and African priority. We should, because I think also for me after 2011, after the Tunisian revolution, I became interested to human rights, and maybe after 10 years of work on human rights, I understand that human rights are linked to environmental rights, because environmental rights impact our social and economic situation. Also, environmental crisis and consequence of climate change impact our rights for health, for work. And I met a lot of people, for example, in Tunisia. They moved from them cities because of the water crisis, or for example also sea level, because sea rising, because in Tunisia we have a big crisis of sea rising of the Mediterranean. So for me, I'm doing my best for advocacy this problem as a PhD student in geology, but also as committed citizen, because always they ask me how you became an activist. For me, I don't consider myself as an activist. I consider myself as a committed citizen who believe in his rights, and he believe that he have something to do. Just I believe that the world needs change, and there is a problem to resolve. And just I want to talk about our situation in Africa, because African continent has warmed at a faster rate than the global average. Around we talk about plus 0.3 Celsius per decade between 1991 and 2023. And all African countries together account for only 6% of total greenhouse emission. And we talk about, I think, 56 countries. But at the same time, our continent suffer from the consequence of climate change, and there is very dramatic. And really, you see like the difference between the north and the south of the Mediterranean. And for me, faced to this serious situation, I think and I believe that the solution is political. Because it's very important today to strengthen the legal and institution system in terms of protection of the biodiversity, of the ecosystem, and fight against climate change. And also, we must encourage and invest more in scientific research. Because I think climate action and the solution rhymes with innovation and skills for resilience. And maybe I will finish just with this, because I think it's important also today to involve all stakeholders, like private sector, the government, the civil society, the researcher, and also don't limit our environment and climate commitment to simple daily action, but to political, professional, and human responsibility towards nature. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Maxwell, hi, how are you?
I'm good.
So Adele has just alluded to the fact that it's more political, the issue is more political. So where do you think is the moral compass when it comes to the issue of carbon credits in relation to how ecosystems are being affected, especially in Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Maxwell Biganim. I'm an African with a Ghanaian passport. So with the issue of, yes, I'm an African, but I have a Ghanaian passport. So when I meet fellow Africans, I become very excited because we are from the same continent. With the issue of, thank you, with the issue of carbon credit and carbon offset, I would first go back a bit to look at what is now happening in the sector or in the ecosystem of climate action and false solutions. So in terms of carbon credit, there are two schools of thought. There are the ones that see carbon credit and offset as false solutions, and there are others who also think that it's a way for Africans to one way or the other generate revenue to support their budget and contribute to that. And we really need to go deep into the conversations because both can be right and both can be wrong. Now, where I stand may not really matter, but then I can just give maybe share thoughts on carbon credit or offset. There's a book, there's a paper on green colonialism that if we do not take care, we would go back into the same structures that over the years have been built. For example, our global financial architecture. Others argue that it is a way of trying to colonize Africa. And then the whole conversation of carbon credits and offset is within this structure. Because what they are saying is, even with this same credit and offset, the prices are different based on countries and contexts. And then it has raised also an issue. I think she is a negotiator, so maybe she can also come in with that aspect. So people are saying, if there is that fairness, why do you change prices based on offset? Others are also saying that it is a way to give global north an opportunity to keep on emitting in the sense that in as much as I emit, I would have an opportunity to offset in this carbon credit. So we need to be very, very careful when we are dealing with the conversation of carbon credit. And also, in terms of trade and finance, I'm not really an expert in trade and finance. But again, with this issue, the question is it really benefiting Africa? And how is it benefiting Africa? Are there case studies of countries that have benefited from this so-called carbon credit and offset? So these are questions and thoughts that I think we all have to contribute and look at it. But I think we really need to query the offsetting and the carbon, looking at our local context. Are people going to benefit from it? In Ghana, there is a project that is called Red Plus, reducing emission DD Plus. I've forgotten, but it's called Red Plus. Now, what Red Plus is doing is part of the carbon credit and then carbon offset, where they pay farmers based on the number of emissions that they have reduced. Now, in that community, the farmers are going to be very excited, all right, because they are benefiting directly. It was published all over the news that farmers have been given this amount of money and all that. But then going deep down, are you sure the farmers have the money? And is it really benefiting them? So these are the conversations that we should be looking at, and not to also drive it away because we think it is not going to benefit us. So there should be a balance in the conversation of carbon offset and carbon credit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Monica, so I'd like to find out, you have dealt with social movements for quite some time, and I'd like to find out from you, when it comes to the marginalization, for example, of young people, women, and indigenous people, what do you foresee in the near future when it comes to their engagement, and how do you propose that they can be engaged going forward?
I have to give a vision. I have to predict the future. That is a hard question. Can you hear me? Who are the fellow Kenyans in the room? Because before I say anything, I need to speak about why this is also personal for me. Because in every situation, unless you personally deal with the situation, it will personally deal with you. So I come from Kenya, from a county called Laikipia. Anybody who will read the history of Laikipia, we have a long history of land injustice. We have a lot of Maasais living there. And in 2021, there was a report that came out that 40% of the whole county is owned by 48 individuals. And then the rest of us have to figure out the rest of the space. And this has led to a lot of conflicts over the years. And I have personally been able to see that every year, the Maasais and the ranchers have to fight, and there's a lot of bloodshed, there's a lot of history behind it. And the first question I asked myself, what do we do about this? As people who come from Laikipia, as people who are experiencing this. We're so quick to say, okay, maybe it's an issue of where do you take your cows? So if we give you a place to take your cows, you'll be fine. But then we don't look at the underlying factors that bring this conflict. So sometimes I also have to think of, are we putting a Band-Aid in an internal bleeding wound? So a situation that could be addressed through like political systemic change is being addressed through, oh, you know, you have to change the location, you have to do something else. And so right now, I do not actively look into climate, but I work with a group here based at TCDC, supporting organizing and supporting social movements. And the way we support social movement, we base our decisions or like deciding who to work with on a position paper that we have on climate. I have a colleague in there who has more papers. His hand is at the back. You can see him. His name is Rogers. But we look at, are the communities the one at the forefront of making these decisions, of saying this is how climate is affecting us and this is what we want to do? Or who is coming up with the solutions? Because if the solutions are not proposed and led by the people who are directly affected, you have to question yourself, who is bringing these solutions to you. So when we're working with organizing and when we're working with young people and women, we have to see how are these women involved in the decision making and trying to build their capacity to make these decisions, but also to create the urgency to be able to take action, to direct the conversation, but also to contribute in the whole conversation of climate injustice. Because as my brother said, this is how names disappear, Africa is a huge country. We are the most affected people, but our contribution to this issue is very minimal. But what is our level of interaction or contribution into the solutions, into the discussions around carbon credits, around adaptation? How much are we involved? Or who is coming up with the conversation, who is setting the agenda, and whose agenda are we following? So those are the conversations that we are trying to instigate and also support people who are directly taking action to address all these underlying factors that might not be necessarily associated with climate change, or we don't see it at the forefront, but are things that communities and people on the ground are advocating for.
Thank you for that, Monica. And so we have Sandy, and Sandy, you have been a climate negotiator, and I know most of young people, even in this room, would aspire, especially those in the climate action space, would aspire to eventually become a negotiator at some point. So I think they'd like to know what it takes for someone to become a negotiator in the Conference of Parties, and also, like, why is their voice critical in that level of a status and not just having an observer status?
Thank you for that question. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear her?
Can you hear me?
Sandy, you can probably adjust your voice.
Okay, so firstly, what it takes to be in this position is that, firstly, you have to educate yourself on climate issues, use the climate jargon that is used, but also, I thought coming here today, and I was like, I could stand here and give you all these negotiation platforms that you can join and be in as the youth, but I also want you to I want you as the youth right now to use the platform that you have, okay? We're not all gonna be in COP, we're not all gonna be in UNFCCC, but we all have a voice, right? I'm also not in those platforms, but I'm here and I'm talking. So I want you, as the youth, mostly it's education. You have to educate yourself, understand the climate issues that we are facing here in Africa, and use the platforms that you have. Mostly, I just want to say to the youth that please use the platform that you have. Use social media. I know most of us are on TikTok. Use TikToks. Use all those platforms that you have. Not only rely on on organizations. Yeah, I think I've answered you, Eunice.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Adele, I'd like to find out from you as a geologist. You know, in Kenya, we always say if the syllabus is moving too fast, we always say we haven't even finished the previous syllabus and there's another issue coming up. And it feels like sometimes globally and even regionally, there are a lot of things coming up. And so as a scientist, how are we able to catch up with the different innovations that are coming up? We have things like solar radiation modification technologies coming up, and yet some of us are even still grappling to understand what this climate crisis is. So how do you merge science and community-based education so that people are able to be brought at par with the events that are going on?
Okay. As biologist, maybe for me, science only, it's not just enough to resolve some solution. So for me, as Adil, I try to use my scientific background to awareness. For that, in my career, I had different experience, sometimes as journalist, because I had before a radio show in private radio in Tunisia. Every Sunday dedicated to Tunisian to explain to them climate change. So I was trying to simplify the science terms. I had also an artistic career. For example, last year I was an artistic art director in a film festival in the south of Tunisia, because I think also art is great tools to touch people and to mobilize those people. So for me, I think we should use different forms, and I think also we can. The solution is in different forms. We should use, for example, entrepreneurship, technology, art, through also laws and the constitution. So, and also I want to say that solution should be, for me, I think, 100% African, from the north to the south and from east to west. Because also we need to, and we must start a real conversation about sustainable transition involving all stakeholders. And also today, we need really sustainable transition in our African continent.
Talking about solutions, transition, just transition, Maxwell, and also the issue around the alternate solutions that are coming up, how effective are they in our context?
I think in this conversation on just energy transition, we should also, I always tell my colleagues that we should also be very careful we don't repeat what has happened over the years. So again, I'll go back to the green colonization that I was talking about. So within the extractive sectors, the so-called minerals that would foster this green transition or energy transition, most of these resources are found in Africa. So then how are we going to look at, and these resources are called critical minerals, but within our space, we like to call them strategic minerals because they are very strategic. So how are we going to make sure that there is value addition to these critical minerals that we extract, and then make sure that we tie into the energy transition value chain so that we don't repeat the third world agenda again, where we mine, we export, add value, and it comes back. And you realize that we only serve as a trading spot where the capitalists or multinationals are looking at only making profit, all right? So in the energy transition agenda or value chain, we should be able to add value to the critical minerals that we mine. So for example, the lithium batteries, the solar, the silica that is used for this solar and all that, these are found here. So we can capitalize on that. Again, in terms of renewable energy, Africa has the potential to power our continent, just to even use, not about even exporting some of this energy. So we should also be looking at that as well. In the area of EVs, it ties again to the critical minerals. We can also tie into it and make sure that EVs are adopted. I mean, we need to also look at the pace that we are going. That is why it's called a just energy transition. It should be very just. Look at the labor force within that. So I'll use just an example. Within an organization that I work in, we have the Young Green Entrepreneurs Project, and I lead that project for the past 3 or 4 years. I've been leading this project. Now, what we are doing is we are talking about energy transition. Where do young people fall? What are the entry points for young people? And so in solar installation and adoption, we have young people who are within that. And also within the clean energy, we've also started a project in communities where we believe that women are also impacted by dirty, forms of cooking. And so we are giving them alternatives in how to use clean cooking stoves, and then also how to even extract bio fuels for that as well. And then within the same green entrepreneurs, we also have charcoal briquettes, young people who are doing charcoal briquettes as an alternative to cutting down trees and all that. So I think these are entry points for young people within the just energy transition. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I hope we are preparing our questions as we wrap up. So I'd like to hear your views, Monica, on the rising conflict in different areas and how that affects women and their children in those different places, and what you think we should do to be able to protect women and children.
I think there's a lot of people who are specifically working on like the context of gender and violence. And the things we need to bear in mind is that in situations of violence, there is always a power discussion. Who is holding power over who? And to be able to shift power, as somebody who works with movements and organizing, is that you have to understand what resources are there, what interests are there, and how can you play with these two to make sure you shift the power to your side. So as women and girls, there is a lot of violence that is perpetrated by people we know, by people who are in our spaces. And so we need to work together and build power in numbers. And that's, in organizing, we call it people power. I, as a person, if I was to be attacked, I don't think I'm 70 kgs, I'll probably be attacked as an individual. But if we were a group of 10 women, there is security in numbers. And growing that outside even the gender conversation, how can you build the power in numbers by making sure people understand what you're fighting against, people understand what is at stake, people are motivated to join you in the fight, and this is where you talk to somebody and try and understand how do our values align? Why are we in this conversation together? Because if our values align, we are in this conversation together, then we can set a goal together and we can work together for the long haul. So I feel like we need to invest into building people power. And this is not to excuse holding perpetrators accountable in the justice part. I'm talking of organizing internally as women, for example. We need to make sure that we are building each other up, we are building the leadership of each other, so that I can trust Eunice is in this battle with me or in this fight with me because our values align, because we understand what we are fighting for, what is the goal, and that she can support me move through the journey.
Okay, and
I would like
finally-
to add a bit more in
Okay.
relation to climate conversation.
I'd like to give you that chance,
Yes.
but I want you to merge it with one of the questions that will come with the audience.
Sure.
So hold on to that thought. So Sandy, I'd like to know what policy actions should be taken at the country level for us to be able to see that the needs of communities are being realized even at the global level.
Okay, so firstly, I wanted to say that sorry, Eunice, please repeat your question.
Some of the policy actions
Okay.
that, how do you think policy can be taken over up to the global level, realizing the needs of communities?
Okay, thank you. So firstly, I believe that there should be a moral debate made on gradually phasing of renewable energy. For instance, considering the green gas emission contribution to the content of overall compared to industrial countries. So we know that Africa is still heavily reliant on coal, for instance, and advanced industrialized economies tend to push Africa to renewable energy transitions. And my problem with this is that I feel at times it does not take our best interests at heart. Firstly, it takes lived experience. There's a difference between lived experience and academic experience. You can write all the advantages and disadvantages of moving to renewable energy transition, but what about the people here that depend on coal? How about their livelihoods? When we move, are you considering are you putting their best interests at heart? Yes, that's what I wanted to say. So I feel there should always be putting in the interests of people of people in the African continent at best heart before we all these policies that are implemented are sorry,
It's
I'm
okay,
so
Sandy. It is well.
they are implemented on the global scale. Yes.
Thank you, Sandy. Those are really practical thoughts I think you have given unto us. Can we appreciate the panel? So I'd like to take a few questions, a maximum of 3, kindly. And then, I have like 5. Okay, let's take them. Let's do this. For those of you who've raised up your hands, that's all we'll have today. So we'll have you, and then Edgar, and then my sister from Kenya, and then you, and then you. No, we can't have more. Sorry? Okay, so we'll have you to to give us the first question. Can we have a microphone going round? Yes, there's a microphone on this seat. You can come forward, those of you who have questions. Thank you.
Good morning once again.
Please, 30 seconds of asking a question. Thank you.
Okay, there are key things that I wanted to speak about, and actually this is the topic that I was so interested to chip in because I'm a botanist. So can we really talk about really problems and really solutions? You can't tell me cows are producing methane while we have plastic. 97% of plastic is not known, plastic waste is not known where it is going, where it is trashed. So the only 3% is what is known where it is going. We find it in trashes. So when it is not solved, it turns into microplastic, which is consumed by oceanic organisms, and then goes into plant system during their physiological activities. And then when it is burnt, it turns into carbon dioxide, which is also a greenhouse gas. And then when it is degraded by sunlight, it turns into methane. So the real problem is plastic, not cows.
There you go. I love it when young people bring such
more. And then the effect of climate, I have mentioned just the three: generation trauma, tendency of inheriting enemies. My mother had an enemy, then goes also to be my enemy. And then the issue of population control. So they are telling us oh, you're many, that's why we are fighting for resources or whatever. But that's just a scenario to brainwash you. Trust me. We are not many. Africa is big and the resources are enough. But what happens? They brainwash us against us. Thank you.
Critical conversations we must have. Would you like to direct was that a question or a comment? A comment, please.
Okay, hereby I'm representing Yungo, UNFCC, as a Tanzania representative. So my question is the first one was, as LSIPP, what are the barriers that prevent indigenous knowledge and practice from being integrated into mainstream climate policies? And the second one is, what specific action can International Climate Organization take to collaborate more effectively with the indigenous community to not only resolve conflict, but also promote alternative climate solution rooted in indigenous practice, putting back polluters pay principle, as we had a project with Madam Stella Agra, that polluters pay principle that direct climate towards indigenous society. So I would like to know this. You as a climate change accelerators, I would like to know this.
Any specific panelist you want to respond? Monica. Okay.
Madam with the black t-shirt is called Monica.
Yes, thank you so much. It was a very beautiful panel. So my question is to Maxwell from Ghana. Maxwell, you make something about carbon credits. It's a very big topic of interest to me. The only problem I have is that you quoted so much of what these say, others have said. I'm interested in what you say as Maxwell, especially in whether this is a colonial agenda or something of that sort. But also secondly, in the light of carbon credits, would you also shed a light on the legitimacy of such a market? Because from my usual understanding of what a market is, it's a place where you exchange value for maybe money. What value here are we addressing? What kind of a market tells you that you can drink alcohol and spoil your liver as long as you'll be able to take a number of glasses of water that somehow save your liver? What kind of market is that?
Thank you for that, Wani.
My question goes to one is to the negotiator, and then the other one to Maxwell. As we prepare for COPs 29, as a negotiator, what is the key takeaway for African continent to deliberate about the key issues that they need to put during the negotiation when it comes to COPs 29? Maybe also it will guide me, because I'll be there also in participation. The second one to Maxwell. We look at climate
and conflict, there is a key intersection. What would be like the statistical kind of model that we can use to address climate crisis that conflict that are influenced by climate crisis based on aspect of policy? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yes, my name is Dr. Carol Hunja. I'm with the Ministry of Education in Kenya. Mine is a call to action to the youth. I'm talking about research. You need to participate in research so that you can be able to deal with some of the issues we're facing. One of the things we're doing in research is we're looking at what is known as intellectual property. One of the aspects of intellectual property is these are assets that are developed from creativity and thought. One of the ways in which we have a lot of creativity is indigenous knowledge. In Africa, we have been interacting with nature. And so when it comes to issues of climate change, we are highly knowledgeable on what is happening in our environment. Think of the Maasais. They have been interacting with nature and with wild animals. And they have the best solutions on how we can deal with the climate change issues, and we can be called to action. That is a form of traditional knowledge, which is an intellectual property. We protect it. Number two, indigenous seeds. We have been growing seeds. They are our genetic resource. That in itself is another form of intellectual property. We are using the seeds that we have to develop and enhance aspects of the seeds that can enable them either to be drought resistant, to enable them to grow better under the changing climatic conditions. But we need the original genetic resource so that we can be able to enhance these seeds and not suffer from hunger. So please, young people, join me in research. Thank you.
Give her a hand. And so we will take your responses. We will start with you, Maxwell, and then we will go to Monica, then Sandy, and then Adele. You'll finish for us.
Okay, so I would first take the carbon credits issue. What are my thoughts? I think as far as it falls under the decarbonization agenda, it has an advantage, but it's a very tricky question. My position, it has to be fair and inclusive. If carbon offset is going to be fair, if it's going to be very inclusive, why not? Because if someone can have a management system that says that, okay, in as much as I am polluting, there could be ways that I can limit that. Of course, it falls under the agenda. But I'm also very scared because it might also open the floodgates for people to pollute, knowing that there is an alternative way to do. And then you realize that most of this carbon credit is rather like a trade where Global South, it's the receiver. So the Global North would keep on polluting, and then the Global South would rather be giving the the money and all that. So for me, I think we need to query it. But for now, based on literature that I have read, I don't think it's something that Africa we should go for. That's my position. And the second question for me was on the intersection of climate and then the crisis. I honestly don't have any statistical model. I've not really read any literature on that. But I think, away from the statistical models and all that, I think we have a lot of literature, a lot of resources that can best inform us on what the causes of the crisis, just as you said, and then what are the methods that we can use. So if it's farming communities between the Fulanis and maybe just because there is no vegetation, they go into, they are moving, all right? And as part of changing weather patterns, these things will definitely bring out conflict. So if you are within a community that this is happening, you should be informed about ways to go about it. I may not be in that community, but then I think the understanding within that community, and then the resources that are available can really guide us to address some of these climate crises when it comes to migration and then urbanization as well. Yeah, I think those are the two. And lastly, there was, the man said he was going for COP, also a negotiator, and then I'll be joining COP, so maybe we can connect after that and share knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, as we wrap up on this, if you have any inputs on what you think should go into the Africa position paper into COP, please share your thoughts. Yes, Monica.
Yes, and I will take this time to also recover the conversation I wanted to have. There was a question about how we can include indigenous knowledge into the literature that is shared. I want to reverse that question. Why would the people writing the literature be interested in your information or in your knowledge? Because I keep going back to organizing, because if Stella, for example, is the writer, is the storyteller, I am the indigenous community holding the information. Stella must have an interest for her to put my story into her writing. And it would be very important for me to understand what is Stella's interest. Why is she interested in my resources? How can I shift that power so I'm the one guiding how my story is told? And this is where I wanted to bring the conversation on climate and organizing into play. Every time you're going into a conversation with somebody, each of you is coming into that room with an interest. It's very important that you understand what is the interest of the other party, what resources do I have that they're interested in, and how can I shift that conversation so I am able to hold the power in this conversation. So whether it comes to the conversation of who tells our story, where is our story told, we need, and the researcher left, we need to protect our resources. We need to first identify what resources do we have? What information do we have? How can we protect that and use that to shift the conversation so we are able to hold power in how our stories are told, in how the information is written. I come back to the conversation like COP or, carbon markets. Whose interest is in play? What resources do we have as a continent that we can use to shift the conversation on carbon markets and say, this is our reality. Africa is bigger than multiple continents combined. We have, I don't know how many people, I don't have the statistics. So when somebody gives us a solution, because there was a lot of, they say this, they bring this, and I was like, who are they? Do we know who they are? Because it would be important to know who they are, what their interests are in our resources, in our people, in our continent, so that we can shift that conversation and be able to say, this is what we have, this is what we want, this is how we work. These animals are part of our families, and this is why we have kept animals for decades and decades. So if we can invest in understanding what is the interest of the other party, what are our resources, and how does that nexus play, so that we can shift the conversation and be able to make sure we are holding the power in the conversation and making sure our solutions, our information, our knowledge is being documented correctly and it's being protected.
Thank you for that input, Monica. Yes, Sandy.
Okay, I'm answering that. I can't see him. Okay, anyway, what would be my key takeaway that I would like you to take with you? Firstly is that I would like you to to promote renewable energy source. So I want you to raise that we should promote wind power. Solar, wind, hydro, and phase out of fossil fuels. And also I want you to please encourage youth participation to policymakers, encourage policymakers to use the youth, the voice of the youth. And I know we always hear that the youth is the future, but it's not a joke. The youth really is the future. So I would also like you to
to take that with you. And lastly, I would like you to take agriculture resistant farming. I would like us in Africa to have agriculture that we can farm regardless of the weather. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. And so finally, and my panelists, yes, you're coming next, Adele, but I'll request my panelists to allow the questions they've responded to be their parting shots so that we can have the final inputs from Adele as we wrap up this session. Yes, Adele.
To finish, and I want to say that I think every sector have a specific role. And for me, I think my role is, as a researcher and commitment person, my fight today is a balance between visiting different cities in Tunisia, because they help me, this visit, to understand the climate situation and environmental situation, and also to understand every problem, because we should listen to the local people on the cities. And I think also that the solution came always from these people. And also maybe a number, for example, in North Africa until 2050, 19% will move to another place because the consequence of climate change. So really there is a big climate crisis in North Africa, but also in other countries in Africa. I wish that we can and we should to communicate and coordinate together as an African, because to be honest, I don't know too much information about other situation in other African country. So I wish that we communicate more and to exchange more, because as we know, for example, in the CAP, we negotiate as a group. For example, for Tunisia, we negotiate in Arabic groups or in African group. So I wish to exchange together. And also, I can't finish my words without talking about what's happening in Sudan today and Palestine, because I think wars and conflict complicate the climate situation in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause to my panelists. And at this point, I'd like to excuse our panelists, and we have received a lot. Oh, please wait. We need to take a photo and keep memories. We can stand. Do we stand or sit? We can stand. Yes.
And to close the climate, and to close the conversation on the climate crisis, you heard from the Principal Secretary from Kenya, the question of seed banking, the power of a seed. To execute this topic on seed banking and food security, I am going to invite my fellows that I'm very proud of to have a conversation with us about this. They have been preparing for some time. Ms. Crystal Isanda, Ms. Kabasiguze Mwengwere, and Ms. Juliet Sewava to come and take up the floor. Please walk fast because we don't have time. And of course, to moderate this conversation, we have Mr. Edgar Mutungiza, an ESC Youth Fellow from Cohort 1, and a former ESC Youth Ambassador. You're still seated, Edgar. His Excellency Edgar Mutungisa is a former ESC Youth Ambassador, and he is a graduate of the ESC Youth Fellowship Cohort 1. I kid you not, you will be glad you listened to them. I'm so sorry, I forgot to. Government of Rwanda and the people of Rwanda, forgive me for forgetting my agenda setter, Miss Divine Ikirezi. You should have just protested and walked here by force, by fire.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to you all. I know it's getting very sunny in here, but I promise no peace. We are bringing even more heat. Are you ready? In Kinyarwanda we say turava mu byiza tujya mu bindi, which loosely translates to it's getting better as we go. English is poor, I can't properly say it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this very important conversation on food security and seed banking in East Africa. So in recent years, the introduction of genetically modified seeds that I'll define in a few within the region has sparked debate over whether they are the solution to food security that they were initially marketed as, or if they are generating a deeper long-term problem for Africans. So what are genetically modified seeds? According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, these are altered genes in seed species originally engineered to resist some things like drought and pests, positioning them as a potential asset to food security. However, the question as to we'll be asking ourselves today is how effective that has been so far. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you note that we are defining food security as not just the availability of just such sufficient but also safe and nutritious food that meets the dietary needs of our communities. It is a no-brainer that food insecurity continues to be an alarming issue within our region, where, according to the World Food Programme reports, as of July 2024, an estimate of 62 million East Africans are food insecure. What does this mean? It means we have children who are growing up with a lot of nutrition deficiencies. We have breastfeeding mothers who don't have enough nutrition. According to Environmental Sciences Europe, genetically modified seeds also require up to 24% more pesticides than traditional varieties. This increased pesticides use, paired with the patent protection that they come with, not only raises environmental and biodiversity concerns, but also limits farmers' autonomy, especially impacting women, who often are the ones in charge within a lot of communities of seed banking. So this panel will debate the implications of genetically modified seeds, including how they affect local communities, food production, and biodiversity. And in the spirit of promoting homegrown solutions, we hope to not just raise these questions, but also offer solutions that help to achieve this sustainable food secure East Africa with other techniques. Are they there? We're going to discuss this without necessarily jeopardizing our farmers' autonomy. Now, to help us dig deeper into this conversation, pun intended, I will hand over to Mr. Edgar to guide us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Divine. I'm Edgar Mtungisa, already has been told. So today my panelists are going to have only, I think, 4 minutes each to be able to take us through the first session, and which is going to be very easy. So I'll start with the one who just sat next to me. So Ms. Kabasinguzi, Divine gives us some clue on what GM seeds are, but I would like to learn more from you about what they really are in relation to how they have been or the impact in the region. And also I like, because I'm personally biased on this topic somehow, as regards to SDGs, because also Divine makes a reference on SDGs, on it being sustainable. And one of the indicators of sustainability, there are only 2 major principles of do no harm and leave no one behind. So this will be the kind of conversation and how we shall be trying to interrogate that, to see in this whole GM seed conversation, who are we leaving behind and what kind of harm are we causing? Those kind of questions have got to come very clearly. So I'll start with Kabasinguzi. to take us through the current impact in relation to food security, the impact of these GMC seeds in that region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edgar. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabasinguzi Mweyonjere, and I'm from Uganda. I'm an ESC Youth Fellow, Cohort 2, and I'm glad to be part of this conversation. I would like to thank Edgar, especially for the context that he has given on who is being left behind, and especially in relation to SDGs. Definitely, zero hunger is among the key SDGs that are clearly we've discussed in the past few days. And it is also very important that in this context, we find out who actually holds the power behind promotion of GM seeds. Definitely a conversation that could be had even out of here is the fact that genetically modified organisms, much as we are focusing on seeds, also goes as far as maybe animals and other organisms that are actually particular to food security, or even organisms that are not related to food, for example, cotton or coffee. So it's a very important discussion to have, especially in economic empowerment in the region. In the context that you give of who are we leaving behind, it is very important to know that, especially with GM seeds, previously we had our grandfathers or people in the community actually are protecting the seeds in traditional granaries or other traditional mechanisms of storing foods. But now, before every season, especially with implementation of GM seeds policies, for example, in countries like Kenya, which currently lifted its ban in 2022, we see that farmers actually have to buy seeds every season to make sure that they plant these seeds. And the danger with this is not even just economically, but what happens for the people who have actually tried to preserve the traditional seeds, but because probably a neighbor who has planted the same seeds, there is effect of cross-contamination. So then we end up having actually no traditional seeds that are left, and farmers have to in and out buy seeds for every season to plant. We find that farmers can actually not, in most cases, afford, and that alone takes away the economic and agriculture autonomy from the small-scale farmers, because they have to purchase these seeds. So as we focus and dive deeper into this discussion, it's very important for us to look at, for example, who are the powers behind promoting GM seeds and what have they, what are their interests. Much as GM seeds, of course, have been tried to be branded as solving the long-term problem of food security, we find that they are actually only designed to help industrial manufacturers because of the large-scale production, but they're actually not helping the small-scale farmer that is on ground. So we are actually not solving the problem of food security, given the statistics that, for example, Ms. Devine talked about, with over 64 million people in East Africa and over 278 million in Africa at large still suffering from the problem of food security, even with the implementation and use of GM seeds. So the problem is still looming, and definitely in this discussion we hope to bring forward solutions and also hear from our audience on what can be done and what effective alternatives can actually be explored to solve the problem of food security without the use of GM seeds.
Okay, thank you so much, Divine, for that context. At least I already pick that the local farmers, the small-scale farmers here are people who are going to be affected, and also we've got to understand the power question. And maybe now I'm going to move to the other extreme, to Crystal, to be able to tell us how exactly is the situation on the ground like, and how has this GME seeds conversation affected the local production?
Okay. Thank you. So I would like to emphasize on what Kabasinguzi has talked about, and I would like to approach it from a regional perspective. When I would like to start with my own country. When we look at Kenya, the adoption of genetically modified maize was started in 2017. But till now, when studies have been conducted, we are seeing that farmers on the ground are saying, number one, these seeds are not, they cannot afford them. And when we are also looking at the herbicides, pesticides required to sustain these seeds, they're also not affordable. So when we look at what Edgar has told us about, when we are looking at this from an SDG perspective, we are seeing that we are leaving smallholder farmers behind because they essentially cannot afford this. And in Kenya,
the genetically modified maize was introduced to be able to alleviate the food scarcity in arid, semi-arid regions. And we already know how people from these regions are struggling to meet their basic needs, one of them being food. If they cannot afford food, are we not leaving them behind? When we go to Uganda, the situation is not far from what is happening in Kenya. For Uganda, they decided to adopt genetically modified cotton. And fine, the cotton is pest resistant, but when we are looking at the yields that come from this genetically modified cotton, in comparison to how much money is being spent on producing it, the relation, it's not viable, it's not justifiable why it is that expensive when it is not helping the communities. But I'd now like to give us a different perspective. When we go to Tanzania, currently Tanzania is approaching this situation very cautiously, very slowly. They are still hanging on to their traditional methods of farming, their traditional methods of growing food and everything. This presents a very valuable question. If one country in the same region we're all in is not approaching this situation similarly, does it not bring about a disparity, begging us to ask the question, is it the right way to go? Are we approaching a situation that we have not fully tried to figure out its implications and bringing it to people without presenting them with enough information to be able to know whether this is viable or whether it's not? And I would like to say that when we are thinking about food security, all these aspects, we are not essentially talking about the seeds. This is about sovereignty. Because once we are starting to replace traditional farming methods with genetically modified technology, we are basically moving away from the ideologies from what these people, smallholder farmers, people in grassroots areas, basically the idea of food production. So I would like to say that currently our future is very questionable, but I think the most important question we should be focusing on is not how generally the genetically modified seeds are being perceived. We should be able to focus at these seeds. How are they being perceived by local farmers? How are they being perceived by communities? How are they basically, what is the idea behind it when we are talking about food production? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Crystal. I think Crystal brings in also a big element on sovereignty and how we are losing it. And there was so much reference in this conversation towards Kenya and lightly towards Uganda and really so lightly against maybe Tanzania. But also, as you know, what we call the Dooms Vault, one of the biggest food seed vaults, is in Norway. It contains 1.2 million seed varieties from 80 countries. Tanzania has a local bank here. And guess what? The same Republic of Tanzania has its, like how central banks work. They have their vault, in case of emergency, still backed again in Norway. So their contingents of Tanzania, even in terms of seed, is based in Norway. For the other countries, don't even have that model yet. Everything, someone else is already thinking for you, already has all these sort of your seedlings and all the varieties in the store. I think this is a very important conversation to reflect on later as we live in this conversation. But before that, I'd like to take on Juliet. Juliet is the biotechnologist, to take us through what are these impacts of GM seeds in terms of the impact on the net biodiversity. I think there are some things we may have to demystify here. I think you'll be in the best position to lead us there. Juliet, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Edgar said, my name is Juliet, and yes, I'm a biotechnologist, and I used to be pro-GM, but I changed my mind, and you'll know why. So apart from the negative impacts of GM seeds in terms of food production and our food sovereignty as the African continent, but GM seeds have also been associated with causing negative consequences when it comes to biodiversity. First of all, think of the pollinators that are essential in cross-pollination or cross-breeding of our plant crops, I mean our food crops. You see, with using GM seeds, that means you'd have to use lots of pesticides. And with using lots of pesticides, that means you could also kill the non-targeted insects, which are also the bees and butterflies that help pollinate our plants. So what are we really doing? We are solving one problem but causing many other problems. More to that, we could think of the microorganisms in the soil. As Divine said earlier when she was setting the agenda today, the use of GM seeds comes with using lots of pesticides. These pesticides do not favor the microorganisms that live in the soil because they tend to alter with the pH in the soil, meaning that the microorganisms living in the soil won't be able to survive. And what happens is that these microorganisms, which are essential in nurturing the soil's fertility and helping the soil to have better water retention, will not be able to do that effectively. And that is why other problems such as drought come in, and our soil can no longer be able to resist drought. But there is also another issue of the rise of superweeds. You see, what the pesticides, the herbicides and pesticides do is that they kill targeted weeds and pesticides. But we are forgetting that the other non-targeted pesticides and weeds are also trying to adapt. At the end of the day, we won't be able to kill them. So as of now, we might think that vouching for GM seeds is the right way to ensure our food security, but in a real sense, in the near future, we'll be facing the same problem and in a much larger context. So, my fellow Africans, I urge you to look before we leap, especially when we're trying to pass the GMO bill that is being passed on in other countries. Thank you.
I don't know about you, but now this conversation is becoming tricky, right? It's becoming personal. As I think as Eunice noted, I think it's becoming passionate. Thank you so much, Juliet. And I think it was very important to understand. Now, for me, because I love food, when he was mentioning all this impact of pesticides being, that much needed, as a result that will affect other biodiversity like butterflies, that in turn affect pollination, I'm thinking about honey and honey production and all those farmers that depend on it and all that. So when you follow the value chain, it's really scary. That's why I say it gets personal when you understand that deeply. But still, I need to understand a little, again, we're still on problems from Divine, on how this GM seed conversation or adoption could be affecting people locally in terms of their social and economic needs. Do you think there's some net repercussions of that?
So much. As you already said with the previous question to Juliet, someone is already thinking for us instead of thinking for ourselves. So farming used to be like, the basis for farming used to be this genetic diversity and a farmer's knowledge or resourcefulness. And with this adoption of GM seeds, then a farmer becomes a mere customer. You go to the shop, pick up seeds, and then with the seeds comes, now you need the extra pesticides, as Juliet said, and you need to buy from the same person the pesticides. And then when you plant in your soil, it turns out your organic manure cannot work with these seeds, so you need to buy from the same person now fertilizers, and it becomes a circle, a vicious cycle of dependency. Now you need, you depend on this one company, this one multinational corporations for all of these things. So the farmer really has no autonomy. They're like a middle person now, and their knowledge is no longer being harnessed. Each planting season, with the issue of patenting, because now they are considered as intellectual property when it comes to these seeds, now these corporations can patent them. So next season, you cannot keep it and try to plant it again. without even looking at the scientific alterations of that, even legally, you're not allowed to do that. You're considered to be theft of property. So now, this season, if I'm buying, next season I need to buy again, and then I need to buy all of the things I've already mentioned. So, economically, as my friend Crystal said, how is it viable? Even if it was producing those these large amounts of, which is actually a myth that maybe we'll tackle later, even if it was doing so, with the amount of work that is being put in, the amount of capital that is being thrown into this, really, with regards to what we're gaining, are the farmers really gaining anything? We're also, with this over-reliance, also losing seed sovereignty and the diversity in terms of seeds. So if we had 1,000, we had 30 different types of seeds within different communities of maize, specifically. Now with this, because there's GM seeds come with a lot of they target bigger, large-scale farmers. So we're putting together different people. Let's all plant this specific type of maize. So now, along the line, we are losing a lot of diversity in terms of the seeds that we actually had access to. This obviously takes away the autonomy of the farmers, as I've mentioned, and it takes away the cultural exchange that we used to have in terms of seed sharing. So if this place used to be so good at, thank you, it used to be so good at, let's say they have the best seeds for yam, others have the best seeds for beans, and if we're bringing that together now, that goes away in terms of cultural exchange and unity, which it then leads to other problems that are peace related that we're discussing in the morning. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Divine, for that contribution. It's good to understand that vicious dependency, as you explained it, and how these local communities and indigenous communities get to lose out. Though, I was part of, I think there was a sitting in 2022, the IALA sitting, and we were discussing the regional GMO bill. And there were some problems. And the first was on how fast this bill was able to come into play without sufficient inclusion of people. Public hearings were not held. Even some countries, member states, had already denounced their position on this issue. But again, there was already a regional framework and a bill drafted and trying to be heard. And so there were these questions of who exactly is behind this? Who exactly is behind this? But now listening to this panel, it looks like they've all identified many problems. And I'm almost tempted to also ask, who is funding this panel? Did they first meet and moot? Because it looks like the position is getting clear that this is not something good for us to have. But also, you can't just come and lament. So we shall try to understand something. Juliet, given you told us about the science, I want you to help us still understand. Because the reason for the GMO seeds and this conversation was ensure food security in realities of climate change, and then there's these droughts and these floods. So people thought they need things that are drought resistant, seedings that are drought resistant, and all that. So do you think in that bigger light of food security, can we still achieve food security without these GMOs? Is it possible?
Thank you, Edgar, for your awesome question. As a scientist, no, let me rephrase that. As an African scientist, I strongly believe that we can achieve food security without relying on GMO. Let me help you think. Monsanto, who produces GM seeds, tells you to buy GM seeds because you get higher yields and whatnot. Then he comes and tells you to buy fertilizer, chemical fertilizer, to help the seeds grow. But when you come to think of it again, the same fertilizers that he's giving us produce nitrogenous oxides in the soil. Yes, they say nitrous oxide is the least contributing gas when it comes to global warming, but actually it's the most difficult one to eliminate. But if we turn back and go back to organic farming, where we will not need chemical fertilizers, we would use organic manure, we'll be able to eliminate 50% of carbon dioxide, which is the lead contributor in global warming, and would also be free of the climate crisis that we're even talking about. So, this question is very easy, Edgar. It's very easy. We simply have to go back to what our ancestors used to do. We could go back to using agroecological practices like intercropping, crop rotation, which have been proved to even give higher production when it comes to food. There was this study conducted by Food and Agriculture Organization in collaboration with the United Nations Environmental Program, and it was discovered that the use of agroecological practices could actually bring more food than what we have now, because they also said that 70% of the food that we eat in Africa is produced by small-scale farmers. And small-scale farmers are the one using agroecological methods. So I think by now you already know why we should go back to what our ancestors used to do. But again, we have to remember our traditional seed banking methods. You see, if you're a believer, God created plants in such a way that they have a natural ability of being able to adapt to environmental conditions. Meaning, if we are able to traditionally preserve our own seeds, we'll also increase their potential to adapt to the environmental changes that are occurring in specific regions of our community. Meaning, we will not have to rely on the GM seeds to ensure food security in our communities. To wrap it all up, we could also rely on using integrated pest management. As we all grew up, I think our parents always told us that frogs eat this particular type of insect, lizards eat this particular type of insect. So we could use the same indigenous knowledge that our forefathers and mothers passed on to us to actually fight the pests that the monopolists are trying to tell us that we cannot fight them by using biological control measures, while we could actually can only if we had the right knowledge and the right resources to fight those pests and be able to ensure that our crops grow well and we ensure that we have enough production of food to sustain us as a continent. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Juliet. I think you can sense that this panel is really African, right? Yes, and Stella here, very proud of her fellows. Yes, and also I'm seeing many faculty members here. Mr. Kuda, you've clearly done a good job. Yes, but still, I'll go to Divine, because Divine made some very eye-catching argument and submission on how this whole conversation has turned the farmers, who were initially the bosses and the CEOs in this industry, into mere customers. Again, we won't just lament. What do you think would be the possible way to give this power back to these farmers and empower them to restore all these indigenous breeds and varieties of seeds that they ought to have? How practically can we do that?
Thank you so much. I like the way you phrased the question in the sense that we are not offering solutions to these farmers. We are just supporting what they already know how to do best, more than us here. So I think the first thing to do is to help strengthen and support these community seed banks initiatives, because they are there in different communities. And a lot of African cultures, it's women who usually take care of seed banking. So they go and store the seeds for the next season of planting. So we can be able to support these people. And this support can come in terms of resource mobilization. It can come in terms of creating awareness around these GM seeds, because most of the farmers, which is another aspect of research maybe we can talk about, most of the farmers are just approached in the sense that take these seeds, it's going to help you solve all of your problems, and then they're not involved in the sense that they're just given what to do. So we can create awareness. We can give them more resources, and in order to strengthen them to be able to conserve and manage their own seeds, because they're already doing that. So that can come with the emerging technologies that can come in terms of maybe creating digital platforms to be able to share this knowledge to even the next generations, because as Juliet's mentioned, we used to transfer this knowledge from one generation to another through like one mother to the daughter to or father, like that. So now with we can go back to that. So in terms of talking in communities, but also some of us maybe who grow up with without say parents or without farming knowledge can be able to find this knowledge on the internet. So be able to digitize these things, give access to learn and share. But at the start I said something around cultural exchange and seed exchange. In Rwanda, I have a day called Umuganura where we all share, like it's like National Harvest Day. So everybody comes with their harvest and then we all share, and that's like a celebration. And that's where usually in the past they used to also share their seeds for the next planting. So we can come back with such initiatives and not have them in as countrywide, so that communities can come together, have them at the East African community level. Like a few days ago, we went to the market, and I was telling the people I was with that so I don't know. It was my first time seeing some of the vegetables there. So we can tackle this thing by being able to engage in such like festivals and spaces which celebrate our farmers and give them a platform to like teach each other. And there's also an aspect of research. So we need to involve and acknowledge our farmers when it comes to research with all of these new technologies. You can't just come and tell them you need to start doing this and that from the laboratory when you've never run like a farm for years as they have done it. So with like new technologies, with all the research that Juliet was talking about, they need to be involved from the start and acknowledged, because a lot of people go and do research on the ground with them, talk to them, and then they're not even acknowledged within their papers. There's also, I think we can also find a way to protect their rights, to protect legally at a country level, at a regional level, to legally protect the rights of our farmers, the sovereignty of our seeds, not just accept that these corporations come and take a little bit of your seeds and then go and genetically modify it, and then it's their intellectual property. And then all of a sudden that person can no longer plant a seed that they've always had. So this can come in terms of all those protections and creating spaces to engage and culturally exchange. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. I think a lot has come from this panel. And it makes me remember, I don't know if you guys have noticed, this is an all-female panel. And on Monday, we are launching, more women in research. I think, Claire, you can tell from how people are submitting, perhaps you could have more women in research. And research that is, local and Afrocentric, as they're claiming. Yeah, so you mentioned about legal protection as farmers. So I had a question for Crystal, but from when you're speaking, that question almost, you did so much to her. Because the question I prepared for Crystal, especially from what you had said, was about how to exactly harness these emerging technologies. And you gave some point around digitalization and how we can ensure that this indigenous knowledge is passed on to very many people across the region. Maybe briefly, and Crystal here, in just 2 minutes, could you tell us maybe what more of that we could do to ensure protection here, please?
Okay. So from working in the technology space, it's very clear and apparent that most times when technology is being developed, it's being deployed, when it's being used to create solutions for certain problems, more often than not, the people it's supposed to help the most are the most neglected. So when we are trying to create the technologies that have been mentioned by Divine, we need to be able to make sure these technologies are, number one, accessible. Everyone needs to be able to have access to this technology to use it. Secondly, it needs to be very affordable, because the people we are currently speaking about are the smallholder farmers in different countries. These are the people at the grassroots levels of our countries, and so they need to be able to afford our technologies. And also we need to focus a lot on digital literacy when it comes to our smallholder farmers. We need to be able to equip them with information in a way that when they are interacting with these technologies, they're able to understand, they're able to use it very effectively. So just to add on what she said, I'd like to say that first we should implement digital friendly archives. What these are is basically we should be able to have databases, we should be able to have platforms which have preserved information from the generations that have it. And we should be able to make sure that farmer in the grassroots level has access to this information and that it's stored in a proper way such that generations after that will be able to access it. Secondly, we should make sure that our research is focused on validating the information, the traditional methods that are being passed on. Just like Juliet said, what we have is very more than capable of solving our food insecurity. And so the research should not be diminishing our traditional independence, our traditional heritage. It should be amplifying it. And thirdly and lastly, we should be able to have grassroots networks. We should be able to provide, most of our farmers don't have smartphones, they don't have digital phones. We should be able to provide them with platforms that are accessible from their simple mobile phones. A farmer in Uganda should be able to communicate with another one in Kenya, in Tanzania, all over the region, and be able to share this information. This is how you can get rid of pests traditionally. This is how you can be able to predict whether rainfall is coming or not. So what I'm emphasizing is accessibility, affordability, availability, and digital literacy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Crystal, for mentioning those dimensions that make me not have to repeat, that you are indeed reflective of or leaving one behind. So as we close this conversation, there has been this whole thing about patent, about the legal protection. I know it's very important. We can have this conversation, but without this legal protection of these people, we are bound to fail. So I will take just in 2 minutes, Chair from Kavasinguzi, who is a lawyer, to tell us how can we, from a legal perspective, ensure safeguards for these communities in regards to this conversion of GM seeds and local seeds.
Thank you so much, Edgar, for that question. I would like to, first of all, highlight to everyone here that about 5 of the East African community member states have actually signed and been party to the Convention on Biodiversity together with the Cartagena Protocol, which strictly prohibits patenting of living organisms. So it is a problem, therefore, to see, for example, GMs or GMOs in general being patented. That alone causes a problem, especially on availability and accessibility of foods in our communities. So definitely as youth or people in policy making, and this is a call of action to everyone here, to create enough awareness against the laws that are being created. In Uganda, for example, you can take an example in both 2012 and 2019, the biodiversity bill was passed by parliament, but the president refused to assent to it, and yet there is still challenges of people or local farmers not getting access to seeds or facing problems in agriculture. So the problem is actually with the leaders and the policymakers failing to implement agriculture-friendly practices and policies, for example, seed banking or going back to our granaries to make sure that foods are stored. And so given that and given where we are going, we cannot definitely run away from innovation, but we need to be careful about the innovation and policies that we make. For example, if you look at East Africa, for example, Kenya has passed the bill, and yet we are working towards free trade, and yet there is a country that has passed the bill and other countries that are still posing resistance. How will then that work with the free border trades with seeds being moved from one country to another? So if we do not have uniform policies, especially as a community and a region, we still have a lot of work to do, and even with the bills that we pass in our individual countries will be rendered irrelevant. So it is our role, especially as youth, given that this is a youth forum or a space for us to have these discussions, to make sure that we create awareness, especially on holding our leaders and policymakers accountable in being accountable for the treaties or conventions that we are actually party to make sure that these seeds are actually not patented. Once you patent something, then you have taken away the right of the local farmer to actually make sure that they can easily access and replant or regrow these seeds.
Yes, thank you so much, Kawasinguzi. Yes, that brings us to the close of this conversation. And I hope you had on the room where we have to innovate. And perhaps as the Gen Z, now from Uganda, you even have an action point on the biodiversity bill to go and seek its retabling and perhaps have it worked upon. Yes, so thank you so much. I think you should give some real hand clap for my panel. And with guidance, I'll take some few questions. Stella has closed my session. But Stella, I'll only take 2 people. I know they're very brief. I've identified them. Very brief, I know. Yes? I'll take Rina here. And I'll also take... this is not corruption. Because if I mention them by name, you would say I know them.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not a question, but it's really just. Again? Okay, this is just a very short comment, actually, from one living in a very small country. So really just really to support every point you made. The level of fertilizers and pesticides have been voluntary and not controlled in Denmark, where farming is key, huge sector, and we have really a strong lobby influencing on our policies. So that has actually resulted in having no legal check or levels of how you can use fertilizers and pesticides. It has actually and the effect, if you talk about do no harm, that if you strengthen one SDG, that you should do it without harming others. Really, our clean water SDG 6 and life underwater SDG 14 are threatened. We have no oxygen in our waters. There are no fish, no life under the sea right now in Denmark. It's a huge discussion. And finally, the politicians are accepting the fact that 5, 6, 7 years ago, they didn't ask the farmers to really conclude and decide that this should be controlled and there should be maximum limits. So really, it is important not only looking at, of course, the farmers and the people, but it's also about your whole eco-environment. And then looking into the nutritional level, that also is being affected when you look into artificially created seeds, etc. So really coming from a small country, and maybe, of course, this is an African discussion, but also look globally for alliances where you have experience of also being attacked by multinational lobbyists and more, you can say, economic powers that would like to interfere with your local way of farming. So yeah, ecological farming, that's the way, in my opinion, as well.
Yes, thank you so much. As you can see, I select my people very well, Stella. This will be the last one. Where should I stop? Very brief.
Thank you so much. I think this was a very brilliant panel, ladies and gentlemen. I can say I'm proud of my people as well. So my question, I've always been pro-GMO, and now you have convinced me in some way. We are not yet there. So that's why I want to understand the difference between GMO and GM. Some people will add GE, genetically engineered. I want to understand that difference. Two, we spoke about the rules and procedures of export, import into the region. And we spoke about the procedures that are required when it comes to standards. That's why we brought in SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, which speak about protecting human health in agricultural produce. So what role would you say the standards bodies, for example, KEBS, the standard bodies, what would be their role in fighting or contributing to the agenda of food security in our continent? Thank you.
Good questions. I can consider choice of the panel. Unfortunately, I'm limited by time. What do I do? Let's continue this, during a lunch break. 40 seconds. Stella, you can just come here, only here, and we finish. Let it be 40 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for delaying your lunch. I'm Opolote Emmanuel Solomon from Uganda. Firstly, I'd love to give a thanks to the panel, and especially on behalf of the Golden Law class Makerere, thank our classmate Martha for representing us greatly here. My addition probably to this discussion is one, I was asking myself a question: how did we reach here? Honestly, as the African continent, or generally as the world, how did we reach here? Do we really need genetically modified organisms or GM seeds in the world today? Do we really need them? In my reading, I discovered one of the major reasons of why the proponents for GMOs really seek out to advance the agenda of GMOs is because of food insecurity. The causes of food insecurity, at least for the African continent, one is the aspect of drought and other natural causes or natural disasters, and secondly, political instability. So do we really need GMOs to correct political instability? Do we need GMOs to correct aspects of drought or anything like that? I don't think so. For the issue of drought, I think the proponents of food security that advance the agenda of GMOs should use that money to advance alternatives like irrigation. Yes, irrigation in places like in arid areas. For example, where I come from in Uganda, arid areas like Karamoja and the rest. These proponents should, advance aspects of irrigation. When we do irrigation in this area, these people will also have the opportunity or capacity to have a stable cycle of food in that particular area. So, and then secondly, yeah, I'm really sorry. I know this is a passionate area. Secondly, and lastly for now, is that I do believe that, as she said, I forgot her name, but the sister from Rwanda, it is important for the governments and regional bodies or the parishes, the local authorities, to re-advance the idea of the seed banks. Where I come from, in Uganda, especially Teso, culturally we have the granaries. So in Ateso we call them edula. Growing up, I used to see my grandmother going to check on those granaries, picking seeds, like millet and the rest. And this worked for us. We in Teso don't actually have a serious challenge of food, So I really wonder, that's why I started with the question, how did we get here? Yeah, to protect humanity, to protect our health, to protect our lives, and protect the future, let us go for the alternatives for food security, like irrigation, among others. I know I would have said much, but because of time, impeded. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Yes, so I'm closing. I just take how many? You want to respond to? Yes, and then you.
To clarify for everyone, the differences between there are three terms: GM, GMO, and GE. So GM stands for genetically modified, which is typically any living organisms whose genetic material has been altered. It may either be by conventional methods like traditional crossbreeding or by modern techniques, which is in the laboratory. And when we talk about genetic modified organisms, these are strictly the living organisms whose genetic material has been altered in the laboratory. So the GM plants that we're talking about, which arises from GM seeds, are examples of the genetically modified organisms. Then when it comes to genetic engineering, these are the scientific techniques that are used to create genetically modified organisms. So all the techniques that are used in insertion, deletion, or substitution of genes is typically what we call genetic engineering. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe some comments about the phytosanitary standards on the border.
Thank you so much, Brian, for that question. And I think we have, on a different aspect, discussed recommendations to the East African community. I'd like to also address that in specific reply to your question of what can different regulatory systems do about it. One that I would recommend offhand, and of course with better research we could come up with more, is that we need to in fact label, especially the products that come from different countries that are generated from GM seeds or even animal products, to make sure that either there is a demarketing of the same, or so that people are aware of the nutritional content that they're actually taking in. Of course, there is a possibility of facing manufacturing resistance from industries because they are trying to benefit from this, but then that takes us to our earlier discussion of which powers are actually behind promotion of GM seeds. So I think as a community we need to firstly come up with clear policies and a uniform policy or legal framework on relating to the topic that we've been having. And as individual states, we also need to make sure that there is nutrient profiling and front of pack food nutrition with the seeds that are, with the food products that are actually being produced and exported within the community.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, Kabasinguzi. I know Stella here. I know this topic is speaking to her heart and is troubling me to go. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, let's rise with a clap for this amazing panel. Yes, and let's get up for some photo moment, so that I will also improve my CV for having been part of the Arusha Declaration. Can you get just in front a little?
I trusted you. The only problem is that you
Thank you.
I'm going to hand over the program back to Nyaribi. Your job is hard. Please come and take over. Good people, a round of applause for Stella, really. Let's appreciate her. Stella, if it were possible, I would just deposit $1,000 on your account. You have done well. You were very smart, managed, really tried with time. I know we started a bit late. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going for lunch just right away. But as you have your lunch, we expect you to come back quickly. We intend to finish this program early today because we would expect that you run back to your places, especially those who are not staying here, to change into your cultural attire, put on your dancing shoes and come back, because we shall have a cultural night tonight. Yes, and those people that have presentations, you've been approaching me. I don't know whether they also approached Stella about
You have poems on peace and security. You have poems on politics. You have the spoken word. The moment has come. We've been talking about art for advocacy. We are happy to listen to that. But also Elimu Yetu has games there. Those will come later, as well as others. But for now, we have 40 minutes for lunch. Yes, and today I am strategically dressed. Climate justice now. Climate justice now. Yes. Thank you very much. Let's go for lunch in no particular order, as long as you get a coupon from two beautiful ladies right there. It's like your voting card. You cannot vote without the card. So please get a card and then head to the dining. Yes.
Flags of freedom tonight, rise to keep wave. Come on, flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight, rise to keep wave. Come on, flags of freedom.
Peace to the world. Come back more, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise to your way, come on, flags of freedom tonight. Rise to your way, come on, flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to your way, come on, flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Vijana pose the key. Opponents wanna feel real twin jalopy. Lesson not tomorrow will rain. Call on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to your wave, come on, flags of freedom tonight. Rise to your wave, come on, flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to your wave, come on, flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
networking opportunity in terms of climate justice and gender. These two actually, it is what I want to learn from this. So you realize that most of the marginalized groups in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge.
I want to expand my network on the regional community because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policy, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis.
In 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policy, programs and initiatives.
The morning of the third day of the YouLead Summit was dedicated to the Arusha Peace Forum, and the theme of 2022 was From Policies to Actions, Climate Change Nexus. The forum featured the voices and expertise of prominent youth leaders in the fields of peace and security from across Africa, as well as civil society representatives such as Oxfam Horn, East and Central Africa.
In a reflection of South Sudan context, where we talk about peace and security, you know, it's a post-conflict agenda that we are looking at on how best we can rebuild back the country from the status of conflict to the state of recovery
The forum featured the voices and expertise of prominent youth leaders in the fields of peace and security from across Africa, as well as civil society representatives such as Oxfam Horn, East and Central Africa.
In a reflection of South Sudan context, where we talk about peace and security, of youth participating when to take the aspect of women representation in the political space. And most of you people might have heard about the peace agreement that was signed in Addis in 2018 to cope the aspect of the conflicts in the country. So the youth have taken an upper hand in terms of saying that peace process is very inclusive in terms of the social inclusion in the society.
What we have been doing in Kenya, particularly, is Social Media for Peace. So the Social Media for Peace project is an EU-funded project and implemented by UNESCO. And we as ASAPs have been conducting trainings on using social media for peace, because what we have realized is that conflict is moving from physical violence to online platforms. And this is very relevant to the theme digital access in the future of work.
I think what do you feel could be the role of young people in ensuring that there is peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically the eastern part of DRC? And I want us to have a very honest conversation here. I think you have seen from the publications that we have specific leaders from the East African community being blamed for fueling the chaos in the eastern part of DRC. And to add on to that, you have also seen that there are different processes. I know there's a Nairobi process which is happening as we talk, but how do we ensure that this process will also be different from the other engagements which have been held before that?
The conversation culminated with a keynote address by the first daughter of the Republic of Kenya, Ms. Charlene Ruto.
In Kenya, I'm a youth champion, and one of the things we are looking at is how we can create more work opportunities for our youth. And one of our team members has said, when we create work opportunities for our youth, that is then how we remove them from being used for conflict in different areas. I want to say we've convened here today to share our thoughts and to agree on ways and methods for the youth to tackle these issues. And so what does this mean for the youth to tackle issues of peace, security, and also climate change, which I'm a great champion of back in Kenya? Fundamentally, it means we are drawn here to rethink our way of life. It means we are here to drastically shift from the popular and sustainable ways of life to more sustainable ones. And the only way we can do this is to tell the right stories to our youth and our children so that we can awaken a new spirit of collective thinking and collaborative workings among African nations, working towards managing challenges that face our youth like war and lack of opportunities.
The afternoon session was dedicated to the Gender Equality Forum themed African Youth Priorities towards the Commission on Status of Women 67, Innovation and Technological Change and Education in the Digital Age for Achieving Gender Equality and the Empowerment of All Women and Girls, providing a platform for African youth to deliberate and provide recommendations towards the Commission on Status of Women 67 in 2023. The Gender Equality Forum commenced with opening remarks from Ms. Makena Mobobia, Executive Director of MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, Dr. Mona Girgis, Director of Plan International Tanzania, and Ms. Hodan Ado, UN Women Representative in Tanzania. The opening remarks commended the work of Lead Her Fellows and the importance of the fellowship as a contribution to achieve gender equality and empower young women in the fields of politics, business, trade and entrepreneurship, and peace and security.
I believe that this Gender Equality Forum and fellows graduating today as a convening that focuses on women leading and the future for now, driving policies, championing change and breaking barriers beyond the challenges. It is that same drive, the strong will and resilience that matter as well henceforth. And this fellowship opportunity becomes that training ground and launchpad for young women to effectively execute as leaders too.
The opening remarks were followed by an intergenerational dialogue on bridging the gap to foster innovation and technology for gender-sensitive education, serving as the consultative platform for CSW 67. Speakers included Honorable Nusrat Hanje, Member of Parliament of Tanzania, and Lead Her Fellows, Ms. Anita Soina, Ms. Glory Florentine Kimario, Ms. Patsy Mugabi, Ms. Isabella Eli Mamalekela. The Gender Equality Forum concluded with the graduation of Lead Her Fellows and the launch of the call for applications for the second cohort commencing in January 2023.
And as a graduate of Lead Her Fellowship, I must say this has been a great platform to learn feminism and leadership. It was such a profound network with young women who are intelligent, with creative mindset on how we can take over in leadership space in politics, peace and security, business and entrepreneurship as youngsters.
Ringu, 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 Ringu.
We actually study about how people who stay in these more natural places are healthier long term.
It's not just about climate, it's also about leadership, it's also about business. And so a fellow who comes for this fellowship becomes an individual who is all round, not just one who is limited in the limited scope of just business or just politics or just climate or just environment. So that nature that is holistic, I think, is one that is very important for any leader.
Control over. There are things you do not have control over.
The ASC Youth Fellowship is impactful. It has equipped me with skills regarding negotiation, the importance of having youth involved in these negotiations.
I have skills in video editing and graphic design, so I'm going to use those skills to create advocacy for climate justice.
aspiring leaders and politicians, think about how you present what it is that you want to present to your constituencies.
I must say that I am very excited to be here because I have been attending the sessions online. I have realized that politics and business must work together. I actually never thought when I was applying for this fellowship that it would be of importance putting the business people together with the politicians, the young politicians of East Africa. But I have realized through diving in the conversations with these young people, I've realized that there is a need of business people and politicians to work together.
It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that still exists for gender equality. Of course, we know while there are milestones won, we are still far from really attaining true gender equality.
Data matters. In the context of generation equality, it is important that young women's voices are seen, recorded, documented, and then provisionally implemented. That's why research also matters.
From what I know, that there's already a manifesto document that highlights that young women's voices are going to be heard and documented, but it's up to the government to make sure that there is a reporting on that.
Under-reporting data research, we still need to invest in these to be able to find solutions for even women at the grassroots level, even women who are still ashamed of reporting because of the stigma around violence against women. So there's still more to be done.
And so I do recognize the point of underreporting of data. I do recognize the point of underrepresentation of views. But I think that we do need a forum at least that allows for us to report the underreporting of data, that allows for us to understand that this is still a continuing problem. And so I think that this forum is actually very important because it allows us at least a vehicle where we can make some progress.
Are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitating enough? If we are, in what ways? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which include all parts of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground?
At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's a thumb up.
As Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation, YouLead Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy.
What makes me incredibly optimistic this morning, and that is why we are all gathered here, is that we have agreed to the common agenda, and that is to make Africa great. I hope you do agree with me with that.
I'd like to take this opportunity as patron of this summit to thank His Excellency President Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for agreeing that his great country plays host to the 7th YouLead Summit.
Youth have spoken and we have carefully listened, and it is why, for the first time since 2017, we are hosting YouLead Summit outside the United Republic of Tanzania.
The EAC has set a very high standard for other regional economic communities
reach out to the youth. And so today you have converted me, so wherever I go, I'll try to encourage even our colleagues in SADC to launch an initiative similar to this one.
Good or less good or bad, what goes on in Africa has repercussions in Europe. And conversely, what goes on in Europe has an impact in Africa, as we clearly see with the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. We thus have a mutual interest in seeing each other prosper, be at peace, and fulfill our potential.
The East African community must embrace youth as champions of African solutions to African problems. Our youth must be champions of East African and indeed African integration. Our youth must be the champions of climate change adaptation. Our youth must be the champions of peace and security in our region.
I must admit, I'm impressed by the wonderful work being done by the YouLead Summit Secretariat in pursuit of the objectives of the program in the fields of politics, business, peace and security, and gender equality. They have made me feel happy and proud to be your patron. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the Secretariat for choosing a very pertinent theme for this year's summit: youth empowerment through capacity building, revitalizing youth voice and agency towards the Africa we want.
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Corporation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, reinstating education as an eminent public good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development. Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG Workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The Presidential Address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The Fireside Chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards seek to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, partner states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3. Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum discusses ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4. Post-Summit Agenda of Action, a proactive mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders. On day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum explored making the AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality, opening markets and opportunities for women, youth, and SMEs. It also served as the last mile for YouLead's ongoing process of collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on consultation and collecting of youth and women views and contributions for AFCFTA Protocol on Youth and Women in Trade. The forum started with opening remarks by distinguished guests and representatives of MS Training Center for Development Corporation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the International Trade Center. It was followed by the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable, which hosted a fruitful dialogue and exchange on Africa-Europe partnership and entry points for young people. The discussion, which hosted representatives from both Africa and Europe, including the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Young European Federalists, tackled several aspects including partnership for green transition and energy, partnership for digital transformation, sustainable development and jobs, peace and governance, and migration and mobility. The afternoon session of the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum provided an opportunity for delegates and distinguished guests to discuss YouLead's work on youth in business, trade and enterprise, and the entry points and opportunities for women and youth in trade entrepreneurs in the AFCFTA Women and Youth in Trade Protocol. This was followed by the EAC Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards, EAC-YEA, for cross-border trade innovation. The session featured presentations by 4 applicants of the EAC-YEA 2022 who were given the opportunity to present their business idea proposals and invite startup investment from the partners attending the summit.
The problem is there's a lack of equitable financial inclusion for young people in Africa. And also, the root cause is financial illiteracy. Many of us know how to make money. The truth is, I don't have to teach you how to make your money. The issue is, how do you manage it? And what's our solution? We'd like to empower young people to make informed financial decisions through financial literacy programs. So there's a prepaid debit card we've created to grant users access to financial services and also to enable them practice good personal financial habits as they learn.
My name is Kevin Yonghuru. As said, I'm the founder and the CEO of Spota Company. And Spota Company is an agribusiness company processing the sweet potatoes. 64% of population in Burundi affected by malnutrition. And you guess what? Most of factors which are there, we recognize one factor, and that is the one we wanted to work on. That factor is related to the increase in price of sugar. As you know, that sugar is mostly used in preparing porridge and bakery products, as you know. But in Burundi, you realize that along 7 months out of 12 months along the year, we have shortage of industrial sugar. Along the year, we harvest around 746 tons of sweet potato. That's why on that opportunity, we came up with a product, different products, so that we help the population of Burundi to be able to access to the highly nutritious porridge that doesn't require the sugar. Even if there is no sugar, they can still use this porridge.
So we have Peter Garang from South Sudan, who is the founder and CEO of Sud Health.
Thank you. My name is Peter Garang, the founder and team lead for Sud Health Tech, a company that is currently under prototype. I just want us to take 1 second to think about losing a sister, a mother, a wife, because of something that you and I can prevent. That is what exactly happens in South Sudan, where 1,150 lives are lost during delivery. My team and I came up with the Sud Health Tech that ensure the provision of health services through telemedicine, and that will act as an alternative healthcare services during health emergencies and beyond.
The forum was closed with remarks by His Excellency Albert M. Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, Mining at the African Union, which marked the launch of the African Youth Business Council, AFYBC, a continental apex body for the youth-led private sector entities, institutions, and associations in Africa, advocating for a youth-friendly business policy environment in general and making AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality in particular.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Since 2017, YouLead Summit has been the climax event and convening platform for different stakeholders to debate, assess, and deliberate on the most pressing issues affecting young people. The YouLead Summit 2022 was held from the 12th to the 16th December 2022 at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania, and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation under the theme Digital Access and Future of Work. Day 1 hosted the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, which examined the policy and institutional environment and the state of youth participation in political governance, explored factors that help or hold back youth from becoming leaders, and advanced new thinking on what it will take for Africa's youth to become the leadership for the Africa we want. The Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examined the role of stakeholders in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. It examined the relevance of the Africa-Europe Partnership to African youth and how to best make it work for the African youth in areas of digital access, economic opportunities, and decent work for youth, especially under the AFCFTA. The afternoon session of Day 1 also featured the launch of the Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogue Project and the plenary experience-based young leaders debate on If You Sat Where They, the Leaders Sit. His Excellency Donald J. Wright highlighted that youth in Africa want democracy and that democracy provides opportunity to build, strengthen, learn, share ideas, collaborate, and get mobilized to achieve the Tanzania we want. Honorable Masai Pamela Simon spoke on the relevance of such an initiative and called upon the integration of climate change as a key to achieve digital access and the future of work in Tanzania. Honorable Nusrat Hanje called on youth MPs to connect with the youth by meeting them, engaging them, and ensuring young people are meaningfully engaged. The plenary session provided the opportunity for delegates to outline their priorities if they were the leaders in certain elected positions. The day ended with an inspirational fireside chat between delegates and Dr. Susan Nasozi Mwanga, the first female head of Department of Political Science at Makerere University and Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, and His Excellency Fatoumata Tambajang, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Day 4 of the YouLead Summit is dedicated for the post-summit agenda, where we have delegates and invited speakers break down into countries for them to be able to discuss the key priority areas and solutions that are going to inform YouLead Africa's next year of programmatic actions.
We need a review of university courses to meet the marketplace demand. We want the courses in our university to be very practical.
There should be access to reliable funding so that Young entrepreneurs can kickstart their ideas, and those who have started can also can scale their businesses.
So East African heads of state need to pay much attention on ensuring that meaningful representation spaces are created for youth.
As youth, as we prepare to be in politics, we should have political tolerance in terms of our political agenda.
Healthy people budget improvement that will help us to introduce and come up with innovative systems that promote alternative energy sources. And that includes funding sources for young innovators in different areas and different regions of East Africa and Africa at large.
African problems are political problems. If we need to solve our problems as Africans, we need political solutions.
Being part of the fellowship, I am excited.
It's your time to say, who am I?
We need to have a peace and security environment.
The start of our meetup here in Arusha has been equally very good. This is the first day.
This is a platform for me to be more empowered, to learn more.
I've got a chance to get introduced to, climate action and justice.
Everyone comes with their own story, experience, and I get to interact with them. I get to tap into these experiences, I get to tap into this knowledge, and this is actually adding on to the information or the bank of knowledge that I have. So this is a very good platform for me to grow as a person.
Kopano Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise to you, wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise to you, wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to you, wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
The key, opponents wanna feel real, twin jalopy. Let's unite, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah, for the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to you, wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise to you, wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to you, wave, come our
what solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
What I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
One of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions.
There's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in, because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? You know, what is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate?
According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. One of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question?
Among of the burning session in the ES Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked the conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories.
Being part of the fellowship, I am excited.
It's your time to say, who am I?
We need to have a peace and security environment.
The start of our meetup here in Arusha has been equally very good. This is the first day.
This is a platform for me to be more empowered, to learn more.
I've got a chance to get introduced to, climate action and justice.
Everyone comes with their own story, experience, and I get to interact with them. I get to tap into these experiences, I get to tap into this knowledge, and this is actually adding on to the information or the bank of knowledge that I have. So this is a very good platform for me to grow as a person.
As aspiring leaders and politicians, think about how you present what it is that you want to present to your constituencies.
I must say that I am very excited to be here because I have been attending the sessions online. I have realized that politics and business must work together. I actually never thought when I was applying for this fellowship that it would be of importance putting the business people together with the politicians, the young politicians of East Africa. But I have realized through diving in the conversations with these young people, I've realized that there is a need of business people and politicians to work together.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Kwa favor Afrika, mwishani wote. From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better.
Together we shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities. With love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry. Never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, reinstating education as an eminent public good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development. Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG Workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The Presidential Address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The Fireside Chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards seek to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, other states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3, Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum discusses ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4, Post-Summit Agenda of Action. A proactive mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders.
It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that still exists for gender equality. Of course, we know while there are milestones won, we are still far from really attaining to gender equality.
Data matters. In the context of generation equality, it is important that young women's voices are seen, recorded, documented, and then provisionally implemented. That's why research also matters.
From what I know, that there's already a manifesto document that highlights that young women's voices are going to be heard and documented. But it's up to the government to make sure that there is a reporting on that.
Under reporting data research, we still need to invest in these to be able to find solutions for even women at the grassroots level, even women who are still ashamed of reporting because of the stigma around violence against women. So there's still more to be done.
So I do recognize the point of underreporting of data. I do recognize the point of underrepresentation of youth. But I think that we do need a forum, at least, that allows for us to report the underreporting of data. That allows for us to understand that this is still a continuing problem. And so I think that this forum is actually very important because it allows us at least a vehicle where we can make some progress.
Are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitated enough? If we are, in what way? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which includes all parts of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground?
At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's the thumb up.
At Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation. You lead the Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy.
What makes me incredibly optimistic this morning, and that is why we are all gathered here, is that we have agreed to the common agenda, and that is to make Africa great. I hope you do agree with me with that.
I'd like to take this opportunity as patron of this summit to thank His Excellency President Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for agreeing that his great country plays host to the 7th YouLead Summit.
Youth have spoken and we have carefully listened, and it is why, for the first time since 2017, we are hosting YouLead Summit outside the United Republic of Tanzania.
To the youth, and so today you have converted me, so wherever I go, I would like to launch
less good or bad. What goes on in Africa has repercussions in Europe. And conversely, what goes on in Europe has an impact in Africa, as we clearly see with the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. We thus have a mutual interest in seeing each other prosper, be at peace, and fulfill our potential.
The East African community must embrace youth as champions of African solutions to African problems. Our youth must be champions of East African and indeed African integration. Our youth must be the champions of climate change adaptation. Our youth must be the champions of peace and security in our region.
I must admit, I'm impressed by the wonderful work being done by the YouLead Summit Secretariat in pursuit of the objectives of the program in the fields of politics, business, peace and security, and gender equality. They have made me feel happy and proud to be your part. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the Secretariat for choosing a very pertinent theme for this year's youth empowerment through capacity building, revitalizing youth voice and agency towards the Africa.
Good people, let's come back and start so that we can finish early. Please, let's get back. Let's get back. Our panel is already seated. Our dignitaries are already here. Come, please. I can see people that I know very well all the way from Mali. I'm about to mention your names. Please come. If we start early, we shall finish early. If we start late, we will have no option, but we'll end a little later. So please come. You can carry your water, you can carry your drink, but not the food, and come. Feel free. We are going to start with an energizer, so you can bring the conversations in. Please come. Come, everybody. Tunaanza tena. Murudi sahi. Our wonderful volunteers, if you're able to remind the people to come. Please. We have stopped all the photography going on, all the hugging can come later. Please come. Our SDG table, please. We are expecting the SDG fellows to come to the front right now for the photo. Hey, you're coming like that, eh? Just come with that, yeah. We have a wonderful team that is joining us for a photo, but they are coming in style. I think it's a precursor to the cultural night. Hey, you can clap for them as they get in. Just follow the rhythm. You can go paka chini. Dance a bit, yeah. Anguka nayo. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session. And the afternoon session is centered around SDG 5. Yes, Gender Equality GDFC fellows at the front. They are going to energize us, but also take a photo with a dance. So, Mr. DJ, out there, please. Which song would you want to have?
Susanna by South Soul.
That they want Susanna, so everybody will dance. I think it's a preamble to the cultural night. Very briefly, and then we start our session. So, Mr. DJ and everyone in the house, please feel free. This is a youth summit. We are ready to dance. We are ready to learn together with the SDG fellows. And I would also want 2030 beyond, their teachers, Rina and Amber, to join them. Feel very free to join them. Thank you very much. Our SDG fellows, thank you also for the session that you supported on yesterday amazingly well. We appreciate absolutely. Thank you, your teachers, Rina and Amber as well. We also appreciate you. As you can realize, everything that we do is aligned to the SDGs. So the morning session, we were talking about peace and security, which is SDG number 16, yes? And then later we moved to climate action, which is SDG number 13, yes. And right now we are going into the next session where we are going to be talking basically about SDG number 5. And it all has to do with gender equality, and it's called the Gender Equality Forum and / the Arusha debates. But just before I invite the panel and our moderator, I just want to remind you that tonight we shall have the cultural night, and the respective countries represented here, you are highly encouraged to caucus at some point, especially at the evening tea, caucus a bit, and come up with a traditional song, maybe a poem, a piece that you'll be able to share with Africa at some point. Of course, our friends from Europe and America and South America, you're also highly encouraged to bring us a piece during the cultural night. I don't know whether Edgar Mutungisa is here, our ambassador. He's going to be registering the respective, yes, come, let people see you. He's a handsome young man who I believe is still very single, so please see him very well. But he's intelligent, he's amazing, he's wonderful. He will be so Edgar right here will be registering the different countries, but also people that have special presentations. You're there, you have been boiling and saying, I came with my poem all the way from West Africa, I must deliver it before I leave. Tonight is your night. So please register with Edgar. If you have a song, if you have a poem, spoken word, any kind of art that you'd want to present to Africa, Edgar will be able to take that. He's seated behind or in the banda. You cannot miss him. He's so handsome, you can't miss him. Yeah, it's the single ladies that have appreciated. The rest of you, God richly bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would want to welcome you to the Gender Equality Forum / the Arusha debates. And to kickstart us off, this is co-hosted with Plan International, the African Union Office of the Youth Envoy, and Danida Fellowship Center. So it's my singular honor, and I would want you to join me to welcome the Country Director of Plan International Tanzania, Miss Jane Sembuche, to give us the keynote address.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are we good this afternoon? Great. To all the young people of Africa, represented from multiple countries here today. I've seen lots of countries being represented here. To Dr. Anne Haule, the Executive Director of the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation. To the AU Youth Envoy, Her Excellency Chido Cleopatra Mpemba in absentia, YouLead Program Director, the EAC Secretary General, Honorable Dr. Peter Muthuki, I think he's represented, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants and representatives from CSOs, NGOs, and other stakeholders. Good afternoon once again. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today. I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that exists for gender equality. Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum for the 4th time, together with MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, YouLead, and the YouLead Secretariat,
the East African Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson's Youth Envoy. At Plan, we strive for a just world that advances the rights, the children's rights, and equality for girls. Young people of Africa, ladies and gentlemen, the Gender Equality Forum is a key space where we discuss ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition commitments. It is also a proud moment for us, as it is during this Gender Equity Forum that the third cohort of Lead Her Fellowship will be graduating. Our theme this year, Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youth Population, reinstating education as an eminent good, public good, resonates deeply and is quite personal. I think we had the quote of, it's personal. I think this is quite personal for all of us. It acknowledges that education must be accessible, it must be empowering and inclusive for all if we are to drive sustainable progress. Education is not just simply about acquiring knowledge, it is a public investment, a foundation upon which fair and equitable societies are built. Ladies and gentlemen, aligned to this theme, as Plan International, we cannot overstate the importance of gender-responsive education systems. It is a key conversation that should assess how gender-transformative and age-responsive approaches, policies, and programs are being implemented, alongside the prioritization of the needs and rights of adolescent girls, particularly those at risk of being left behind. In this AU Year of Education, we have been calling for the integration of gender-responsive education systems, fostering inclusivity and dismantling barriers that perpetuate gender inequalities. Education plays a significant role in driving gender justice, advocating for policies and practices that empowers girls and boys from diverse social and economic backgrounds, challenging societal norms, and creates an equitable learning environment. It is important for us to support action, to be able to to prioritize the following. The first, we need to prioritize gender equality in the education sector plans, in emergency response plans and policies. We know there are emergency and crisis across our continent, so we need to be able to take note of this and put into plans to support that. This includes addressing gender disparities, harmful norms, stereotypes that still exist, practices perpetuated in education, including within the crisis continent. The second, we need to increase investment in social safety nets, such as cash transfers and school meals in crisis continents, and not just in crisis continents, but across our developing countries. These proven interventions are crucial for enhancing access, retention, and learning outcomes for the most vulnerable children, especially girls as well as young people. Additionally, they help reduce the risk of child early marriages, early pregnancies, and various forms of gender-based violence, which for Africa, if you look at early childhood marriages, it's roughly 3 out of 10 girls below 18 are faced with this challenge. We also want to promote education systems that are resilient, advance gender justice in and through education, and prioritize the protection of girls and most disadvantaged children and young people. This involves removing gender biases and stereotypes from curriculum, teaching material, and learning environments. It is important to prioritize the dismantling of harmful gender norms and stereotypes that disadvantage the girls, the boys, and the young people throughout the education journey, starting with early childhood education. We also need to adopt integrated, inclusive, quality, and gender-responsive education systems. Everybody needs to be able to access, no matter what their status, their physical being, they should be able to access the systems. And this should take into consideration the diverse background that our boys and girls and young people have, especially those with disability or from intersecting backgrounds that exacerbate the disadvantage and exclusion, such as poverty, remoteness, ethnic minority, language, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, at Plan International, we prioritize accountability to the children and young people we work with, especially girls and young women. We are committed to seeing their voices are heard and they are meaningfully engaged as co-leaders in the design and implementation and tracking of the accountability framework and commitments made under the Generation Equality. While doing so, we ensure that men and boys are also part of the process. Now, moving on to this fellowship, together with the African Union Office of the Youth Envoy and YouLead Africa, Plan International co-designed and implemented the Young Women's Leadership Program, Lead Her, which stands for She is a Leader, is a feminist and African-led fellowship which targets young women from Africa aged 18 to 25 years old under 3 pillars of the fellowship, which are politics, business and entrepreneurship, and peace and security. The first edition of the fellowship in 2022 pilot had 36 young women coming from Malawi, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, South Sudan, South Africa, Kenya, Zambia, Namibia, Lesotho, Ethiopia, and Uganda. The second cohort we had 22 fellows graduating, and this current one had 36 graduating and bringing us to a total of 95 to date. After the graduation, the fellows will be part of an alumni network. Our vision is that the fellowship is will be locally led, but globally connected across the different platforms, putting the young people at the heart of the decision-making of the current generation of leaders. The journey to a more equal and inclusive world is far from over. When we hear voices, as we will today, we know we must and we can make the changes needed. We are investing in young people, especially young women, to take charge of their future and enjoy a safer, free, and fair world. Ladies and gentlemen, to the graduates who today we are here to celebrate, we are not just celebrating your achievements, but also to recognize the impact you are destined to make. As graduates of this forum, you stand as advocates and catalysts for change. You are stepping forward at a pivotal time when Africa is looking to its youth, especially young women and men, to shape the future. The Gender Equality Forum has equipped you with insights, strategies, and connections that we hope you will use to uplift your communities and challenge the barriers for equality that exist. In your hands lies the ability to forge the paths where the next generation of young Africans can thrive, free of discrimination, empowered by knowledge, supported by systems that recognize education as a right. You need to make sure that you not only claim your space, as we are always saying, but you own the space. Yeah, that's very important. Through you, we need to uplift other young people within Africa. As we move forward, there's a very famous African proverb. I think once I start it, you'll be able to finish. If you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, thank you. Very famous, but very critical and very important to what we are here today. So you have the power to be the difference, to lead by example, and to advocate for an Africa where young people, regardless of their gender, has the opportunity to learn, grow, and contribute to the society. You are a catalyst. A catalyst means you need to go and be able to impact multiple other young people. So through you, it is our belief that gradually and slowly and strongly we should be able to reach the target of seeing more women and young people empowered. Congratulations to your achievements, and may you continue to ignite potential, inspire change, and champion a vision of gender equality that transforms Africa for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Miss Jane Sembuche, who is the Country Director of Plan International Tanzania. Let's also give a round of applause for Plan International globally for the work that they are doing, especially investing in us, the young people, so that we can be leaders of today as well as leaders of tomorrow. I want to announce to us and the people online that we have an amazing panel discussion that is coming up. Normally in the afternoon people doze, but this particular one, I don't think you will be able to. The topic says, what are we missing by not having more women in academia and research? I am very sure that you would want to know what we are missing. We have a list of eminent persons here, and I want to begin inviting them, and then I will invite the moderator. First, we have Miss Jennifer Genevieve Falconer, Chwenga Technologies. Yes, let's receive her again. Thank you. Next to Jennifer, we have Dr. Alidri Agatha from Gulu University. Apoyo Matek. Next, we have Dr. Soher Hassan Ahmed, University of Hargeisa. Karibu. We have Miss Paula Eze from KNUST. Okay. Okay. We have Miss Gloria Caesar, Kilimanjaro Christian Medical University College. Yes. Karibu. Ladies and gentlemen, we have my former Deputy Vice Chancellor and now sits on the Supreme Court of the Republic of Uganda, Justice Tibatemwa Echiri Kubinza Lillian Winfred. Next to her, she made sure that I graduated. Next to her, we have Dr. Mette Fogh Olwig from Loxley University in Denmark. Doctor, at some point you will help us with the pronunciation. Apologies in advance. We also have Dr. Chemtai Dorin, all the way from Gulu University. Yes, yes. As if that's not enough, we have Miss Cecilia Duster, all the way from the University of Ghana. Any Ghanaians in the house, apart from the professor? Okay, yes, our brother who was on the panel yesterday. Yes, we have Dr. Tiza Julian Mortensen van Bruggen from Roxley University. Okay, we recognize your presence. We have Dr. Caroline Bosibori Mose from Mawazo Institute. Karibu. We also have Miss Aisha Wanjiru Mugo from Mawazo Institute. Wonderful people. Last but not least, Dr. Insubiri Isaga, University of Morogoro, Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful panel cannot be moderated by me from Bungoko. It will be moderated by Miss Sheila Mwainga, a wonderful and celebrated journalist.
Thank you very much. I'd like to request Dr. Irene to also join us on stage. Tafadhali. distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know you had some lunch. Okay, if you're on your phone, look up. Please look up. This is how Jesus will come back and you'll be looking in the wrong place. Everyone will be gone when you look up. Good afternoon. Welcome once again to the YouLead Summit of 2024. It is a very big pleasure for me to be here with you and to moderate this panel session. It is titled, What Are We Missing by Not Having Women in Academia and Research? Before I start, pokeeni salamu kutoka wa Kenya wenzangu. Unajua kusalimia watu in Kenya has taken on a different meaning. Kusalimia is the verb for to greet. So I am greeting you all on behalf of all my fellow Kenyans. And nowadays, when someone says, send greetings to so-and-so, in Kenya, you worry. Because your phone starts ringing and flashing and people you don't know are beeping you. Kukusalimia. But these salams are not just from Gen Z. They're from all of us as a nation because we have the same struggles, we walk through the same challenges, we desire and deserve the same futures that you're looking forward to. Now, this panel follows up on a conversation that happened earlier this year in March, and more than 50 women in academics and research converged right here to talk about their experiences. If you hear some of those experiences, you wouldn't believe, but it is true. And that manifesto that was launched just 2 days ago is the sum of work that has been put into it right across the year. So if you haven't read the manifesto, naomba tafadhali, find the time to read it and to share it, especially for all of you youngins who are going into research and academics. You've got to see what was to begin to also create what can be. Alcio? Okay, I know there are people wondering, what does Alcio mean? It means, or what? And you say, yes, or what? Either one applies. Now, my co-host has introduced the panel, but would you like me to just share a few details about them? Okay, so here's what we'll do. I mentioned about the convergence we had in March. We have a small video that we want to share. So take a look, find a screen near you. So look up from your phones. This one, you'll need the screens to watch this video before I tell you a little bit about our panelists.
All around the world, women are having university degrees at the postgraduate level, but less than 30% of the global researchers are women. In Africa, of the 97 top-ranked universities, only 21% have women as chancellors, while only 26% have women as registrars. Something needs to be done. We need to start a conversation on how to bring more women into research. The gender gaps in STEM really are shaped by gender norms. They are shaped by the biases, the cultures, the stereotypes.
The law faculty in Tanzania has existed since 1961, since independence. Until today, have never had a woman professor of law. As women who want to pursue our careers, we experience a lot of setbacks in terms of societal norms and cultural issues along the way in your career as a wife, as a mother, and all that. How do you navigate through?
Where I'd like us to begin is breaking the glass ceiling. Speak up no matter what it takes. And here maybe we need to know that even when we are talking about glass ceilings, that's not the only challenge women face. They also suffer from sticky floors. So while you're struggling to heat up, there are also those who are struggling to keep you down. So we have to navigate both the glass ceiling and sticky floors.
I think we need to think about not only how we sacrifice, but also how we create more structural solutions for removing that glass ceiling so that there's access for women.
Everything you have ever wanted is sitting on the other side of fear. Therefore, we need a fearless team of women researchers. You need to be the best, to continue to be the best, to continue to be able to fight, to continue to
to be able to lead the research.
Basically, academic publishing, we know it's not gender neutral, but if you persevere, you're going to produce quality work compared to your male colleagues, because you've been put through strict requirements and you've met them. Chatham House approached me to attend a meeting around women and elections. And when I asked one of the organizers, how did you get to know me? Said, well, you've written in this area. Our online presence, having those applications does work.
If we do not demand rewards, recognition, and remuneration, then I think we're tying ourselves into that trap that has told us for long that we don't deserve to be rewarded. Gender issues, they live with us. They are with us in society. How do we choose them out? We integrate gender in the research content, in the research process, and in the research outcomes. You may not be able to engender the underground water system of the River Nile basin, but you can engender how people live around the River Nile. It has to be a thought process from the very beginning.
Research should reflect reality, and reality is that we are half-half in the world, and therefore should also be reflected in the research.
For a long time, we've had different challenges, either challenges of development, challenges of health, education, etc. But we've always had external influence, external advice. This is your problem, this is the solution. And we have reached a place now where it is important and in fact imperative for us to have homegrown solutions to Africa's problems. And who is in the business of creating homegrown solutions if not African researchers, specifically women researchers, because they tend to focus on solutions to problems where it can actually make a difference.
Don't be selfish, share your knowledge, mentor others, and then, we shall have more women in research. But if you're mentoring men and not mentoring women, then I think we are in trouble.
For me to be here as media, it was eye-opening, and we need more of us here. And as women, we have to work together. So we need direct partnerships with the reporters, with the women in that field, so that your voices are heard.
We are happy that we know the challenges. So the problem is half solved.
Thank you very much. I think you can give these ladies and the others who had come a bigger round of applause, because we're going into the heart and soul of everything. A quick housekeeping note. This conversation is also happening online, so we've got participants who are joining us online, and a little later, we will be giving you the opportunity to engage with our panelists and to add to this conversation. One thing that must be mentioned about this manifesto is it's a living manifesto. And if we make it better, it makes all of us better, right? I'll see you. See you. That is the correct expression, right? Yes. Tuendeletu. Now, give me an opportunity to welcome our panelists. So what you'll do when I mention you a little bit, just wave, and then we'll go straight into the first question of the afternoon. Joining us on the panel is the technical manager running the growing laboratory and technical services departments of Siwenga Technology since June 2023. She has also served on the board of directors at this particular technology company in South Africa. I think you already welcomed her well. I'm just reading a little bit about our panelists to give you insights and backstory to some of the contributions they'll make to today's conversation. Our next panelist is Dr. Alidri Agata. She is a lecturer of history in the Faculty of Education and Humanities at Gulu University, Uganda, where she has been organizing training courses in transitional justice and legal pluralism and organizing community engagement. She is an accredited member of the FemiWise Africa, the Network of African Women in Conflict Prevention and Mediation, which is an African Union initiative. Also on the panel is Dr. Suhair Hassan Ahmed from the University of Hargeisa, Somaliland. She is formerly a practicing medical doctor, but now an assistant professor and dean of the School of Graduate Studies at the University of Hargeisa in Somaliland. She leads research on non-communicable diseases, NCDs, and teaches epidemiology and global health, equipping the next generation of health professionals with critical insights into public health. We also have Miss Gloria Caesar from the Kilimanjaro Christian Medical University College. And Gloria is an assistant lecturer and researcher at the Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology at the University of Dar es Salaam, engaged in teaching, scientific writing, and consultancy. And she is specifically interested in virology and diagnostics of pathogens using molecular tools. I have questions about COVID, but we shall find you later. Am I going to be the only one lining up? I think we'll be right there together. We also have, as my distinguished moderator made mention earlier, a justice of the Uganda Supreme Court here with us. She is no stranger to the field of research. She's also a woman of many firsts. She is the first East African female to graduate with a PhD in law. She's the first female professor of law in East Africa. She's the first female appointed Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere University in Uganda. We're still not done. She's the first Ugandan to be appointed to Uganda's Constitutional Court and Supreme Court solely based on her scholarly work. Academically, she has engaged in extensive research into academic and policy impact in areas of criminal law and criminology, children's rights, juvenile justice, gender and women's rights, areas in which she is also widely published. Her work ingeniously links the law with socio-economic and cultural milieu, offering an invaluable critique of the law from a lived reality perspective. She is a Danida Fellow, and once again, a justice at the Uganda Supreme Court. I am honored to introduce Professor Tibatemwa Echiri Kubinza, Lillian Winifred, PhD, LLD, honoris causa, justice. Wait, I need a glass of water. You're giving us goals here. We also have Dr. Meta Fogg Alwig. Meta is an associate professor at the Department of Social Sciences and Business at Roskilde University in Denmark, where she teaches in the International Studies BA program and the Global Development Studies MA program. And for the past 20 years, she's been doing research on the political and social dimensions of sustainable development and climate change. Thank you for being here. All the way from Gulu University, Uganda, we've got Dr. Chemutai Doreen, who is a lecturer in the Department of Public Administration and Management and coordinator of gender mainstreaming at Gulu University. She has a PhD in gender studies, a master's in public administration and management from Makerere University, as well as a Bachelor of Social Work degree from Uganda Christian University. She has over 15 years of experience in research, supervision, and teaching undergraduate and graduate courses on gender theories, development management, as well as social justice. Our next panelist is from the University of Ghana, Ms. Cecilia Datsa. She is a research officer with research interest in solid waste management, public health, and climate change, and she holds a master's degree in urban management from Erasmus University Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and her current research work, Coastal Community Resilience to Climate and Diarrhea, is out. Yes? Yes. Next on our panel from Mawazo Institute, Kenya, is Dr. Caroline Bosibori Mose. She holds a master's from the University of Oxford and a PhD from SOAS in African Studies. She's engaged in teaching, academic research, and writing with key interests in the fields of cultural studies, specifically popular music, popular cultures, and digital cultures. We also have Aisha Wanjiro Mugo. Miss Aisha Wanjiro Mugo, she's a research officer also at Mawazo Institute. She has a Master's of Science in Critical Urban Studies from Malmo University, Geology and Environmental Science graduate she is, and an honors graduate in environmental science specializing in global south urbanism and migration from the University of Cape Town. Allow me to give you more details about Dr. Irene in a little while, but for now I'd like us to go straight into the question for the afternoon. And Dr. Agatha, before we begin, a lot has been said about women in research. And there are a lot of topics that are going to come up to the forefront as we talk to each other. We're not going to be yelling at each other. We're going to reason with each other, and we're going to listen to each other. And Dr. Agatha is going to share with us the ground. In Kenya, we like to say, kwa ground vitu ni tofauti, which means on the ground, things are always different. You can be planning and talking about something in an office, but when you go to the ground, whether it's for research, whether it's to find out opinions, you get a completely different picture. Why are we asking for more women in research? There's something that the ground is telling us. So let's find out what is happening kwa ground.
Thank you very much, Sheila. And once more, good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure being here as women in research to continue with the conversation on more women in research. I'll start by citing one non-educationist, Dr. Agre from Ghana. He said, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But when you educate a woman, you educate a whole community. Thank you so much, Ms. Jane, Country Director, Plan International, Tanzania. You brought it up well. What are the issues we are raising? The female global population, as per now, is 4.058 billion. And that's about 49.72%. The male population stands at 4.10 billion, and that is 50.28%. It becomes clear that the female population is close to the male population. But when we come on ground, you realize that there are more women in academia than in research. The leaking pipeline. Apart from that, globally, 1 in 3 researcher is a woman. Inequality. Women account for 35% of STEM graduates. And when we go ahead, the World Economic Forum report on Global Gender Gap Index estimates that it will take 5 generations to achieve gender parity. Can you imagine that? 5 generations. And what does that 5 generation mean? It means we will take 134 years to achieve gender parity. Where will you be by that time? That's how serious the situation is. And when I come back to women in research, what are we missing with few women? What are we missing out by not having more women in research? We realize that we miss the numbers. We miss the numbers. And because we miss the numbers, we miss the voices. Apart from that, we realize that in sub-Saharan Africa, higher education sector has fewer women. For example, women constitute only 24% of academic staff. Inequality. You can't imagine 2.5% of vice chancellors is the female population. Where are the other women? We are blessed to have Professor. She was privileged to be a deputy vice chancellor. The African Education Database indicates that out of 2,510 African-led studies, the survey indicates that only 32% were women researchers. So again, our question is, what do we miss? Women voices. We miss women's voice in planning, budgeting, decision-making, and accountability. Without a woman's voice, accountability is complete. Sheila, I stop here for now.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Before I go to Supreme Justice, may I call you Professor Justice? In the interest of all these amazing titles, Professor Justice, you are going to answer that question and run away with it, but I did promise to give details about Dr. Irene Lugala. Now, Dr. Irene is from the MSTCDC, where we're being hosted, and she is the Dean of Academics. She's a lecturer and an academic dean based in Arusha, Tanzania. She's also a highly experienced researcher, writer, and lecturer, from donor report writing, covering and writing project program success stories, and other forms of writing. She holds a master's degree of Arts in Development Studies, majored in Women, Gender, and Development from the Institute of Social Studies in The Hague, and a PhD degree from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, whereby her research was focused on women's business growth and development. Dr. Irene, asante sana. And thank you, MSTCDC, for hosting us. Are you enjoying your time here? Yes, make sure you post those nice pictures, take them, and don't forget to share the location. I'll see you. Awesome. Professor Justice, let us begin with you. Listening to those numbers, it can be heartbreaking, it can be daunting, but in light of all these complexities, women have something to put on the table. What are we missing by not having enough numbers of women?
I do sit a lot in court, but when I was an academic, a teaching academic, I used to stand. So for today, I'll stand. Dr. Agatha has given us statistics at the global level, but I think let me come home. It is said in some spaces or quarters that in the East African community, women make up more than 50% of the population. There are also figures about the African region. And it is said that in Africa, in the region, women represent 50.14% of the region's total population. Now, we are talking about research. The interpretation of data and research findings can be biased by the researcher. The researchers you see here have the power to bias the outcome. the bias is often unconscious bias. We may not even know that we are negatively impacting the outcome. And bias can occur at any stage of the research process. It can be at the stage of collecting data. It can be at the stage of analysis and interpretation. Now, why is this important? Bias, even when it's unconscious, can lead to incorrect conclusions, can lead to incorrect recommendations and actions. So, what are we missing when we don't bring women on board? Inclusion of women is essential for purposes of balancing possible biases. Excluding women leads to denying societies, to denying you and I, the distinct opinions and perspectives of more than half the population in Africa. And then I'll continue to say, it is for my good, it is for your good that inclusivity and diversity become the norm in research communities. When we talk about solving problems in society, they are not just problems for the women. So it is for your good and my good that diversity and inclusion becomes the norm rather than the exception in research communities. And we must know that unconscious bias is influenced by societal messages, by ideas, by the cultural context in which a person grows. I want to quote something which was stated by Oscar Wilde, and this is what was said. We take our own perception to be the objective truth. We may be the stars of our own show, but other people see the world differently than we do. It means that men see the world differently than women. And it means that women see the world differently than men. So if a researcher impacts the outcome of analysis or interpretation, we certainly need more women among the researchers. Of course, yes, if we were living in an ideal society, this group will not be women alone. We would have to bring in more men in research. We often assume that our view of a given problem or situation constitutes the whole truth, but we are mistaken. So why should you want mistakes to impact the community? Of course, I can talk about the youth. Just as we must include the youth in decision making, as we've been screaming the whole week, we must include women in decision making. It is the same philosophy. So let us not miss out on the lived experiences of women, because then the action plans you come up with and the recommendations are really shaky on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Justice. I would now like to speak to a member of Gen Z, because we're talking about youth initiatives. We're trying to see life through your view. And you guys, you look good. Has anyone told you you look good today? Sitting from here, what we're looking at, it's just a sea of beauty and gorgeousness, and the handsome men as well. We've been told some are single, but please minimize that conversation until we finish everything. But that's the thing about young people, you see the world differently. And we can't wait to get to the question and answer session where we hear your perspective. But before that happens, a member of that Gen Z movement is here on the panel. So please, Aisha, help us to first get to grips with, you know, the way you see the world you've just inherited. There's a lot that can be changed. So what is missing in not having enough women in this field?
Thank you so much, Sheila. First of all, you know, it's always very interesting sitting on panels with scientists because we all have numbers. I have numbers. So it's always very interesting to be in company where you rely on the research to say the story. But unfortunately, sometimes the numbers are not enough. The numbers can speak, but sometimes they don't always convey the message that needs to be told. And I think for the current state of being African women, particularly in research, women unfortunately do not have the luxury to do research for research's sake. It's reaching a point in which the research has to constantly speak to the challenges, the societal, the developmental challenges that not only that are we experiencing on the continent, but are starting to, of course, be global, such as how climate change impacts women, impacts youth. These are all starting to really, really become ultimately global challenges. So with the research not being a luxury, unfortunately, so not having enough women in research is really hindering the opportunity for women to be able to speak to these developmental challenges. I think in the video, I think Dr. Caroline had mentioned that women are the center, the bastions of our communities. So they're even closer to being able to understand the problem that exists, but also lending their voices towards the solutions as well. As part of Mawazo Institute, we support African women on the continent who are doing PhDs. And in the 1 minute that I have, I cannot even begin to explain to you the incredible, incredible work that they are doing. But I will pull up 2 examples that come up to the top of my head. We have one of our alumni who works within mathematical sequencing, and she is currently developing a chatbot that supports with HIV, AIDS, and to prevent stigmatization. And with this information, currently with about a week ago, youth between 18 and 35 in Kenya are the ones who are causing 75% of the new HIV infections. So this is speaking towards the contemporary challenges that the youth are experiencing, the contemporary challenges that women are experiencing. Another example that I'll bring up is we have another alumni as well who is developing a new way for cervical cancer testing that no longer requires a pap smear. And it's with urine testing. This is something that we have not seen yet. But she's here in the forefront making this impact. But the only way we can understand or see this such iconic, impactful work is if we are putting women at the forefront of the work that they need to do. If we're funding, if we're supporting, if we're providing pathways through policy and through government in order for this work to reach where it needs to go. Thank you.
Every day we're reminded of the amazing, incredible talent that you, as young people of Africa, possess, and you're coming to change the world. I believe the true game changers and the best of what world history is going to write about is sitting right here. It is now living and breathing amongst us. Doreen, I would like to hear from you on what is missing. Oh, there's a microphone on that end. Yes, this one will sit on this end. Yes. Please give us...
Yes. Thank you so much. I am grateful for this opportunity. I would follow up from the statistics that have been said. When we look at society, society is highly gendered. Everything is nearly gendered. And because of the gender binaries, we have differences. And these differences have served to create inequalities and disparities. So with the disparities, we see a number of challenges. And these challenges need to be addressed. So we see women's participation in research as that will bridge those challenges by finding solutions. So we see women as change agents. We have a number of challenges that arise from the differences that society places on women and men. So by looking at women in research and involving women in research, we are also looking at the principle of justice, that it's only right to have women participate in research so that they address the inequalities that may arise from the gendered societies. But also on the basis of the complex problems that we see today, we can not only rely on stories or findings from one-sided research processes. So women engage in research to improve on the quality of research, but also improve on life outcomes. So policies that are informed by balanced research are more inclusive compared to policies that are not responsive to gender concerns. So women's engagement in research means that women are change agents based on the needs that affect community inclusively. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chemtai Doreen. That was very well said. And I think we have one more Gen Z who'd like to add her voice.
Hello. Mambo. Mambo. So if a millennial has stand up, who am I to sit down? So I am standing behind the very first in so many things, professor. And there is a saying that if I have seen Father, it's by standing on the shoulders of the giants. And so I stand here on behalf of young women researchers who wants to become probably not the first like her, but who wish to climb the ladder of career in research and academia. So if we don't have the giants, if we are missing the giants, where do we stand? So we are missing the right to see further because we don't have the giants to stand on the shoulders of. So having the underrepresentation of women researchers, you have said the affecting the bias, the affecting the outcomes, the recommendations and what. But by having the underrepresentation, it means we are denying the future. We are denying the young women who want to become the giant. We are denying them the chance of mentorship and role models. Because if you want to go somewhere, you have someone you are looking at as an example. So if we are not having a professor in molecular biology, a woman professor in molecular biology, who do I look at as an example? So by not having an equal number of women researchers, we are not only affecting the results and the outcome and the uptake of the innovations and the solutions that we are making, but we are also denying the young generation that we are trying to inspire. We are denying them the examples, the mentors. I can be mentored by a man, but when I'm mentored by a woman, it makes more sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Remember, Gloria is an assistant lecturer and researcher at the Department of Molecular Biology. Now, I'd like to request the panel, before I throw this to the floor, anybody from our panel would like to add her voice to what is missing? I see Dr. Irene's hand has come up. While we pass that microphone on to Dr. Irene, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. The giants have said it all. I just want to add that when women, the voices of women are missing in research, we get problems, we get challenges. I have two examples. We have technological advancement, particularly in development of AI, artificial intelligence. There's an example which has happened in Saudi Arabia. Now, AI, when they are making AI solutions, the experience of women is being left out. That is quite a lot. Now, in Saudi Arabia, they developed their, what you call it, a robot, and this robot has got the experience and the behavior of men. creating gender inequality. So this robot was outside, it is a man helping and doing stuff. Then it sees a woman, it started touching. And yes, that is one of the example. Another research agenda which I was included, there are scientists, men, they develop AI solutions. But when they bring these solutions to the market and their target, the target audience is women, they did not even plan that women and girls will buy our products. Our product will solve their challenges. So it is very important when we are planning, we need the voices, we need the experiences of women and girls. So that is what we are missing out. Now, let's come back to, we are in Africa. In Africa, the cultural norms is a woman who raises children. The woman is the custodian of the family, the culture, the language. You have heard the thing about the mother tongue, right? Why do they call it mother tongue? Okay? A woman is the custodian of the environment. She's the one who has access to the land. Access to the land, but not control. Now, when we miss out on the voices, on the experience and expertise of the women who are the expertise on the land, on the family, the research, like the professor said, it will be biased. Need I say more? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing those insights with us, Dr. Irene. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Isaga Nsubi for being here with us and being a panelist as well. She is from the School of Business, Mzumbe University, Tanzania. She is a senior lecturer of accounting, finance, and entrepreneurship at the School of Business, and her research interests are in entrepreneurship, crowdfunding, microfinance, and small business development. Subi, there's something I'm reading here that you wrote. And before I open it up to the floor, I'd like to give you an opportunity to echo that sentiment, because I think it's important that it's heard. Go ahead. What are we missing?
Okay, thank you very much, Sheila. What I wanted to add is about we are missing innovations. As we know that most of women, we are multitasked when it comes on doing things. I can give you an example. I'm at home with my children. I need to cook. I need to write a paper. I need to send an email to my boss. And my child is crying. So the women came up with a solution. I can just take my kid on my back and carry him with me while also cooking and also maybe putting some microphone on and answer some of the calls for my boss. So when we are not including more women, it means we are missing those innovations which are very important for us to survive in this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to the floor. I'd like to give you an... I've not even stood up. Ladies, get ready to work. There are a lot of questions that are coming in fast and furious, and the first one is from... Let me open it up to a gentleman, because you know what's coming, right? Okay, we know what you're coming with, so stand up, sir. We would like to hear your question, followed by this gentleman and then this lady.
First of all, I think the first day someone introduced saying Tama, and then we clap. Yes? We remember that, yeah? So for the ladies in front, Tama, Tama. I don't remember what he said next, so thank you. Anyway, it just hit me a realization. It's not more of a question. Is all these women have encountered a new plus, something from men. Yes? So this, whatever they've encountered is from men. It's from our fathers. It's from us. Yes? Whatever they're saying, it's from our fathers, us, our husbands. If it's not happening to them in their office, their husband might be doing it in another office to another woman. Yeah? So, apart from telling women that you can break the glass, you can move from the sticky floor, I think it's not a woman problem. The women are brilliant, they can do their job. But what are we men doing to eliminate this problem? Because in a society where we have been wired to think we are better than women, it's us who are telling our sisters that you can't take science. It's us who are taking our children, why are you taking science? Yes? It's even our own sisters who have been in the culture telling the other sisters that, why are you taking science? It's a man's, something like that. So I think it's to, as youth, because we have been wired in a certain way, is to unlearn these behaviors and trying to encourage our mothers. They have sons. You're seeing your mother struggle. Tell them, appreciate them, help them, okay? Tell our little sisters that science is there for them, not for us only. And generally, we should not be part of the problem. And just to make, to tell women that you can do it, whereas we are the ones pushing them down. These are remarkable women, and most of the women out there, maybe they cannot have the will to surpass everything they have surpassed. So what happens to them? What happens to the innovation?
Thank you very much. Hold on to that. I'd like questions. There will be opportunity for comments, but step up. Question. Yes. Quickly.
Yes. Thank you so much. I know, like, I'm standing before, outstanding persons, and I respect you. I give you the respects and that you earn. And so I am Joseph Owino. I'm a Kenyan, and I'm a university student. I'm standing in here. There's one statement that came out as the start of this panel discussion. And that when you educate a man, you educate an individual. And you educate a woman, you educate a community. For me, I go in the contrary with that statement. Because I'm from a family, and these statements, we cloud them, but the people who came up with them from a context basis. They are not generous, they are not generic in our communities. And so I'm looking at it as an example because for me, I'm a firstborn in a family. I'm followed by a trail of girls who I single-handedly get to fully support them in their pursuit for education. Not basic, not higher education. So that at least we get to eliminate the obstacles that these ladies or these of the women are facing in the uptake of education. And so how can we augment, my greatest plea will be, how can we augment the place for men, or have these to be a gender inclusive engagement? Because for us to have more women in research, even if we want it or not, there is a role for men to also in this. So we must also have them onboarded in this game. Because, for example, I'm telling you of my case, financing is very crucial in this aspect. You can't just go in the field and start research. Financing is very crucial. And even education financing specifically. For us to have it, let us eliminate the obstacles around these aspects so that it works well for all of us. Because I'm not just a brother to sisters. I also one day want to have a girlfriend or a wife who I also want to see her grow in the academic echelons, go to pursue even a PhD, and sit here like you and also contribute to the development of women within the academia. Okay. But it can't be an all women discussion. We must also be onboarded so that we get to know the obstacles that exist, because sometimes we identify these obstacles, we don't know them.
All right.
No.
Thank you.
The last thing, which is very pertinent, I am a disability inclusion champion. And as we sit here, I know very well that disability affects women more than even how it affects men. And education is a greatest equalizer. How do we enable even women with disability, children with disabilities more specifically, within our global south? How do we enable them acquire education? And even when undertaking research, because research is developmental. How do we work it out so that we augment this research to help solve the problems or the challenges that these women with disabilities are facing, so that at least they also be part of the quota whenever they are advantaged, they also be whenever affirmative action is working, it can also work out for them. So that in this panel, when we have women sit here, we have also women with disabilities seated to help us see how all these issues can be sorted from an all-round perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've raised very important questions. I'd like to ask Dr. Caroline. I think you can address his first question, which is about inclusivity, that this is not just about the women. So kick that off while I find the next batch of questions.
Thank you so much, Sheila. And thank you for your question. I think the first thing we need to do is to remove the misinterpretations and disinterpretations in the statement. When you educate a woman, you educate a village, a generation, etc. Studies, and you can see me after this, I'll give you the studies, you can Google them, show that, let's just begin from families with college-educated mothers have higher median incomes and are far more likely to have parents with secure employment than those with lower education levels. Just starting from there. That the level of education of a mom, median, it could have been different in your family, it could have been different in one family, but the general statistics show that the more educated a mother is in a family, the higher chances her children have of gaining high level education, if not higher. So let's just start from there. It's not to say that if you educate men, they don't go far, and if you educate men, they don't have an impact in the family. It is just to sort of not look at everything so literary and look at the different layers of metaphors that exist in some of these things, in the things we are saying. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I know that the conversation around can we include men more stems from a wider conversation. I don't know about Tanzania, but I know about Kenya, where we keep saying, we've empowered the women are empowered enough. You are here, I mean, even the panel is made up of women. So you've already been empowered, etc. So what about the men? And in Kenya, we use the language of the boy child. The Kenyans here, am I saying the truth? We keep saying, what about the boy child, right? And I want to start, because now we are in US election period and we all know what's going on in the US. I want to reference another US presidential contender who did not win. This was Hillary Clinton. When she appeared in front of I think it was a congressional committee about her emails, I remember one of the men in the committee asking her, why are you shouting? They were just like, why are you shouting? And she's like, I'm not shouting. You're just not used to hearing the voices of women where you are. So when one woman is in your presence and she's speaking normally, your interpretation is that she's shouting. Right? And I want to now use that as a wider example where we keep saying girls have been empowered, women have been empowered, you are now in education, you are now doing all these things, you have forgotten the boy child, you have forgotten the men. But I want to bring us back to some of the statistics that have been mentioned here and give us context. When we say women have been empowered, they've been empowered enough, we've forgotten the boy child. These are the stark statistics. On 4th of September, a report came out that was published in the Guardian newspaper, a research that had been done by the UN, by ActionAid, etc. And it said that as we stand in 2024, no country on earth has achieved gender equality under SDG 5. And I really like that this is a group that understands the SDGs. We've been discussing SDGs. No country on earth, as we speak today in 2024. As a matter of fact, 1 billion girls and women in the world, and this is mostly in West, Central, Sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East, and Asia, according to the SDG index, rate very poor. That is the rating, very poor. Another 1.5 billion, this is outside the 1 billion that I've spoken about, live in countries that are rated poor. So if you take those numbers, 2.5 billion women and girls out of the 4.0, that's more than half the population of girls and women in the world, live in country of poor or very poor conditions. Let's just start from there. And what are these conditions? It's saying that by 2030, gender inequality will be worse than in 2015 when these SDGs were set. Worse, like we've gone backwards. So even when people say we've empowered women enough and all those things, we haven't. The only country that rated very good, not excellent, not there, very good, was Switzerland, only. All other countries have regressed. They have not even made strides. They have regressed in terms of gender equality. And what does that mean? I think this was Professor Agatha who said that we will achieve gender parity in the 22nd century. That's where we are, the way we are headed. And what are we seeing? We are seeing women and girls facing sexual violence, gender-based and intimate partner violence, femicide. In Kenya alone, this was statistics from last week, a woman has been killed every single day for the last 90 days. Every single day. In fact, of those 90 days, 95 women have been killed, which is more than one woman per day. Femicide, authoritarianism, which means the lives of women are more precarious. I woke up this morning because we were sleeping here at Corridor, the people at Corridor. The Corridor people, you're here. Hoye, Corridor people. I went round and I walked and I thought, this is very nice because I cannot walk around in my neighborhood in Nairobi because 2 weeks ago, 3 women were raped violently outside my house at 9 in the morning, just walking because they just wanted to walk. Okay? This is what we're talking about. Other points that I want us to be very, very, very cognizant of. Deeply rooted biases against women. The age of first sexual violation is now 9 years old for girls and women on this continent, not very far. 9. It means if you have a sister, a cousin, a relative who's 9 years old, there are very high chances that there's someone out there who is eyeing her to violate her sexually. 9 years. There's unequal access to sexual and reproductive health. We've got still have very high maternal rates of death. Just the other day, and I'll keep using Kenya. In Kenya, we were seeing women in a place called Baringo County. There has been no doctor. There has been no nurse. There is nothing. Women have to travel 70 kilometers on a motorbike. By the time you're getting there, your baby is dead if you're in labor. That is where we are in 2024. Unequal political representation, only 26.7% of women, only 26% seats in parliaments worldwide. Parliaments worldwide, not in Africa or in Kenya, are occupied by women, 26.7%. Economic disparities, lack of legal protection. 67 countries in the world do not have laws prohibiting discrimination against women. So when we sit and say we've empowered women, the women are educated, they're so visible, the truth of the matter is that there's a lot of optics. And I know we've spoken about the glass ceiling and the sticky floors. There's something else called the glass cliff. The glass cliff is where we are going in terms of representation. So we say, let's put a woman CEO, let's put a woman executive director, let's put a woman president. But of institutions, organizations that are dying, so that when they are dead and the woman is at the one on the helm, you do what?
You blame her.
Glass cliff. Please, and this is something that is a studied phenomenon. Then you say, oh, the company went down when she was in charge. The country went down when she was in charge. We start pointing, and then what do we say? Like the way we say in Kenya when we talk about our lovely senators and the things they say in parliament. Oh, look, so-and-so. I don't want to mention names here. Oh, look at so-and-so. Look at that women's rep. Look at that one. Women are poor leaders.
Thank you.
What about the other men leaders that are still present, right? So, as I wind up, what is the answer? The answer is women's participation in research and decision-making positions beyond the glass cliff and beyond mere representation. We cannot say in X country now we've got 50-50. In Kenya, it is always 2/3. The moment you have 3 women out in a room of 10 people and the rest are men, we say gender balance. But is it balance when it's only 3 women out of 10 or even 2? No. So we have a long way to go. Please do not fall for the lie that we have empowered women and we have given them A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We have not. In fact, we are regressing. We're not even moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next questions. You won't believe this, but we have probably less than 10 minutes. Okay. That's how fast and how engaging this panel is. Do you wish there was more time?
Yes.
Wish it sometimes come true. But on to the next question. Very quickly.
Thank you so much. My name is Kapwani Kavenuke from Tanzania, and just lovely to see all the brilliant women in research. So my question is, taking us back to the theme of education, which has been going on. I studied law, and I really loved the subject of research because for the first time in my life, it was something that I had to work on myself and not listen to the lecturer. So, because I hated that so much. But this time, it's something I loved, and I researched and I worked hard on it. My research was on international humanitarian law in the contemporary world, is what I did. And then the day of submitting the research and presenting it, I don't know if many of the people in this room can relate, my lecturer didn't even care to listen to what I had researched for all those months, just about the structure of how you've written. Is this right? Did you use the spelling? What was the font? And I was talking to Dr. Soher actually at lunch, and she said, yes, that happens a lot. Many lecturers don't, and that's why we were trying to say this is discouraging for women who want to get into research, because that subject of research in universities is aimed at helping us have this skill. So as deans and lecturers and in the positions you've been and you've written so much research, have you gone through what I've gone through before? You know, because I have my research and I look at it and I'm like, it was so good. Why didn't they ask me? Like, I want to present it to somebody, but they didn't give me that chance. So yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll hold that. We'll take a second question from this lady over here.
Okay, thank you so much for this chance. I really waited for this. My question is, okay, I believe there is still more chance for women in science, but I believe for those that have been done, it can like add some value to the community. Have you done some evaluation on the recommendation you've given in your researches? If have been integrated to the development plans, to the policy, or to anything that you have recommended, maybe into the health sector? Have you done some evaluation if these things work? But also, I know like sometimes they say, well, myself I'm multidisciplinary because I have Bachelor of Science in Biology, I have postgraduate in Economic Diplomacy, and now I'm pursuing my MBA in Leadership and Governance. But I also went to Bible school. So yeah, and I went through all this because I'm engaging with the community and I see the gap. Sometimes you cannot tell somebody goes this way while you don't know. So, okay, some people will tell you, like, I'm going back to school, and they tell you because you fear life. You see? Like you have fear with life. And you know, sometimes people who are in academic spaces sometimes might not feel they're real. Like as you said, in the field, things are different. Like you can give some recommendations to the government, to the policymakers, to the community leaders, but sometimes it's hard even for yourself to implement. Have you ever tried, or some of you, have you ever tried to go to the field by yourselves?
Thank you. Let's get answers to those two questions. Dr. Irene, you'd like to tackle one of the questions, and then let's start with Dr. Irene and the question you're answering.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions from the panelists, from the audience. I'll start with question number one, then I'll go to question number two. Question number one, experience of students from their supervisors. Actually, I've been talking about it this afternoon. I've been once a student. I've gone through what you went through when I did particularly my master's degree. But when I went to do my PhD, I got two supervisors who are men, and I was working on a research on women. They were very supportive. But I have experience with other PhD students who had got very bad experience from their supervisors. And this was in Europe. So what did we do as students? We had our own small groups, supporting groups, networks. So we share the experience. How do we deal with the obstacles we are facing from our supervisors? Experience from Tanzania, we fear our supervisors. We are afraid to fail. We don't go and knock at that door. So what I normally do to my students and even to other students who are coming to me, communicate with your supervisor. If you go there and you fear them, that fear will take hold of you and you will fail. One experience, the vivid experience, one girl failed. She came to me. She explained to me, not here, when I was in another university, which I don't want to mention the name here. She came to me. After explaining all that, I said, you had a case, go and appeal. She went to appeal, and out of nowhere, her file was sent to me. She graduated. So, when you are facing problems and you are all alone, remember that a proverb in Swahili, umoja ni nguvu, utengano. Remember that. Yeah. So, network, support from others. But I will also my colleague will continue with this. Now, the second question by my, okay, you are asking about whether we have done evaluations from the research we've done. Yeah, to the field and, yeah. Apart from being in academia and a researcher, I've also worked in international organizations. The international organization, they depend on us. Those local and international, they come and call us to help them with their projects. So for me, there was this project which was conducted in 4 regions in Tanzania. So we went to do research with them. And the research which we were working on, it was one of my research I did previously. So I've worked in the field, I've been there. But also in my research which I've done, I normally go back and evaluate. Right now, I have some few groups of women. My research was on women business owners in tourism. They come to me, I go to them, we talk, we have a network. Now they have developed their own network, which they call Women in Tourism. They have it, there are 2 networks of women entrepreneurs in tourism in Tanzania. I'm part of them. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are running very low on time. So Doreen, if you're going to, Gloria, if you're going, forgive me, if you're going to speak, it's literally 30 seconds. And then I hand the mic over to Aisha. Just press the button.
Yeah, so I want to answer the question by my young sister. So your research can be very good, but then formatting is very important. It's not only your supervisor who did that to you. Even when you want to publish your paper, it might be a very good paper, but then you have to format it in a way the journal wants. So again, research calls for resilience and hard work. So please don't give up. Your research was good, but then you have to adhere to format. That is the principle. And then my other young Ristro sister, you spoke about uptake of recommendations and solutions that come from research. Now, this can be a failure, and most of the time is a failure, not because the research was bad, it was planned from initial, and sometimes researchers, we assume we know the problems of the people in the community, so we don't involve them at the first solution there. So I might think, as a molecular biologist, that malaria is a problem in Tanga, but when I go in Tanga, actually the problem is filariasis. So in order to improve the uptake of the solutions that we make, it means the people we are researching for have to be part of the planning process. Yeah.
Thank you. Questions. I need everyone who still has a question to put your hand up, because this conversation will continue offline. Msiondoke na maswali, mtaziuliza. Those questions must be addressed, okay? But please allow me to call up Aisha for this next segment of this panel.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, can we please give all the panelists a really big round of applause? And thank you for everything that you've said today and all the wonderful insights. So I think my first question is, how many of you have downloaded the More Women in Research Manifesto? Thank you. I see one great hand there. Anyone else? I know we've seen the QR codes kind of all over campus. So I think I've seen like 2, 3 more hands. So the reason I'm asking this is because we need your support. The More Research in Women Manifesto isn't just about us on this panel. It's about all of us. It's about the future of research, particularly for women on this continent. And if you're a young woman who wants to see more women in research, who wants to actively engage in research, please download, please read the manifesto. But more importantly, on the QR code, on the page of the QR code, you will see a part of it that says that you can add your voice. And we are collecting signatures with this manifesto. There it is on your screens, on the screen now. And we're collecting signatures so that we can have a collective voice to put forward to our universities all over the continent, to all our leaders, so that they can start to take women in research more seriously. And the only place that we can do that is here and now as a collective, but particularly as the young people of this continent. We are the ones to decide how we want to take research on this continent. And if we don't come together, men and women alike, if we all don't come together to change the face of research, we will be here once again, 10 years later, 15 years later, on this panel, saying the same thing. So let's come together, and please, either you can scan the QR code, but I think probably at the entrances right there, there's the cocktail table. You can also physically sign it as well. Any way you choose to do it is welcome. So please go ahead and do that. But also, the panelists here will be part of the Career and Mentorship Clinic tomorrow. So if you have any burning questions that maybe you're shy to ask right now in front of a crowd, but you'd want to talk more intimately, these are women across various fields, from science to the humanities. They are here to support you and here to walk you through whatever questions you may have. And again, open to both men and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have one more video that we'd like to share with you. So please look up. If you are already scanning, give us 2 more minutes of your time. Please look at the screen nearest to you, because we have one more video to share.
For a long time, we've had different challenges, either challenges of development, challenges of health, education, etc. But we've always had external influence, external advice. This is your problem, this is the solution. And we have reached a place now where it is important and in fact imperative for us to have homegrown solutions to Africa's problems. Yes. And who is in the business of creating homegrown solutions if not African researchers? Yes. Specifically women researchers, because tend to focus on solutions to problems where it can actually make a difference.
Ladies and gentlemen. Are we awake? I think we're okay. We were awake already. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving our panelists a big round of applause. I know there's so many sentiments that need to still be shared. Each one of them has got wonderful insights. I encourage you to speak with them, reach out to them. They're very wonderful women. You know, sometimes you can look at someone's accomplishments and be so afraid to say hello to them and to ask them a question. Nothing is off limits except if you're asking for dates. Then there's a problem. But please ask them about your future. Ask them about their personal experiences, because what they've gone through is not easy. Can you imagine a situation where you have to make a choice between you've landed the scholarship of your dreams, but you've also just become a new mother, where you're having to choose between a newborn child and advancing your career? Difficult decisions these women have faced. They have been there. They've been to the mountain. They can help you. Listen to them. Talk to them. There's a gentleman I spoke to earlier who had mentioned, you know, what about men? A lot has been said about men. But just judging from the complexities of the world that we're living in today, don't we all need extra help? It's not a bad thing if we have more women at the table. More women, more solutions. More men, more solutions and problems. But thank you very much for joining us for this panel. Please give them a big round of applause. And thank you to MSTC DC. Thank you, Danida Fellowship. Thank you, Plan, for allowing us to converge together and to speak about the things that matter. Africa is home. This is where we all live. Let's fix it together, both men and women. Pamoja tunaweza. Thank you.
Sign the manifesto, please.
Let's have this photo taken when they are standing. Yes, the two doctors also please come. Dr. Anna, please come. And Dr. Tiza, please come. Very quickly for the photo, it's okay. Yes, please come. Back in the day when my discipline was still improving, I would also fluke the photo. But considering that, yes, our country director of plan, please come as well. You opened the session, so it will be very great to have you. I used to fluke these photos, but now my discipline is better. I let them pass painfully. I hope Emmanuel is in the house. My talking doesn't affect the photo, so don't worry. I hope Emmanuel Opolot is in the house. If you are, please come. You have 1 minute to energize us before we go to the very last session so that we can run back to our different rooms, shower, put on our dancing shoes, and return with the cultural attitude. Yes. If Emmanuel is not close, then we shall have Kapwani Kavunike to give us an energizer. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to these eminent, wonderful women of the world that have done great work. And they are still with us. Like the celebrated journalist told you, please interact with them. I know some of you were shocked when they came forward because you've been almost elbowing them in the line for food, especially on day one, they were away in the VIP, but they are now with us for us to be able to interact with them. So Kapwani, please come. You have 2 minutes or so for an energizer before we go to the next session. The next session is very, very, very important. Please use the Wi-Fi to invite all the others that are not here. Whoever left, please invite them back.
Oh, yeah, I have a mic. Hi, everyone. That was a great session, yeah? So we're going to do a gender energizer. I mean, we're speaking about gender, yeah? So first I'm going to teach you this, then we're all going to stand. How many of you know the song, I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. So now, great, many of us know it, but don't worry, I'll be the one singing. And you can sing along as well. So this is how it's going to go. If you hear any word in this song that starts with the letter F and you're a female, that means you'd have to sit. So if you hear any word that starts with M and you're a female, you have to stand and let the men sit down, yeah? So it's like, so if we all stand, let's all stand, then we try it, yeah? We try. So if you hear any word in the song, you have to be attentive. You know, you don't want to sit on male if you're female. Huh? So if you hear any word that starts with M, male, you have to sit. If you hear any word that starts with F, the females would have to sit. Yes? Let's go. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. Great. I can see some people sitting on but we get it. Let's do it now. Let's stand again. Let's do it. If you get it wrong, you stay sitting, yeah? But we're stretching our legs. Okay, let's go. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men. The men should sit on M, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow. I can see the men sitting on M. Okay, a round of applause to everyone who got it right. Dr. Anna was... Great. Over to you, David.
Let us appreciate her. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about women in research. I am about to invite one that joined this team recently. The last time that we met, she was just a colleague and her name would not have doctor. And I see the people that made the program did not pick this up. I want to welcome formerly Miss, but now Dr. Chipo Muchambaiwa, who will lead us into the next session. She's coming from Plan as well. She's the regional youth engagement specialist with Plan International.
Thank you all very much for staying with us up until now. This session is particularly important for Plan International because we are also looking at how we get to have the graduation of our leader fellows. Like Miss Jane said, we have 90 fellows currently who are now going, and these ones are going to join and become the alumni. So I will invite Dr. Anna and Miss Jane to come to the front so you can help us with handing over the graduation certificates to our fellows who are here. And our fellows, if you could just come closer to the front, that would be appreciated. Thank you. For now, we'll just stand like this. Okay, so these ones are representing a group of 36 from over 12 countries. And to get us started off, we're going to have a word from Ms. Chido. She is the AU Youth Envoy, and she's on standby online just to give us a few words and to congratulate the fellows on this achievement. Do we have Ms. Chido ready for us? Okay. Okay, so we'll have her presenting afterwards. So I will start with, I'll share with you the certificates and then you hand over and we have a photo moment with the girls as they take over. Jovita Pantaleo. Jacqueline Mtamaya. Unosie. Sandra Ruizi. Ropa Fadzosali. Linda Piri, and Marion Stechi. Thank you so much. So these are the fellows that we have for 2024, the leader fellows. I think we can just come in for a group photo with our certificates. As we have the photo, you should know that they went through a 5-month program in person as well as online. They had 14 weeks of learning. They were also tasked to do community-based interventions. And as they were coming on, it's not like they did not have their own achievements, but this fellowship is a network for young women to be able to share, to grow as leaders. And it has provided a platform for them to co-create and share with their peers in the 3 pillars of business, politics, as well as peace and security. We also have a video made by the fellows who could not be here present. So if we could have that video. Oh, okay. Before we have the video, we have Miss Chido online. Miss Chido, please go ahead.
I'm from South Sudan. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm from South Sudan.
My name is Agnes from Zambia.
Jovita Pantaleo from Tanzania. Sakoju Kuchbarach and I'm from South Sudan. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm from South Sudan.
Sadikini Jatwi from Kampala, Uganda.
I'm a lead her fellow in the Peace and Security track.
I'm a lead fellow under the Peace and Security pillar.
I'm a lead her fellow 2024 under the business track. I am a lead her fellow 2024 under the business track.
I'm a lead her fellow under the Peace and Security track.
I am a lead her fellow under the Peace and Security pillar for 2024.
My hope for youth worldwide is that they are able to access quality education and opportunities for both personal and professional growth.
To have youth who remembers the power we have as young people. Let's be voices of peace, the champions of justice,
to become empowered and take an active role in shaping an inclusive, innovative, and peaceful future. To open their eyes to see the opportunities found in business and entrepreneurship.
That we harness our collective effort to build a more inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable future for everyone.
I would like to see more and more youth engaged in being champions for change, advocating and being activists for causes that make the world a prosperous, sustainable, and peaceful place. Together we can build a world where peace is not just a dream, but a reality for all.
We can create a lasting change in our community and beyond. by harnessing our potential.
Uses their creativity as use to invest in it for personal freedom and economic development.
Thank you so much. Are we ready for Ms. Chido? Okay. Her Excellency, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're well. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can see me. I'm just realizing where I'm sitting might have a light projection, but I do hope you can see me and you can hear me. First of all, just to appreciate your efforts. Quite sad that I could not be there in person. I tried by all means to try and be there in person, but sadly, I've not been able to. I do hope to make it up. I do know with the Shape Africa Youth Summit we have coming up in Addis Ababa will give us an opportunity for me to be able to meet and to engage with our fellows or some of the fellows. Having said that, I'd just like to acknowledge our colleagues and our partners, YouLead, Plan International, the MS Training Center for Development Corporation, all the directors, the guests, and the fellow advocates for equality that we have in this room. And I am elated to join you all at this summit, even virtually, but with you in spirit, in person. And as we collectively build the Africa that we want, I believe this is an Africa that is led by young people and women represented that are here today. And as the African Union Youth Envoy, I am deeply committed as well to fostering a continent where every individual, regardless of age, has equal opportunities to thrive and contribute to our shared prosperity. Today, as we convene in this Gender Equality Forum, we are collectively addressing a matter of utmost significance, which is gender equality in Africa. And Africa, as we know, is rich in its cultures and traditions. It's a continent bursting with potential too. Yet, far too long, a significant portion of this potential has been untapped due to barriers imposed by gender inequality. And the African Union declared 2024 as the year of education, educating an Africa that's fit for the 21st century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. Yet close to 122 million girls are out of school globally. In this increasingly digital world where some are accessing education resources online, only 24% of young women have internet access in Africa. And at this juncture, Africa will need an additional 40 billion to finance education to achieve the SDG goals and the aspirations of Agenda 2063 when it comes to education. That shows us that we still have a very long way to go. And this requires all of us to join hands and to put our efforts collectively in building the Africa that we want. I could go on and on in some of the challenges we're faced with on the continent that will require us to come together collectively and be able to ensure that there's equality and Africa that we want according to Agenda 2063. But at this moment, I'll take this time to congratulate the leader fellowships that have graduated today. I think it's such a great opportunity for you to continue making impact on the continent and beyond. And even as you receive certificates today, whilst it might be the end of a specific fellowship, it's not the end of your leadership journeys. I think it's such an opportunity to see what more we can do within this network to build the Africa that we want on this continent. With that, I congratulate you all. I apologize once again that I could not be there with you in person. I do pledge that I will, in all means, ensure that we continue to provide opportunities, we continue to advocate for spaces and for platforms for the fellows in various platforms that we have at the African Union and even beyond the African Union. So thank you very much and wishing you a successful event for the rest of the day. It's morning my side, but I believe at that side it's already end of day. Thank you and over back to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chido. Thank you, Ms. Jane, Dr. Anna. I'll ask the fellows to take their seats because they are the ones who will be engaging us in the next session. Joining them, we will also have Mrs. Dorcas Mwakoi, the country program lead for Agra Tanzania. We will also be having Dr. Glory Florentine, leader fellowship alumni. Please come to the front. And then we'll also have Ms. Kapwani Kavenuke. Please come through. Ms. Dorcas is not here, but we will be having Mr. Donald taking her place. We also have Ms. Selina Nkoile, the Executive Director of Nashipai Maasai Community Project. Please come through. And our moderator is going to be Ms. Jacqueline Godfrey. Please come through. Wishing you an engaged session. And no, I'm not. This is your space. Yes. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, bear with me. This is our last session. Okay, so this is the last session, and we're going to make it very interesting for you. I hope it's going to be very engaging because it's about the purpose of this panel is to gather their insights and their experience, especially when it comes to Pact for the Future and AC's goals in general. We want to hear from them individually. How are they engaging with it? How are they, through their work and their everyday experience, because they have amazing initiatives that each of them are doing. So we're going to dig deep. And in the meantime, I would like to start with Mrs. Dorcas Mwakoi. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Donald, on behalf of Mrs. Mwakoi, how Agra is integrating gender equality and how young women in particular are active in collaborating with you, with Agra.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Donald Mezambwa, Program Officer from Agra, responsible for youth, gender, and enterprise development. Currently, Agra is in the 3.0 strategy. That means since started for Tanzania, now this is the third strategy. And as far as gender and inclusion strategy, Agra deliberately has decided to increase the number of female in supported interventions. And under this area, we have the precondition for achieving the inclusive economic growth. That means youth, women, and those with disabilities on board. And one among of the first priority as a precondition is women and youth have the resources they need to be productive. The second is disadvantaged women and youth voices inform policy, strategies, and practices. And the third one is women and youth entrepreneurs equitably access business development resources in the market. Those are the precondition. But specifically now, Agra, we have the Value for Her platform. And I was glad to meet with these ladies here. Absolutely, they will be part of the Agra Value for Her Connect, of which the main purpose is to support agribusiness-led, women-led agribusiness, as well as advocacy. And this has a lot of advantage so as to close the gap in order of supporting young women to be on board. And specifically after that, we have also the current launched program, Youth Entrepreneurship for the Future of Food and Agriculture, of which the strategy or the program aim at supporting youth, but especially young women. And we really collaborate. And at this region, also in Arusha, we have the local organization like Voyota, working with AGRA, specifically to bring youth and women on board. Also, we have the gender integration, of which I'll be sharing as we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next question is for Dr. Glory Kimario. I want to know, as a young woman, what are the challenges that women face, especially in accessing mental health services?
Thank you so much for your question. Hi, everyone. I know we look very tired and exhausted. And yes, we are. We are really tired and exhausted. Before answering the question, I would like to ask, when did you think, like, I need a counseling session? Like, you just sit and say, like, I think I need a counseling session. What came into your mind? Was it like, oh, I'm stable, I'm not that unstable, you know, if I seek a counseling session, you know, they'll say maybe I'm insane or something like that. So we have those things that can run in our mind every day. So right now you are stressed, you are exhausted, you're very tired. Sometimes you're like, I wish I could just leave this place, you know, but I don't have any choice. I have to sit here and all that. So that can happen in every day of our life. So we go through that pattern. We get exhausted, stressed, depressed, and all that. But we don't find a place where we can seek a counseling session or any mental health service. So when we come to women and youth, so the first thing is the challenge is the perception that we have. So the perception that we have on our own heads that this is not for me. But let me tell you, everyone has a certain mental illness. So you just have to get to know what you're sick of and just try to find a help on it. And finding help, it does not mean that you're not healthy, okay? So because mental health is very important as physical health. So, but also the other challenge is our culture. So we have this perception. So the way the family planning services were not reachable to many people, it was like a taboo in our culture and all that. So it is the mental health as for now. So the other thing is accessibility. So we say we need mental health services and all that, but the accessibility is very difficult to get it, especially for women. So when you go to most of the hospitals, I work, I'm executive director of Minova Mental Health Clinic and Fellowship. So we do train, mentor, and coach youth to become mental health champions. And until now, we have already trained 300 youth in 8 countries. So which it is a very great step that we have taken, in which we give them intensive training, but we give them free counseling session. So among this year, it was the cohort 2, we had 200 youth, and like 130 of them, they were females, and half of them, they've already got their free counseling session, and trust me, they have healed. So in the next year, the cohort 3, just don't miss it. So it's, if you hear anything about Minova, just tune in and all that. As I'm the lead alumni, I was the cohort 1, and today I can see the cohort 3. So I'm very proud of them and all that. So we want to see changes later on, and you take a step to something that you do. So the most of the recommendation is the accessibility to women and youth to get these mental health services, but the affordability as well. So we need funds, and for the government of Tanzania, this is the first time this year, 2024-2025 budget, they have put the budget of mental health. So that is a very great step after for us shouting too much on that. So we know that this is a good step, and we know mental health services for the coming years, at least it will be available, affordable, and accessible to women.
Thank you so much. For those who are not familiar with Pact of the Future, this is an initiative It's a global initiative that United Nations member states agreed upon to emphasize on international collaboration on addressing global issues like climate change, human rights, digital cooperation, and mental health issues. So moving on to Ms. Kapwani Kavenuke, you are a lawyer by professional and you are also a youth representative at the European Union Youth Sounding Board. So as a youth and in law firms, what are the challenges, in your opinion, that the youth face every day in accessing justice, the system in general?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. First of all, the vision for the Africa we want, and even internationally. If you look at the Agenda 2063, if you look at the Pact for the Future, it's all about how we can have respect for human rights, how we can obtain justice, governance, and rule of law as well. So the challenges, I would say, first and foremost, the biggest challenge when it comes to accessing justice as a young person and as a young woman, I would say, is education. How many of us here are aware of the law of our lands, the constitutional law? Show of hands. Have you read your constitution before? So very few hands. That's so sad. Okay. How many of us are aware of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Do you know your rights? Okay, that's much better. So that's one issue about accessing justice. You cannot change what you don't know. And justice is crucial when it comes to reducing inequalities for sustainable development and also financial development as well. So if you're not aware as a young person of your rights, this is something that is hard for us to obtain justice. So I'm going to give an example about myself when I actually realized that it's important to be aware of your rights. But not just aware, one of the challenges I would also say is those platforms that offer justice as well sometimes cannot be favorable and need to be educated in a way that they can support when especially young women are seeking this justice. I am a survivor of gender-based violence, which stemmed out of me acting on leadership. I was vice president, leading over 15,000 students in the university I was in. And I never thought, as a lawyer, that this could ever happen to me. I was in shock when I went through what I went through. And I know there's many people in leadership positions, young people in these leadership positions, who've gone through these things, but we don't talk about them because we were kind of afraid. I was aware of the platforms where to seek justice, to go and ask for this, and to speak to them as well. But even knowing the platforms, I was a bit afraid to do so. So another challenge is imposter syndrome and also that reputation aspect or being afraid of being judged, going to speak to these people. Because once you start talking about things and looking for justice, it means more people are going to know about the issue. And that is something that we're afraid of. You don't want to talk about because you know somebody else will know about it and it's no longer my secret and mine alone. But then that means we don't create any change. So that is one of the challenges, that we do not do so. Yeah.
Exactly. Miss Martha? Yes, yeah. Okay, so I understand that as one of the fellow of Lead Her Fellowship, and you are currently coordinating the fellowship, right? So in your opinion and experience, how does the fellowship help in local level, help young women, and the impact of it so far?
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Martha Waraga, and I'm an alumni from the second cohort of the Lead Her Fellowship 2023. So if I was to describe the fellowship in a few words, I would say that in general, the fellowship is a transformative experience that gives women a chance. It empowers them and gives them a vision. It helps them get the vision of becoming leaders. And then the fellowship goes ahead and gives them the platform. It empowers them with skills, and it gives them the confidence to put this vision into a reality. So that is the same way I would say that our fellowship worked for me. So the one thing that I've noticed across both the second cohort and the third cohort is that within the fellowship, women gain a support system. So in the current cohort, you'll find that different fellows have opportunities. Let's say something along, it can be something as simple as one of them is running for president at the university. One of them has a session that they're running on LinkedIn or on Zoom, and they're coordinating the session. They'll go ahead and post it on the cohort platform, and then all the young ladies will come together and support this one fellow to make sure that she gets the impact that she's looking for, to make sure that she knows that she has a support team that is directly behind her and they have her back. So I believe this is the one aspect that can be adapted across all social media, across all fellowships that are similar to the Lead Her Fellowship or across any other gender equality forum. Because if you know you have a team of women who have your back, who support you in everything that you do, and they believe that you can actually do it, then you're more empowered to go ahead and fulfill your dream. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jacqueline, as a fellow, I understand that you're advocating for climate change. So as a youth, I want to know how climate change is affecting them, and particularly young women, and also what can be done for them to be more engaging and participating in climate action.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Okay, we have to agree to one thing, that young women, girls, and women in general are actually bearing the burden of the greatest impacts of climate change. Do we all agree to that? And climate change has been affecting their education, health, and also their economic opportunities. Do you all agree to that? And that is true. And also coming to realize that women, young women and women in general are underrepresented, especially in decision-making process related to climate policies, which also limits their influence and ability to advocate for climate change action effectively. But when we come to the case of increasing their engagement and also participation in climate matters, I would like to start by, we should empower young women with knowledge on climate effects and also solution to, so as we can also motivate them to participate in trainings, workshop, and also other educational programs focused on climate literacy. But also, as you know, we're in the era of technology. We are the Gen Zs, we're always in our social medias. Digital platform is our home for now. I can rest for a minute, and a minute I'm in Instagram, a minute I'm in Twitter, a minute I'm in YouTube, I'm in WhatsApp. So we could also empower these young women to also be able to engage in digital campaigning, especially when we're campaigning for climate change. By using our social medias and also our other digital platforms, young women can be able to increase their engagement, especially in climate matters.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to sexual reproductive health and rights. I understand this is among the burning issues worldwide, and as we have our own ACs, I'm talking about action coalitions. So, Ms. Jovita, what are the challenges that are affecting women in accessing sexual reproductive health and rights, and what are your recommendations to the audience?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Moderator. I'll respond the question in Swahili. Changamoto kubwa ambazo zinawakabili vijana kwenye masuala ya sexual reproductive health and rights. Changamoto ya kwanza ni upatikanaji wa taarifa sahihi kuhusu afya ya uzazi, bado imekuwa ni changamoto kwa vijana. Na hii ni kwa sababu hili swala la sexual reproductive health and rights limeonekana kuwa ni nyanyapaliwa na halizungumzi mara kwa mara katika jamii zetu. Na athari kubwa inakuja kwa affect sana hawa vijana ambao wako mashuleni, yani adolescents, kwa sababu hawapati taarifa sahihi, na hii inawasababisha kuweza kuingia katika vishawishi na mwisho wa siku wakijikuta wakipata mimba za utotoni, jambo ambalo linawasababishia wengi wao kuto kuendelea na masomo. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri kwa serikali ikishirikiana na mashirika mengine binafsi ya umma kuweza kuendelea kutoa elimu ya afya ya uzazi ili swala hili liweze kuwasaidia hawa watoto waweze kujikinga pindi wanapokuwa kwenye mzunguko wao wa hedhi. Hii itasaidia sana. Swala jingine ni swala la pedi. Ndio tunafahamu serikali ikishirikiana na mashirika mengine binafsi ya umma kwa kiasi kikubwa wameweza kutoa elimu ya kujitambua kwa watoto walioko sekondari, na elimu hizi mara nyingi huaga zinaambatana na kutoa pedi bure. Ukija kuangalia kiuhalisia, hizi pedi haziwezi kukizi mahitaji ya mtoto au kumstiri mtoto pindi anapoingia shuleni na paka pale anapoondoka shuleni. Kwa hiyo serikali ikitoa kodi kwa hawa wazalishaji wa pedi itasaidia sana kupunguza gharama za pads madukani, na hii itasaidia watoto kuweza kupata pads kwa gharama rafiki na kuwasaidia kuweza kupata hizi pads kwa mwezi wote, kwa mwaka mzima bila kuwepo kwa shida yoyote. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. For those who did not get what she said, she's talking about access to right information, especially to young women regarding sexual reproductive health and rights. She's emphasizing on reducing the stigma around the issues and make it open for them to be free to talk about it, and also urging for private and public partnership and stakeholder engagement to chip in alongside with the government, and reducing the taxes to the producers of period products, right?
Sanitary pads.
Sanitary pads, yeah. Exactly. So, moving on, Miss Unose Atufigwege. Yeah, I hope I did not butcher your name. As a fellow of Lead Her Fellowship and award winner for your role in supporting young women and girls, could you please explain how funding affects the meaningful engagement of young women and girls, and what are the 3 recommendations to donors that you have?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Unosie, youth from Plan International, and alumni, 3rd cohort, 2024. Actually, I can say funding is the key to unlocking the potential for young girls and women. And I can say funding is not only providing resources, but also it shapes the foundation of leadership, education, climate change, mental health for young girls. Young girls, we have many vision, we have many things that we can do, and we can change the world. I can say we are Gen Z, and world waiting for us to be a change maker in all sectors in the world. As young girls, I represent many girls in to be funded in our initiative, because we have a big dreams to solve the different problems in the society. So we need to be supported in order to be empowered in mentorship, different program, different workshop that can enable us to be enough, and we can go through the world goal. We can see our models, our role models. First of all, President Samia Suluhu Hassan. We can see our Dr. Anna Haule. Those are women, and they started as young girls. She's supported, and now we see the thing that we do. So I can say that funding affects meaningful engagement for young girls in order to enable access to the opportunity, sustainable programs, empowering voice and leadership, And 3 recommendations to donors and developing partners. First of all, prioritize long-term and flexible funding. Second, center the leadership of young women and girls. And third, I can say that increase the percentage of funding, girls to be funding in order to make sure their initiative and their dreams came true. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since we're talking about finance and funding, let me move to Ms. Sandra Ruhizi. I understand that you're dealing with addressing the gap of finance in agriculture. So my question is, how important is financial literacy to young women in order to achieve gender equality?
Okay, good evening, everyone. So thank you for the question. My name is Sandra Ruhizi. I'm an accountant by professional and also an entrepreneur. I'm the founder of a social enterprise known as Kijana Factory, where we work with women farmers in production and processing of spices and herbs. So I think everyone here has already witnessed the issue that is around us, especially in terms of the power that the community have in terms of make decision concerning income. So in our community and everyone, I think in different households that we came from, men have have enough power to make decision concerning the income of their families, while women have already listened to men what they decide and then follows. So this has led to big impact in terms of gender inequality, like sexual harassment and also forced marriage, early marriage. So we need to change that. So through the statistics say that 7% of women are excluded in terms of financial resources. And this is due to many of women around our communities. They don't have that formal education concerning finance. So that affects their own informed decision concerning budgeting, investing, and also managing their income. So this increases the poverty level among women and also their power to decide on how to manage their resources effectively. So, So in terms of how we are working with women, of course we are in agriculture because agriculture has a lot of opportunity in terms of creating employment to different people, especially women. So we work with women in the production of herbs. And while we are working with
You
them,
have
we are
30
not
seconds,
okay.
Ms. Sandra.
So we are not only enable them to access markets, but also providing training that include financial skills to enable them to create sustainable business and to turn their business in their farm into business ventures. So we are here to shift the power from the men side to enable women to have the contribution in terms of how to manage their finances and also on how to decide on how to invest in their incomes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to emphasize on the issue because we've been talking about how things are so different on the ground. Personally, I've conducted a project in Tanga, and you can see a woman running a business, a genge, from the morning to the evening, and it's a man who comes to close the shop and do all the calculating. So you can see they're not at all in charge. And also it is our norm not to talk to girls in our family about money or finances or investments. You don't talk about your daughters that way. That needs to change. So the next question goes to Miss Sally, who's as a graduate of the 3rd cohort of UNSCR Her Fellowship. I want to know, since you're advocating for peace, I want to know what are your recommendations to youth organizations in order to integrate peace and security in their work, and how do they make sure that is gender sensitive?
Thank you so much. Greetings to everyone. I'm from Zimbabwe and I've been working in the areas of peace and security, I think, since my first year, because I'm graduating this November in a degree, Peace and Security Studies. So I think everyone resonates with me that in every conflict setting, women are disproportionately affected, be it in climate conflicts, in war zones. Women are getting the impact more than men. If I take a closer look at the elections in my country, women were stripped of their rights. They didn't have the right to dignity because whenever a war came, they had to run to the children so that they carry them wherever they go. They can't leave the children. They were being affected then because the people would come and hit them and beat them there and then. Also taking a look at conflict settings. At climate conflict settings, we have women who are now then going to long distances fetching for water, and then they meet people who might want to harass them, who might want to do harm to them. And in that settings, it's women who are being affected. I would also like to add that when women and girls are given the chance to participate in peace building, to participate in promoting peace and in leadership roles, we see that the world change and we can ultimately reach sustainable peace. And my recommendations to youth organizations, firstly, we need to do peace education. It's not because people don't want to participate in peace building initiatives, but probably maybe it's because they don't know, they don't have the knowledge on what to do and at what settings. So what we need to do then is go out there and educate people on the importance of peace and also on the importance of knowing your constitutional rights. Because when your constitutional rights are deprived of you, then that is a conflict which might ultimately lead to violence. The second thing, I was very glad when someone said that we should look over the shoulders of the giants. I think we need to do intergenerational programs where we have our elders teaching us. I always go by the saying that we as the young women might have the zeal, but then our elders have the knowledge. We must listen to them so that whatever they tell us, we initiate them in our plans that we are doing. Because I believe that a peaceful nation grows better and much better. And together, alone, I can go away, but together we can go far. So with this, I think that we just need to incorporate education, be it from others who know, be it from the people who came before us, because they know better, they have experienced that, so that we can all build a future and a generation which is peaceful. Thank you.
Exactly. Okay, Miss Linda Piri, I understand that you're a founder of Girl Power for Change. And since we're talking about Pact for the Future and the main agenda is to leave no one behind, so I want to know how to engage young women, especially with disability, in how do you engage in your daily activity as experience in your Girl Power initiative? How do you engage these women with disabilities?
All right. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm Linda Piri from Malawi. I'm the executive director of a grassroots women rights organization. I started the organization because of the personal experience. I'm the GBV survivor. So the organization mainly focuses on empowering adolescent girls and young women, mainly those that are vulnerable in typical villages, to become agents of change for both social and economic development. Indeed, it's very important to make sure that young women living with disabilities are not left behind. And I think for so many years, we've been leaving people living with disabilities behind in all our programming. So our organization mostly is centered, we use the meaningful youth participation model, the model that makes sure that all young people living with disabilities or not are involved in all decision-making processes, but also in order to make sure that these young women living with disabilities are included in all the programming. We partner up with different organizations that also focuses on young women living with disabilities. For example, Malawi Human Rights Organization, it focuses on young women living with disabilities. In this way, we make sure that these young women are not left behind. For example, in 2022, we partnered up with this organization. We managed to distribute 200 wheelchairs to young women that are living in rural villages
ages, and we saw that most girls who were failing to attend classes because of that, they started attending classes. And I think it's very important that we also continue doing that. So what I'm recommending is that there's this problem that I think most African countries are facing. Young women are not fully, young women living with disabilities are not fully represented in decision-making tables, which makes it hard for the government to allocate some budget that can help young women living with disabilities. A wheelchair on its own, it's very expensive, and it's because the government is not intervening enough. But also, if young women are not represented in decision-making tables, it's hard. I mean, like, it's the government makes decisions for young women themselves, but young women that are living with disabilities, they know the problems themselves better than anyone else. So I feel like it's very important to make sure that all young women, also men that are living with disabilities, are included in this programming that affects them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. We've been talking about little or less representation of young women in the decision-making platform. I want to know from Ms. Marion, who is not only a LEAD Fellow, but also an EAC Youth Ambassador. I want to know, how does that platform integrate gender issue, and how does it mandate you to advocate for women's issue, because you're not just there as a tokenism, right?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have to agree first that going to school and graduating is not an easy task, right? So you people should clap for us because of graduating today properly. Are you jealous? But we have the paper you don't have. Thank you so much. I am excited to graduate today in the 3rd cohort of the Lead Her Fellowship. I'm also the ESC Youth Ambassador to Kenya. And we come to office through a vigorous training, or even, should I say, a vigorous essay writing. And we also go through a vigorous debate where we come together as partner states of ESC, and we are selected on merit basis. We are an arm inside the ESC Secretariat, and we really value inclusion, especially during our tenure this time, where we have prioritized gender inclusion. And currently we have the ambassador and the deputy ambassador in different genders. So if we have a man as an ambassador, we have a woman as the deputy ambassador. So one of the many things that we do at the ESC is to really conform into the pillars of the ESC, which are economic, customs union, common market, a monetary union, and political federation. And I graduated from the political class, and now you get it that inside politics, we also have a lot of gender disparity. And as ESC Youth Ambassadors, we come in to help the young people understand that it is okay, even if you try and do not become a leader today, but you're still going to make it tomorrow. So you don't have to give up.
Thank you so much, because time is not on our hand in this of essence. I'd like to ask Miss Selina, the Executive Director of Nashipai Maasai community. Since you are talking about the agenda of leaving no one behind, I want to know how your initiative can be used to engage the Maasai community towards achieving gender equality.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Selina Nkoile. I come from Kenya, and I run a grassroots organization, Nashipai. I come from a very rural village in Kajiado West, and we happen to be the first generation of girls to go to school in my village. So we've really been the ones to go back there and empower our community. So some of the strategies that have worked, first of all, I had to leave my job in Nairobi in 2017 because I saw that there was a big need to address girls' education in my community. And it's been 8 years of doing that work selflessly with no pay. But I can tell you that we've been able to put over 500 girls in school. And we're ensuring that they transition from primary to high school, and some of us have been able to go past university. So some of the strategies that have worked for us, first of all, when I went back to my community, I just went there not to take any solutions, but really to understand what is the problem, what are the root causes, and how as a community we can address it. So first, the big problem we found out as a community is there is extreme poverty in the grassroots. And it comes from us not having an education. So you can imagine if we are the first generation to go to school, then it means everyone else is in the darkness. Because yes, we have the indigenous knowledge, which you guys praised, but we don't have the knowledge. We don't have any employability skills. We cannot read and write. We cannot translate research materials. We are the people that some of the researchers come, get the data and information and just leave us and go and do whatever they want with it. And so one challenge is extreme poverty, which we have been able to even look where it comes from. So I come from a pastoralist community.
Wrap
we
it up,
keep
please.
animals.
30 seconds.
Okay, so when it comes to now climate change, because we are the communities that are mostly affected because we don't do any food crop farming, I had to go back to school to learn how to grow food, and now I started an ecology and organic farm, which I'm teaching my community how to grow food. We are also doing a lot of girls' education campaigns, and we offer scholarships to girls so that they can successfully transition through the higher learning. And also, finally, in the fight to end FGM, because FGM remains the biggest enemy for girls' education, girls' health, dignity, and well-being in my community, and it's still going on. We are really doing a lot of media campaigns in local radios, and we are also engaging men in the fight to end FGM and survivors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for all of them. Now I'd like to welcome the questions from the audience. Only 2 questions. Am I audible? Yes, 2 questions. No questions? Okay, I understand you have a party to attend. So the last question for all of the panelists, only 30 seconds. What is your dream for Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, the future of Africa is very promising. And since we started day one here, we have heard a lot, especially from the guest of Hannah, Honorable Amala, the Minister of Public Administration and Political Affairs from Sierra Leone. So my call is, all of us, we have a role to play. You have a role to play. So let's be part of the changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kapwani.
All right. What is the dream for the Africa I want? Africa's future. So for me, I envision a future, hopefully starting tomorrow even. The future is also tomorrow. One which there is intergenerational collaboration. Just as was mentioned here, it's really important for us to have this as a kind of environment where we learn from each other, because there's so much that the elders can learn from us, that we can learn from them as well. And we can learn from children, because children are also brilliant, and there's some things that they can surprise you with. So I see a future where we have intergenerational collaboration, and also a future where gender equality is no longer being spoken about this much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker.
Okay, for me, as an activity in SDG number 2, my dream is to see food insecurity in Africa become so rare, and also to ensure that while we were fighting for ensure that there is a food in the table, we are also fighting, we're also collaborating and also partnership with other sectors in terms of creating gender equality and also access to food in different places around Africa.
Thank you. The next one.
Well, as a girls activist, my dream for Africa, I envision an Africa that is gender-based violence free, gender inequality free, but also a society where all adults and girls and young women are finishing their education from primary to tertiary education.
Thank you so much.
As for me, is to see girls are empowered and to see girls everywhere in all aspects of life, social, political, and economical.
Thank you.
As for me, dear girls, we are leaders and not tomorrow, now. So wake up. Thank you.
I envision an Africa which is rich. That means respectable, having integrity, charisma, and honesty in all aspects. And on Friday, you can also join us as we review the ESC youth policy that is all inclusive. Thank you.
I also envision an African future where girls do not have to struggle again to get education. So there should be an equitable quality education provided to girls, and also a commitment to ensure we have a rich in natural resources Africa. Thank you.
I dream of a future where there is harmony in diversity. I believe that we all have our different views and different expectations, but instead of those breaking us and dividing us, I think it should make us all stand together as one Africa.
Okay, my dream for Africa is a mental health service to be a necessity and a priority and not a privilege. So I love mental health so much. If you want to know about mental health, you want a counseling session, just grab me. Even if you're stressed, I'm sure if you talk to me, you'll be okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the offer. For me, I dream of an Africa where young people can use their education, passion, innovation, knowledge to make their communities better places, and where we can take advantage of youth-adult relationships and partnerships to even learn from strategies that have worked for our elder mentors. Thank you.
Okay, so from my end, I dream of an Africa where African women have the same confidence African men have.
That was it. A round of applause for all of them panelists. Let's take a picture and that'll be it.
Yes, let's celebrate them again one more time. Just draw closer, squeeze in. Squeeze in so that Kenneth Semaganda can get you very well. Yes, smile. Amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies. So like I earlier told us, you just need to register with Edgar Mutungisa at the back. If you fail to find him, please register with me. We intend to even have some comedians. So if you're an upcoming comedian here, please just reach out to us. We want to laugh as we learn. So right now, the tea is served. I know there are those who positively escaped and picked the tea. We shall not punish you with $50, but we shall ask you to go quickly and come back. And then the team at the back is requesting that the gadgets. Some people had become innovative. I know we talked about innovation, but we are not asking you to be innovative with the headphones. Please do not use them for your phones. Do not use them for the music in the hotel rooms. Please just leave them behind. So I would want to request you to go and quickly grab a cup of tea. If you're staying outside the MSTCDC, the cars are ready, already ignited like a plane ready for takeoff. So once you finish your tea, run to the car. You'll be taken to your hotel. You need to shower, put on your cultural attire, great attitude, and come back so that we can start at 8. So basically, we have 2 hours from now to start the cultural night. Thank you very much. There will also be a dance. Some of you have been asking, on day 1, we didn't have the welcome dance. We shall have it generally together here. So please make sure that you return. Don't go to Arusha town. We shall have that on Friday night, please. Come back, come back, come back, come back. Thank you very much.